You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. What is happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday and welcome to another episode of the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. We are now on episode, 138, something like that. Man, we got a great show for you. I'm going to bring Marcus in here in just a minute, and I just want you guys to know back there in the back, we got my good buddy Jay. He hasn't been on the show for a minute, but he will be chiming in. He doesn't like to get on camera, but yeah, we got a great show for you guys today. So make sure you guys hit like, subscribe, all of those things. Marcus, I'm going to go ahead and bring you on, and we're just going to wait a few minutes to let people populate. But
sure thing.
How was the last 24 hours for you, bud?
Well, I got to watching, what's his name? Range Day Bro?
Yeah.
I hope I got that right. And I see where he's coming from. I would like to watch it with you. Have you got a chance to watch it, Gary?
I have not. I actually had to do some work and do my real job today.
Makes sense.
Clips of the video from other podcasts and stuff like that, so I haven't watched the whole thing myself.
It's I think he's well intentioned, and he just makes he takes a lot of liberty with the word proof. You know what I mean? I think that's the thing going around is people are saying I have 100% proof, and then they go on, in my opinion, to show something that is nowhere near 100% proof. Right. So that's what I kind of want to look at. I want to pay respect to him, and he seems like an intelligent, good guy, and I just want to give it a fair analysis, be impartial as I can.
Fair enough. I definitely plan on taking a look at his video. I just haven't had a chance. Like I said, I had to do some work. To
kind of bring you up to speed, it's nothing really new. There's no new information. It's just looking at the same thing we've looked at, but from a different perspective. So I don't think it'll be that surprising to you.
Fair enough. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's pretty similar to kind of what Zeb is promoting as far as a shot from the rear. Is that what I understand?
Yes, and basically he's convinced, and he's saying that the 100% proof that he has is that that sign of a wire string, which I believe is the necklace, coming out from behind his neck. He's saying that is blood splatter from the entry. Right. And he's saying that based on that, it's 100% proof that it's a shot from behind. So the first principles thing is if we attack that's most likely a necklace rather than blood splatter, then the whole theory falls apart.
Hey, Marcus, if you will, can you dial down your audio just a tad? Tad.
Yes, last night I was way too hot, so I want to be a little on
the
safe side.
That's probably perfect right there. I already see some comments over in. Well, you know what? Hold on, folks. We'll wait for just a couple more minutes. We'll get everybody in, and then we'll throw out some ground rules. We're going to have a great discussion tonight, and it'll kind of. I think it's directly linked to what we're talking about, but a little bit tangential to everything that we're talking about, and probably more important than what we're talking about as far as the Charlie Kirk was. And we got more information coming out every single day. So yeah, anyways, we're gonna get hard and heavy into all of this tonight. And I haven't seen what Marcus is presenting on this, and he hasn't seen what I'm presenting. And I actually just did on a different note, I just finished up a podcast just a few minutes ago, filmed one with the CEO of Defiance Machine and McMillan stock. So that was a great.
Oh wow, nice.
That was a great discussion. They actually flew out here from Arizona to sit in studio, and if you're into that type of thing, be on the lookout for that. Really great discussion with them, talking about their actions, and as well as McMillan stocks and some of the things that go into making both of those the premier products that they make. So all right, So let's go ahead. We're 5 minutes in. I'm going to go ahead and lay out some ground rules for you folks. So first and foremost, we're going to treat everybody with respect. It's real simple as that. We definitely have some moderators. I know some people have complained that they've been a little bit harsh, but the rules are simple. The rules are simple.
No soup for you.
Don't be disrespectful to people. Don't type in all caps to get attention. It's really annoying. And, just be respectful to one another. No cursing, or at least keep it down. I don't care, but YouTube looks for any reason to censor our footage or videos, and I just want to, take away that as much as possible. The way this is going to go, Marcus and I will talk, and then we'll open up the discussion to viewers. Super chats will be prioritized, but I will do our best to get to as many other of the live comments as possible. So just, again, this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to type in all caps. So that's just stop. It's super, super annoying. There was another thing that somebody said, the comments were being deleted. Folks, there are certain comments on here that you need to be aware of that YouTube will delete. Typically, we don't have the mods deleting anything. They usually give you a warning, and then they're going to put you in a timeout, and after that, they're going to ban you. So we want to have a great discussion. We want to be respectful to one another, and we want to hear what you have to say. That's why we do these lives, folks. This is we could get a lot more views. YouTube does not reward lives. They just don't, and I don't know why. But they don't push them nearly as much in the algorithm, and we could do a video that would be much more produced and look better and all those things. But we want to hear from you. We want to get you in on this discussion. Given that this is a live, I just need you guys to be a little bit patient. It's really kind of clunky as we look through, if we pull up media on the fly and things like that. It's live. So it's a little bit clunky, and that's just the way it is. All right. So, Marcus, one of the things that I want to talk about tonight is kind of some big picture stuff. And, we see all these different things, whether it's Thomas Crooks, whether it's Las Vegas, multiple mass shootings that we could go through. And in the end, we end up with no answers whatsoever. Apparently, these people don't have any sort of social media footprint. There is no motive that we can tie to them. We can't figure out these things. And yeah, there are definitely crazy people out there doing crazy things. That is clear. And you can't necessarily pull out any one of those and say, hey, this is definitively this or this. But what I want to do is kind of give people an idea of a pattern that is very recognizable, that goes back a really, really long time, and kind of hit on some of these things. And the fact that we definitely have a government, and we have different agencies that are very interested in manipulating people to doing things that they shouldn't do or wouldn't do under normal circumstances. I'm continuing to get emails from you guys, and I'm still going through them. Please be patient. I literally have like over 5,000 emails. I'm trying to go through those, and wow. I appreciate it. I really do. So, keep that in mind. Go ahead, and I don't know if you have any opening statements or anything like that, Marcus.
Yeah. So, we've talked offline, and we are, for people watching me, Gary reached out to me on Twitter. One day we talked for about an hour. Then the next day we were live, and then we were kind of hashing this stuff out live in front of you guys. So there's that. We haven't discussed this really in detail. We don't have something like completely solved to present. We each have our own perspectives. From his background, which is unique to mine, my background's more in direct action, hits, targets. I just did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds for 5 years straight. And then Gary has a more interesting background. SF is more spectrum, more about unconventional warfare, and there's different tactics that go into that: denial, deception, operations. And I think combined, we can present something that's based in truth, history, and for me, it gives me some solace about to what extent are we being deceived. There's no question that we're being deceived. It's been going on since the beginning of time. No, all encompassing power doesn't implement some strategy of denial and deception tactics and strategies. It's just a part of the game. So I want to know, my curiosity is to what extent, how much? Is it right in our face? Can we catch it on camera through now with the internet presenting all these decentralized sources and information from these events unfolding in front of our eyes in real time. Can I catch it, or is it going to be harder? That's the game I'm playing. I'm trying to fight the way I can, and using my knowledge and then partnering with people like Gary. I want to find that out.
Well, I agree with everything you said. And like you said, the only thing that we've discussed is kind of a premise. We haven't discussed any particulars. I have no idea what he's going to talk about. He has no idea what I'm going to talk about. But what I want to do is kind of establish a pattern that we have with the U.S. government. And for many of you folks out there, you may or may not have heard of MKUltra. I think most of the people in this chat have. But just some even researching this, I thought I knew a lot about MKUltra. I didn't. So the one thing I didn't realize was that the time frame for MKUltra was from the early 1950s to the mid 1970s. So we have a program that's going on for over 20 years. And the purpose was to explore mind control, behavior modifications, and interrogation techniques.
It's a lot of LSD.
It's a lot of LSD, a lot of stuff going on there. And the big portion of this was the fact, also part of that, the key methods was psychoactive drugs, LSD, mescaline, barbiturates, and other chemicals, almost always given without consent.
And hookers.
And we'll get to that as well. Yeah. The other part of this is hypnosis and psychological manipulation, sexual and physical coercion, safe houses and observation. Some notable sub-projects is Operation Midnight Climax. And I know you're asking, well, Gary, what's Midnight Climax? And I'm glad you asked what that was, because that is a super interesting thing that we had going on here. Basically, what we had with Midnight Climax is we actually had the CIA drugging Johns and actually filming them through two-way mirrors as they interacted with prostitutes. And who knows what else took place. But this is our own government testing all these different things on Americans, unbeknownst to them, unwittingly, right? And it is absolutely insane. So the other part of this is that, and the way that Midnight Climax worked was we had safe houses, CIA rented apartments in San Francisco, New York, disguised as brothels. Prostitutes were hired to lure men into these locations, and then they were administered LSD and many other experimental drugs, some of which we don't even know. And I think one of the things that we need to realize with this is that there are some notable figures.
Yeah, I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but
that are tied to MKUltra.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, Charles Manson. And now I want to make sure that we delineate fact from a little bit of speculation. There's some really good evidence that some of the names I'm going to go through here, there's pretty good hard evidence that while there is some plausible deniability there, though. But what we do know is that MKUltra existed. That's a fact. We do know that Operation Midnight Climax, as well as many other mind control experiments and being conducted on the American people, that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the notable figures tied to MKUltra is Charles Manson, Sirhan, James Holm, who 2012 Colorado theater shooter, Ted Kaczynski, also known as the Unabomber, John Hinckley Jr., who attempted to assassinate President Ronald Reagan in 1981. One key figure that comes up many, many times in the MKUltra files and witness testimony, books that have been written about this, is Jolly West. Jolly West was a doctor and was a scientist funded or contracted by the CIA during the MKUltra from the 1950s through the 1970s. He experimented with psychoactive drugs, and some of the things that you need to realize with him that I think is very interesting. There's a lot of good reports and eyewitness reports and testimony that says that, he visited Charles Manson in jail and Jack Ruby in jail. And right after he visited Jack Ruby, there is good testimony that says Jack Ruby went crazy and was never the same. Another experiment that I think we all need to be aware of, that if you haven't seen this or you don't understand it, you need to check this out. But this is the Milgram experiment. So this researcher, Stanley Milgram, and this is something that has been tied to the CIA as well. The purpose was to investigate obedience to authority. specifically how far ordinary people would go in following instructions that conflicted with their personal conscience.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Participants, we had 40 male volunteers aged 20 to 50 recruited via newspaper ads. So basically what we had was we had a person that they recruited, and on the other side of a wall was another person, and they were trying to tell them that, hey, we need to teach them certain things. But long story short, we had a person in a white coat that was getting these people to essentially shock the person on the other side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept turning up the voltage. And of course, it's an actor on the other side. They're screaming louder and louder and louder to the point that they keep shocking. And then at some point, they're feeling conflicted, but they still do it anyway. They literally think they're killing this person on the other side of that wall. And then finally the screaming stops and they're still shocking them. And now they feel like they've murdered somebody, but because somebody in authority told them to do that. So, this is something that's been going on. That was conducted in 1961.
Isn't that crazy?
It's freaking insane.
Could you imagine even being the tester back there, just being like, no, keep going. And people are like, okay, I guess if you say so.
Yeah, no. and there's all kinds of pictures and videos. I was going to pull it up and play it, but I think an overview was good enough. I'm sure we'll get into a lot of discussion, and there's no reason to make this. But if you want to research that on your own, go research that, because I think it lays out a really good case of what we're looking at here. I think that people being online are more easily manipulated. And I think there's a really good case that when we look at people like Tyler Robinson, like some of these other trans shooters, just in some of the things that they're into online, they're much more easily manipulated than I think the rest of the population. I think there's some real ties there. But when you look at someone like Thomas Crooks, and you look at somebody like Paddock from the Las Vegas shooting, where there is no footprint that we're able to see, there is a digital footprint that we're able to find, where there is no motive that we're able to find, or at least we're never given those motives. I find those things highly suspicious, and there's all kinds of things that just doesn't make sense from the Las Vegas, obviously with Butler, and many other cases that we see when it comes to these incidents. Even going back to the one of the things I started dipping my toe into when it happened was the New Orleans bombing. Just what was it, last year or the year before? Just none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. And I don't think these things are a coincidence. I really don't.
Hey, Garrett, could you check my volume? How does that sound?
Sounds great. Sounds great, man.
Okay. Chat, if it needs to be a little up or down, please let me know. All this stuff is fascinating to me. It's just so far distant from my lifetime, right? It just feels so far away. And that's the thing. History kind of blurs everything, and I think they take advantage of that. They realize over time, even 9/11, like all these things are resurfacing. Even Tucker Carlson's looking back into it, and I think the overall attitude from the government is like, no one's gonna figure nothing out.
Yeah.
And I just hate that. It makes me angry, and I'm determined if something like this happens and is happening right now in front of our eyes. If it's the case with Charlie Kirk, I want to know. I'm determined to know, to the best of my ability. I want to know. I don't want to be deceived. I don't want to be a sheep. I don't want to be one of those people just clicking a button. Yeah. I want to have my own character. I want to die on my own hill. I want to develop my own opinion.
Did we lose Marcus? Did we lose you, or did you guys lose us?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? All right, cool.
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
All right. It was
good.
cutting out a little bit. I don't know if it was you or us, but continue.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Basically, I didn't get well read up enough on those past things. I was kind of just listening to you.
Yeah.
And I agree. I mean, it doesn't shock me. It kind of makes me angry that it happened, and it's probably happening right now in front of our eyes in some way. It may or may not be happening in the case of this Charlie Kirk situation. This may be a freak accident, but maybe not. I want to know. I'm determined to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And I think, again, we need to make sure that we're paying attention to what's going on. And I find it interesting that You know what? Let's do this. Let's go ahead and start going through the chats because I already see some that
I'm still seeing
interesting.
chats that Marcus is too low.
If you need to turn it up a little bit, maybe my volume's just up a little bit.
Yeah,
too much.
I'll work on it.
All right. TR is a decoy. Real shooter was behind TR. Look for possible locations. We will. We have. Yeah, you know, we'll kind of.
I got a good picture. I got a good picture for that.
Sure.
If you want to share my screen, give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Yep. All right. BW85 says, regarding new exit wounds, CK sat with poor posture, hunched, leaning forward. Usually that plus 10-degree angle could explain trajectory down the spine. Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the trajectory. The main problem that I have now, and I've had from the beginning of this, is that we're shot with a 30-06 and we don't have an exit wound. Is that plausible? It is. It's possible, or at least possible. I think it's highly unlikely. And again, we already got some things in the work where we're going to be doing some testing on that and play around with some different rounds. There are some things that could explain that, but it is very difficult to explain. I'll tell you. No, you know what? I'm just going to leave it at that because I see some other comments worth talking about here. Acoustic analysis and triangulation using sound from multiple cameras put the shooter 70 feet away and to the right is discussed on X mostly. So
I'm going to debunk that right now.
All right, that's fine. And I just want to throw this in here, folks. When the initial event took place in Butler, we had a lot of people. This is the first time that I saw this, audio triangulation used. And I saw a lot of people that really had no business. I won't say had no business. Let me say this. They had no professional experience trying to judge location and distance with audio. And then we got a lot of professional folks involved in trying to determine, hey, was it one shooter in Butler? Was it multiple shooters? Because at first, the first audio triangulation information that came out put the shooter at like 600 feet away as opposed to 100 or 600 yards away or something crazy like that. And then it changed a whole bunch, and then it went from one person to 3 people and all this other stuff. Well, during that time, not long after Butler, probably about a week or so after J13. So we're looking around the time of the 20th or so. I started talking to professional sound analysis. And a couple of these guys were like FX guys from Hollywood. 2 of them were into audio FX, and that's what they did. Another company, literally what they did professionally was forensic analysis of audio. And then there was 2 other companies that, again, were involved in audio at a high level, not necessarily forensically, but I spent probably 15 hours on the phone with these 5 or 6 different professional audio companies. And at the end of it, like all of them, well, I won't say all of them, using the exact same data set, what we came up with was multiple different conclusions based on the same audio. And to me, that came away. Now some of those were like, hey, like 2 of them put the shooter right where Crooks was, right? So that's where they were like, hey, it's this amount of distance away, lines up directly with where the shooter was with Crooks. Another one said, hey, there was like 2 shooters. One of them said there was 3 shooters. And to me, my takeaway, just a layman's takeaway on that, was the audio analysis. Number one, a lot of that stuff's not being done by people that have a lot of experience with that. But the other thing is, it's just junk science. That's my take on it. And the problem with some of this stuff too is that when we see these things like that, we go directly into confirmation bias, and we're like, hey, you know what? This is what I believe. It confirms my theory, whether one thing or not. Like if it's actual, it's even good science. And then on top of that, like we just run with it because we're going to see it. I'm telling you right now, just mark my words. Today is September 24th. I promise you this audio analysis is going to evolve. I promise you. We're going to see it turn into multiple different things. We're going to see shifting numbers with that. Just watch. I have no control over that. That's going to happen out there. I guarantee it. Gary, if the neck is an exit wound, if the neck is an exit wound, like some claim, wouldn't you see immediate blood spray on the shirt from the bullet exit? I'm not seeing it. Yes, you would. I covered this in detail last night. We actually went through a little bit of ballistic gel analysis of what an entrance wound looks like, what it doesn't look like. We would immediately see blood spatter. I don't care if it's a 9mm. I don't care what caliber that you're talking about. When we have an exit wound and we see if that front wound, which is an entry wound, if it was an exit wound, we would see immediate deformation projecting outward. We would see the immediate expulsion of fluid and biological material, and we would definitely see blood spatter on his shirt. And especially because we know that projectile, if it supposedly went in that direction, either way, it definitely severed at least the carotid artery or at least the jugular vein, and we don't see that. We see the characteristics of an entrance wound, which is a round that goes in because of the vacuum pressure that's created by the temporary cavitation. There's the entrance wound doesn't bleed at first, even though it is right up against major vessels like the carotid artery and the jugular vein. And then when everything calms down inside there and that cavitation closes back in on itself, and this is like, all within a second or so, all that stuff happens. And then we see major bleeding from Charlie. It looks, here's what I'll say. It doesn't look necessarily like a typical entry wound, but it acts the characteristics, everything else. And on top of that, just the energy transfer, like there's so many things that correlate and confirm a shot from essentially the 12 o'clock.
I always had a problem with him, with that theory, him getting hit from the rear, how he fell backwards.
Yeah.
Instead of forwards. Right. I had an issue with that too. Because you would, generally speaking, if you get hit from the rear, that energy and everything is going to go forward more so. Right. But him leaning backwards, I guess maybe.
Yeah, he rebounds,
but it looks like he went straight back.
Yeah, he goes straight back initially when you look at it slow motion.
Right.
And then he rebounds off the back of the chair a little bit, and then his body settles, and because of where his center of gravity is and the way he's sitting on the chair, he eventually falls over to the left.
To the left, yeah.
But that is not a dynamic movement like we would expect to see if that was, an entry wound. If we had a shot taken from our, his like 4 o'clock.
Right. That was always my big thing. I was like, I don't see the body moving that way.
Yeah.
If he got hit from the rear.
Yeah. Marcus, did you have that media pulled up?
I do.
I think
I'm sharing the screen so you can.
Yep. I got you.
I'm good to go. Okay, these are the proposed locations that I'm seeing circulating around Twitter. People really honing in on this bush over here that looks, the more you look, like the longer you look at it, the more it looks like a man in a ghillie suit. But
the fake ghillie suit.
Yeah, I mean, but look at it.
Right.
It's a bush. I mean, yeah. But this was making rounds for days. I mean, it's amazing. Just like just this picture, one picture, all of a sudden sparks a whole new wave of theories. So you just got to be super careful. But in general, all these locations are. I'm not sure exactly where these two are. I know these two are on the right. Similar location to that flash in the window, and then there's the thread going around on Twitter that using audio analysis, they're triangulating, they're pinpointing each camera, and they're using the Doppler effect to basically, which I've kind of got illustrated here, is you have crack to bang, and it's a very loose way of estimating, but they're getting results that it's all triangulating to the right side, and I'm not going to be here and recreate the audio kind of analysis of each one of these rings, but I'm going to take this green one because I think it has the clearest crack to bang that I can see, and just show how you can get a vastly different result depending on the inputs. Because with math, it's if you're calculating, if you're trying to figure out the distance, you need the velocity and time. If you're trying to figure out the velocity, you need the time and distance. This is physics, and so you can't get around that. So you have to, if you're trying to figure out distance, which is what these rings are trying to do, you have to know velocity and time. So if these are distance rings, and this thread was trying to basically use the audio analysis to triangulate where they all intercept, and that would be the most likely case or position of where the shooter could be. It's a good thought, but the flaw is, and I pulled some screenshots, is there's I
don't know the velocity.
I was going to say the major thing is not knowing the type of velocity.
Go for it, Jay. Well, the velocity, the constant is the speed of sound, which is going to be this back ring. This is going to be the speed of the sound trying to catch up, and then the object here. This is the speed of the round. So we need to determine what the speed of the round is plus the constant here. Then we can determine time and then velocity. We have to fill that out. Which I'm going to plug in 2,500 feet per second. I think that's a pretty fair estimate for most rounds, most calibers. And if you plug that in and you do the math, and I can show it here. I want people to see how you do this. Here's the clip I'm using. I'm not going to show the gruesome part, but I just want you to hear the clear crack to bang. Hear the crack?
We're not getting your audio.
We're not getting the audio.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, you can, this clip is pretty famous. You guys can figure this out. But if you visually can see here, it's visually very easy to see. You can see the clear crack and then the bang. It's probably hard to tell, but can you see that?
Oh, we can see it. That's good.
You can see it.
Let me make it bigger. Crack, bang. So if you measure that, it's about 0.1 of a second. I did the math already, but you're welcome to recreate this on your own. But it's about 0.108 seconds from crack to bang, which is in alignment with what I believe that Twitter thread creator was going with. And keep in mind, there's about a 50 feet of margin for error with this analysis because of frames and the fidelity of the audio recordings and things like that. It is not perfect, but if you take that math, so we have the velocity 2,500 feet per second, and then the time 0.108 seconds. So if you times, and I have a calculator off screen, but I'm just going to do the math, and you can do this on your own. 2,500 times 0.108 equals 270 feet. So now if you go to the map here, and that phone recording was taken right here, same place that the person put a tack on in the Twitter thread, and you map this out, you get 88 meters, which is 288 feet from the shooter, the official story's shooter's location. Mm-hmm. So that's just an example. It depending on the variables, but 2,500 feet per second is a very, I think, reasonable variable to go with if you're trying to accommodate for multiple rounds, especially the 30-06.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think again, I do have some of those contacts left. I'm gonna try to reach out to some of these professional folks and just try to get their analysis on this, because again, we saw this in Butler, folks. We saw this. It caused a lot of.
It was huge.
Yeah, it caused a lot of problems, and there was stuff all over the place. People were claiming there were 2 shooters, 3 shooters, and it also created a narrative that once they heard that, no matter what other evidence was presented that refuted that, people wouldn't let it go. So that's the problem with some of these initial things is, once that narrative is established, there's no getting away from it. And, but I would like to see, because I know you had somebody actually contact you, Marcus.
Yep.
That actually UVU and actually kind of went through some of those locations of a proposed shooter, and we have real time and pretty high fidelity pictures of what those areas look like, and then also what the likelihood of someone able to get a shot off at that location.
Mm. So I had someone who wants to remain anonymous. He was a prior student here. He got 2 degrees at UVU, and he saw the accusations or the theories coming out about a second shooter in this area, and he was like, I've seen it going around, and he just decided to make a trip out there, take pictures to kind of show people that there's no way someone shot from this window specifically. So these windows don't open. They're blacked out, and totally fixed. And if we peer inside, we have a common area. I mean, there's no way a sniper could set up a hide here without, and then shooting through the window. There's just so many things working against this theory. Got some better shots. He's looking up at the roof. This is the ceiling inside that.
Hey, real
that
quick,
room.
Mark, will you go back to that first picture in the common area? Will you zoom in on that? That's not like an open window right there. That's what it looks like. That's all I'm asking. Is that an open window? Oh, okay. I see what it is.
No,
Yeah.
he's basically putting his phone up.
It looked like there was a crack that
what
window opened up, but I see what it is now, and I just want to make sure that's clear for us and our audience.
Yeah, this is where the flash came from, and then he's basically taken his camera, he's put it up against this window, and he's looking inside. And I also found this video on Twitter or X today, and right here somebody's kind of got like one of those walk-through camera angles where you can kind of explore the area and see if you guys can see over here. That is that common area.
Yeah.
That appears to be that same common area that is right here, this room. And so it's just, there's no way a shooter could get away with being set up in there. It's just crazy, let alone a second shooter that's trying to time their shot with the patsy.
Yeah.
So appreciate this person. His first name's Tyler, for reaching out, current veteran. And if anybody else has stuff like this, please send it to me on Twitter. Or, I mean, Gary seems pretty overloaded with 5,000 emails, so I'll take some bandwidth. You guys can send it to me.
Yeah. What's your email?
Ooh, I don't want to give away my personal email. Let me get back to you on that.
Okay. Is there a way that you would like people to send that information to you? Is there any way that you can?
Can they DM me on X?
Yeah, of course they can.
Yeah, that would be best.
Go follow him and DM on X without a doubt.
That would be best.
One of the things that I want to go ahead and throw up as well is I want to show this video. Are you still showing some videos there, Marcus?
I don't know. Maybe you were getting into it, but there is this new footage going around right now. That's right here that I got.
So keep going. I don't know that I've seen this. I haven't been able to do much today.
Just watch it. This is making the rounds, and I haven't seen this before.
Wow.
I was wondering last night, Gary, you were talking about some AI footage that looked like a finger was poking through.
It wasn't this. It was,
but different. It wasn't this, right?
It wasn't this. But I'm suspect of this as well, to be honest with you. As much as this can, like, if you look at this clearly confirms a shot directly to his front.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys are kind of interpreting it that way, and we'll go through some of the comments and see if that's kind of your take on this. But that's sure as hell what it looks like. And just like I talked about, I calculated what the drop would be if a bullet entered if we're looking at about 9.5 to 10 degrees, which is the angle that I've calculated. The bullet drop, the change in elevation from his neck to his back, where it entered at that angle, would be about 1.75 inches in that 10-inch span thereabouts. So this correlates almost perfectly with the way that he's hunched over, all of those things. I'm going to go. Here we go. It looks like he's wearing body armor, folks.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. But
that looks like there is a panel of body armor. And it looks like it's soft body armor.
It looks like soft plates. Yep.
So, interpret that how you will. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. But what we see there is strange in that we don't have an exit wound. It's crazy that we would see that much deformation on his back and not see an exit wound.
Yeah.
But I will also say that looks like body armor. That's what that looks like to me.
Yep.
I'm gonna take the offensive just for the for the sake of arguments.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say it's not body armor. It's just because I wish I had that image from before the frontal image where it shows all the lines, the clear like lines where it looks like there's a SAPI or something. But
Sure.
I'm convinced that with just how fast things are happening, these creases are being created in split seconds, that it looks so strange because of how much we're slowing down a moment in time that happens so fast. And I think it's creating these kind of frames and these shapes.
I think what we can agree on is that there are so many forces and acceleration and things happen at such speed and dynamics that is very difficult for anyone to definitively say anything about what we're seeing in these moments.
One thing I want to say
go ahead.
is the range day bro. It's going viral. This guy's got like 5 million hits in one day, talking about that. His proof is that this right here is blood splatter from the entrance wound coming in from into the top of his head. Yeah. And so that the whole basis of his argument is based on that. And then he goes to say, because of that proof, there's 100% a second shooter, and it's 100% coming from the right side. So for everybody that wanted us to talk about that, I'm more than happy to watch or pull up his video and watch it and make sure I'm not missing anything. But that's my understanding, and I just don't see it. That doesn't look like blood at all to me. It looks like the necklace.
If anybody knows how to get a hold of the range day bro, instead of like bagging on him and making sure that we're not in any way distorting what he's saying or anything like that, I would happily have him come on and we can just talk, just like we did with Zeb. So be happy to have him on. We can talk. And of course, challenge him on some of this stuff and, talk through it. I mean, I think that's the right and honorable thing to do. And the other thing too, folks, is again, like, don't get emotionally attached to any of this stuff. Like we're all grown-ups here. We're all trying to find the solution, and like creating these, like we all agree something weird happened. We all agree that Charlie shouldn't have been killed. Like that's enough for us to just stick together. Now you may believe this, or you may believe that, or you may believe this, and you may believe a second shooter or a different shooter. Like who cares? Like let's stay somewhat cohesive and continue to look for some of these things together. And I will continue to have people on that completely disagree with me, that completely disagree with Marcus, and present their side of it in real time with someone like me, challenging them, just a friendly peer review of like, hey, let's sanity check this and explain this to me as in much detail as possible. That's not unreasonable. That's how civilized people work. That's how reasonable people operate. And that's how things should be done in the space. And the more people that we have working together, as opposed to like trying to be right and trying to dunk on people like I'm right, you're wrong, da 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 da. Like that's not productive. So I want to avoid that at all cost.
Well said.
You all the time, and you still keep me around.
Yeah, and that's because you're wrong. So for those of you that weren't at the beginning of this chat, I know a bunch of people have jumped on there. We got a crazy voice in the background, and that's my one of my best friends, Jason. And I've known him from the Q course. He's also a former Green Beret, and he doesn't want to get on video, which is fine. You don't want to see him anyhow.
For radio.
He has a face for radio.
Wish I had a voice for radio.
Yeah, that's terrible too. Yeah, I hadn't seen this. If you don't mind, Marcus, will you send me that footage when you get a chance? I don't care. You can email it to me. You can.
Sure.
This is the cleanest, clearest footage that we've seen from his right side like this. And the other thing to notice, folks, is like this view just so happens to be almost in direct alignment with the proposed trajectory of that flank shooter, right? That 4 o'clock shooter. So
yeah, somewhere over here.
You would think that if we have a shooter there, we would see with this level of detail, because this is high fidelity. And I would like to kind of analyze this footage, and I'm a little bit, and again, it confirms what I think. no matter what. It confirms that I think that there is a shooter from the 12 o'clock. Can't definitively say that it is Tyler Robinson from his location, but it definitely seems to be in that direction.
I just sent you an email with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really skeptical of any footage I'm seeing now. With how much I've seen footage in, like we were talking about last night, it's being manipulated. I've seen it. So the first thing I'm seeing is the first thing I think is does this have any artifacts that would lead me to believe possibly it's been manipulated by AI? At this moment, I don't. It looks, I don't see it, but I'm still skeptical.
Well, here's the problem with that. Like, we've seen that exact footage, but we've seen a much lower quality of that exact footage many, many times, and it's also been cropped. So, like, this is the widest angle of this footage that we've ever seen, and it's really strange to me that just now a higher fidelity version of this footage is being floated around 2 weeks after that event. It seems like we would have seen this at the beginning, and of course, there's clear explanations for why that didn't take place. I get it, but at the same time, I think it's right to be skeptical of that for sure. One thing I do want to talk about, because it kept coming up in yesterday's chat, I want to share a video with you guys because there's a lot of confusion, I believe, when it comes to muzzle flashes, and this is a video that I've shared on X as well. But I'm going to share it with you guys. In this footage, I want to show you guys what a suppressed shot actually looks like.
That'd be cool to see.
And because I think people have this weird, I don't even know, like everybody has this kind of weird look or weird version of what suppressed fire looks like. All right, here we go. I'm going to share this one right there. And we will add this.
Here with okay, we're hopefully going to put the whole, I don't know.
All right, I want to give you guys some context for this, because where this video footage came from, I shot this well over a year ago. This was right after the J13 event, and people were saying that there was flashes, much like we're seeing now, and saying this was a suppressed shot coming from a window. That window was closed. I couldn't tell at the time what those flashes were, but what I could tell right away that it was not muzzle flash. And the other thing, there's kind of a paradox there when you're saying that it is suppressed fire and a muzzle flash. So what I did, because we didn't know if we're proposing this shot, people were saying 300 blackout, they were saying a couple of other things, right? So what I did was I tried to set this up to where it produced the most amount of flash. So what we're looking at here, right here, is an 11.5-inch barrel, I believe. I talk about it. 11.5-inch barrel, suppressed, and I have the gas settings to where they're open the most, so it will release the most amount of gas, and it is a subsonic ammunition. So if we're gonna see, and by the way, 5.56 is much more likely to give any sort of muzzle flash than 300 black or some of these other things that are being proposed. So anyways, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. You guys check it out, and you're just going to be a little bit more educated what muzzle flash looks like and what suppressed shots look and sound like.
No. AGR building, shooting from the lower level, suppressed, ridiculous theory to bed. What I have, as you all can see, luckily for me, I have a range right outside of this window, and this rifle is an 11.5-inch SBR suppressed. What we have right here is 223 subsonic rounds. I know there's been people out there say that these don't exist. Apparently they don't know how to use Google, because you can find them very easily. So we're gonna be shooting some rounds out of this, and while this is being shot, I'm gonna film from 84 feet away, which is about what I could see on Google Earth, the distance from the AGR building to the fence line. I'm also trying to approximate the same angle that entire video was filmed from. But what we're gonna learn from this, number one, I have an audio meter that I'll be using. So we're gonna actually take some decibel readings and see how loud a completely subsonic suppressed rifle is from that distance. And I'm also gonna be filming, and we're gonna see what sort of muzzle flash that we get from this. And I have the gas settings set to where it will produce the maximum amount of muzzle flash out of the suppressed rifle and the subsonic ammo. I'm going to show you what that sounds like and looks like recording from that distance with this phone without altering the audio whatsoever. I'm not going to boost the levels, not going to do anything else. I'm going to show you those sound signatures in real time, but I'm also going to play those sound signatures again at 10th of the normal speed like certain people are doing, so that they can take whatever sound that is and turn it into a sound and make it sound like something that it is not. But you're going to be able to see this for yourself.
All right, folks, again, to give you some context, what a video was going around, it was being played at 1/10 the speed. And when that video was played at 1/10 the speed, which would make the flash look longer or last longer, which, by the way, we found out what it was. We confirmed, everybody confirmed that it was the reflection of the headlights of a cruiser. That's what the supposed muzzle flash was, going back to Butler. Mm-hmm. But so they were slowing down the footage so you could see the flash longer, but only when that footage was slowed at that speed did it sound like a suppressed shot. So at 1/10 of the speed, it sounded like, psst, all right, which wasn't realistic anyhow, but just to give you some context to what I'm talking about here.
Muzzle flash looks like out of a suppressor shooting subsonic. You're going to hear what a subsonic round sounds like. From the distance that video was actually taken at. All right, folks, so I'm on the sketchy ass ladder so I can actually, again, I'm just trying to approximate the same height in relationship to the window and the camera that we saw in Dave's video. Right here, I do have a sound meter. I'm gonna turn this on. We're gonna get the max decibel reading from each shot. And again, just tell me if you can hear the shot. Tell me if you can see any sort of muzzle flash, and then we'll go from there. All right, send it. Oh, and by the way, that gun is locked into a tripod, so this is safe. We got 78.5. Send it. $69.3. Folks, this is so clear from here, it's not even funny. Also, look to see, and I'm sure I'm going to be zooming in so that you can try to see some sort of muzzle flash. All right, send me another one. $73.3.
I could talk on this stuff too a little bit, Gary.
No, you can't.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get up close and try to film this as close, pretty close from a safe distance, so that we can see what we can get from a muzzle flash perspective. Let's see how much muzzle flash we can get from this. All right, I'm not taking any sound readings or anything, so you can send it. Send me one. All right. Send me another one. Let's get a little closer. Send another one. All right. And you know what? Let's get one more. We'll get a sound reading. I don't know. We're about 3 feet from here right now. Just for giggles. All right, that was 73.5. All right, Noah, lock and clear. Put it on safe.
All right, so that's what a suppressed shot looks like and sounds like at like 0 feet away. 0 feet away, it doesn't produce a muzzle flash. It just doesn't, especially during daylight hours. At night, sometimes you can see a faint muzzle flash from even a suppressed, but during daylight hours, you cannot see it.
Yep.
So that's what that looks like, and nothing that we're looking at looks anything close to that, right? And the idea that we are shooting a suppressed subsonic ammo from the rear, no one hears it, is ridiculous. Like, guys, this isn't the movies, right? When you shoot a suppressed shot, it doesn't sound like psst. Now, I will tell you, 300 black and a couple other rounds is quieter than that, but not by much. Not by much. And no matter what, none of them, like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, oh, this is a muzzle flash, but this is a suppressed shot with subsonic ammo. You can't go with both. Like, those two things just don't exist, especially during daylight hours or even in the shadows or anything like that. Like, it just doesn't produce the muzzle flash that's that people are trying to say that it does.
Yeah, the silencer design is designed to trap all that gas in there and slow it down before it exits. That's the way you stop the boom coming out of the barrel initially.
It's a big muffler.
Hot gases, right? It's a big muffler is exactly what it is.
Or not even a big muffler. It's a small muffler.
Yeah. But essentially, and just to be clear, right, the different designs in your silencers out there or suppressors, right, your different sizes and lengths, right, they're going to give you different representations of sound, right, how much decimals is decreased from each and everything. That includes your caliber, right, and even muzzle flash, right. You know, you have those modular ones today that you can shorten, right. You're going to get more muzzle flash per se from something super short versus something super long. So there are things we're taking for granted by doing this one test we're showing you, but just like Gary say, daytime suppressed, right, you're really not going to see any hot gases flying out of a muzzle using the suppressor.
And the proposition here is that we have a professional shooter right at that location. Now, Jay, if you were going to go, and by the way, folks, Jay's a former Green Beret, he's also a former sniper, all those good things, right? Jay, if you were going to go and you were going to you wanted to get a shot off at close proximity to the public in a public area like this, and you want to get away with it and not be seen, would you go with a suppressor that's going to work? Like, are you going to go with the shortest suppressor possible?
Yeah,
that's going to reduce muzzle flash the least amount.
Yeah,
and that's not even a big suppressor, folks. That's still a small suppressor. Like, they make bigger suppressors that it could be a little bit quieter, knock down the decibels a couple points, and produce a little bit less gas expulsion. It's not muzzle flash.
So to put this in perspective, guys, with the suppressor stuff, essentially, if you have a suppressor out there that does a 10 decimal reduction, right, you're looking at about half the sound of a gunfire, right? So like, you know, and it goes up from there. So really, people try to get, when they design these things, they're trying to get about 30 decimal reduction rating to get it down underneath the safe hearing level.
Yeah, around 120 decibels.
Yeah, around 120, right? That's the whole goal of making these things, of getting it underneath that hearing level, right? So when you were talking about what a gun sounds like, say at 30 decimals, like, when you hear a gun, you'll be boom. Okay, yes, that sounds like a gun, right? But if you hear something that does a 30 decimal reduction, it'll more question like, hey, what was that? But it's still loud, right? It's not quiet. So if I'm sitting there in a crowd with whatever pistol with a suppressor on it, it's still going to be very loud. You know, it's not silent.
Yeah. Marcus, anything to add to that?
No, honestly, I agree with all of you guys. I mean, the point you're making is as good as I can make, to be honest.
I bet you could do better. Kabaka says, I think it's all just confusing the intentional. Maybe what is the most likely scenario? I appreciate the calm debate. I mean, with attempting to not speculate at all outside of what we see, what I see is clear evidence of a shot to the front. That's all I can really tell you. Like, to me, that's a clear evidence. Can we say that it came from that exact location? No. But what we have with the evidence is that it's clearly a shot to the front. I see all the evidence against everything else. Like, clearly what Marcus just pointed out is not blood spatter that's coming from an entrance wound from the head. The head is pressurized, and because if we shoot into the skull, the way things work, basically, you know, think about it like this. Your skull, the skull is one of the places where you can get blood spatter that comes out of the entrance wound almost immediately. And the reason is if you think about, a balloon, right? You put a piece of tape on the balloon and you put a pin in that piece of tape, the balloon won't pop. Well, it's kind of like the same thing. So we now have a hole that is maintained open. We don't have the ability for that flesh to close in on, like the fleshier parts of our bodies. So it goes into the cranium. Now we have the cavitation, and we do have a shock wave going through there, and then it is going to we're going to have some exit come from the head. But that's not what we see. Like, that is clearly not fluid. That's not brain matter. That's not all of those things. And then to me, if we're talking about higher up on the head, like, then the shot angle I start questioning the shot angle, and I have to see exactly You know, I'd have to exactly see the kind of the line of sight if Charlie's head would even be exposed that high up. Because again, now what we're talking about is a shot back here. From what I understand, that range day guy, is that his name?
Range day bro.
Range day bro. All right.
Yep. Gotta get it right.
Yeah. And no disrespect, range day bro. Love you, dude. Keep doing what you're doing. Trucking on, getting the truth.
Yeah.
Do you agree with the narrative that he arrived shortly after 8 a.m. and determined all his points in 2 hours? Also in the video, he is carrying a blue backpack. No, I don't. I agree that he probably arrived 8 a.m. There's footage with that. And I had to go back and look at the timeline exactly of where he was and when he was there. I don't believe that he determined all these points in 2 hours. I think there was pre-attack reconnaissance. So I think he had some planning involved. You know, I think he was probably there before. Even in his text messages, he at least suggests that he'd been planning at least over a week.
Had to.
So, yeah, no, I don't think that he determined all his points in 2 hours. I think so. We have the planning phase of reconnaissance or surveillance, right? And then we have the immediate pre-attack surveillance. So we got a good idea of what we're going to do. We're looking for target value and vulnerability. And so we establish those things. And then right before that, we go and actually execute this attack. We ensure that target value is still there, because obviously he wouldn't have went up there if Charlie Kirk wasn't there anymore, right? And then we also have to establish the vulnerability is still there right before we pull off that attack. So he's going to go up there and make sure that there's nobody up there to compromise him. So he goes up there right before. We have pre-attack surveillance. He's good to go. He's cleared hot. Target value is still there. Vulnerability is still there. He can pull off this thing successfully.
I'm sure he went up there days beforehand or a week beforehand just to see if the door's open to get up there.
Well, there's no doors. It's just open. Like you can literally, it's literally an open. You can walk up to the top of the roof.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Open stairways. Gary, you seem to flip last night in your belief on the rifle and a towel jumping off the building. I know every day new stuff comes out. What changed your mind? I think about this. I don't know what you think I changed. So I will say, when I had, maybe you're referencing when I was talking to Nate. I was on Nate. We were both at the time on VFT. We're like, dude, that doesn't look like a rifle to me. What I will say is I looked at Gray Hughes Investigates Analysis, and he's not the only one. There's plenty out there. And he points out the fact that there are frames you can freeze, and it's clear that he has at least something longer than what it looks like initially. So it's bad footage, and please go watch that. I don't care what you believe. Go watch his analysis of just the surveillance footage. He does a really good job breaking it down and saying, like, look, these are obvious. Like, so it was after that that I guess I was like, oh, okay, I see that. And we can definitely see it. And as a matter of fact, Marcus, without us even sending you over there and having to do that, Marcus, I know you actually have that clip, don't you? Where it shows the one where it shows the towel rigid and actually up in the air.
Yeah, I do. 1 second.
I keep seeing in the chat again that Marcus's mic is a little low. Not sure if everyone agrees with that, but I've seen a few of them.
Okay, cool.
Let me check. Go up 2 clicks.
There you go.
How about that? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Gravy Train Outdoors. Kirk was assassinated by Mossad Qadan operative or RWS fired from Lossie center roof. Around 110, rear right, entering behind the right ear, exiting front left. Robinson framed with planted evidence. Just a theory. I think that's fine. Like, at the end of the day, the question is there evidence to support your theory? What I also will just point out there is that, like, we were making some big leaps. I don't know if Mossad was involved or not, but you don't either. And like, when we start making these big leaps from one thing to the next with big gaps of evidence supporting them in between, it's not a good road to go down, right? Maybe all those things are possible. Maybe, Marcus, turn your mic up.
Okay.
Gave you $100 last night.
We're good now. We're good now.
Thank you for being a Christian vet with conservative values. You're welcome. I appreciate that. And You're very kind, KJ. Thank you very much.
All right, I got that shot if you want it.
Yep, send it.
Okay,
Let me
share
remove
screen.
this. Yeah, so the book Chaos. I have read that a really, really long time ago. Definitely worth checking out. It definitely changed my mind, and it features Jolly West, and it makes a bunch of different links in there. Great book. It's been a minute.
I know I've seen some good documentaries about MKUltra. I can't remember where, but I want to say Netflix was one of them.
There it is, guys. I mean, this is so pixelated, but I mean, you can see what you need to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's also frames that Ray Hughes pulls even while he's walking, because there's times on that roof where he puts his arms down and just the background washes out his arm because it's a
Look at
photo.
Happens right here too. You
Yeah.
can see in a few frames it disappears because the resolution is so small. I mean, you only got pixels are just a bunch of squares, and you know the white background so overwhelms. So it really overwhelms the black line that you don't have enough resolution. It just disappears. But I mean that's
Well, and this is one of my real frustrations with the Patel FBI. So there is a ton of different footage of Tyler Robinson getting out of there, right? And so we have all these cameras and stuff like that. And this is the footage that they release. So
yeah.
of course, like everybody's like, this is bullshit. And I was the same way when I first saw it. I was like, there's no way that this guy has a rifle. And you got to sit there and pixel peep. And we know there's a bunch of other footage. And yes, I agree that we shouldn't just put out all the evidence all at once so that we damage the investigation and damage the ability to convict if there's enough evidence to do that. But we've already released one piece of evidence. Now, like there's other CCT footage that would at least be a little bit more clear and convincing for everybody out there. And all it does is make it more mysterious and feel like we're being deceived. People out there is like, well, out of all the footage, you got this pixelated garbage. Why would you put that out? It's a relevant and very real question that everybody should be asking. And I agree with everybody out there that they're frustrated with like the nonsense that's put out.
Yep. Found that this is a student. Let me give credit to them. I think there's a. Where is it? Here we go. Credit to Rotisserie Chicken at TikTok. He went up there and walked around. It's a great handle. And look at how simple it would be to climb up on this roof.
You mind playing that through just a little bit?
Yeah, I don't have audio.
That's okay. My ears.
But you can see.
My eyes don't hear.
I'm surprised roof access is that easy.
Yeah,
Look how easy it would be. He could hobble up here, then limp over here, and then lay down, put it together, and then army crawl or apparently just run over there.
Utah just hang out on roofs. Like I don't know what the point of having such easy roof access is.
Real quick, does that person walk over to that point where the retaining wall is, Marcus?
Closer?
Yeah.
No, it looks like he's walking backwards in this clip. Let me see if one of the other ones he gets closer.
Him. This must be Cash Patel taking this. Like you missed like the most important part.
Well, it's cordoned off a bit. You got this. There's clearly like a security thing set up here, a gate. He probably doesn't want to,
I got it. Yeah.
Get in trouble. I don't know. It is weird. I always try to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Not me.
I mean, maybe that makes us can leave interesting dynamic. Both of us are playing two different sides.
Oh, you complete me.
Exactly. See, this is the start of something big. I'm telling you.
I think we're pregnant. Thanks again for keeping us up to date and not tolerating disrespect from one another. I went ahead and grabbed a shirt and a hat, try and help keep these videos and podcasts rolling. Well, we appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Yeah. Zoom in on that thing. There you can see that like little wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, just scroll in there. Scrolling. Yeah. Okay.
Got the corner he would have ran across here and proned out right here. And yeah, this is that little wall.
That's crazy that he was so exposed like that. And
If they would have just had something like this, even if it wasn't working,
or I don't know,
would have
maybe
scared him off.
person up there. How about we have a person?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know how big his detail. I mean, I.
Yeah, I'm not talking about his detail. I'm talking about the campus security.
campus security.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you're going to see a lot more now is drone work.
Oh, absolutely.
That's
That's
better.
that's
Better.
huge.
Clearly, Jason has been watching the podcast. I'm just saying he's a little behind. Saw a video today where the guy's asking the final question before Charlie is linked to a group with hate streamer Destiny. Yeah, I mean that's not surprising to me. The guy asking the question is, clearly well, he's going to be ideologically aligned with Destiny. We'll just put it that way.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Quieter. Okay. Thank you for $2 to tell me to turn on my mic. Thank you. Sorry, guys. 1, 2. Okay. Last stream I was completely blown out, so I don't want to make the same mistake.
740 Mark of Valhalla VFT YouTube video posted today shows Charlie Kirk's security has visible wire for ear monitor, but it's not visible in the ear. Same for Charlie Kirk. Man, there's a lot of footage. I've looked all over for a picture with Charlie Kirk's ear, and there's good footage. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me that Charlie Kirk would have an in-ear monitor. Yeah, his security team has an in-ear monitor so they can communicate with one another. That makes sense. But Charlie Kirk, you can go through all of his outdoor videos and his campus events, and there's clear footage from TPUSA that shows both of his ears, super high resolution. You can zoom in as much as you want. He definitely doesn't have any in-ear monitors. Again, I think it's very clear to me at this point that it is a necklace, but again, I don't even know if that's material to this, to even discussing this. The point that with all that stuff, unless you're saying that it's fluid or brain matter, then I have a problem with it because it doesn't look like either one of those things. I have proof on my YouTube page. It shows a flash from a cameraman. It's a disguised weapon. The shooter is literally 10 meters away on Charlie's right. Feel free to send that to me. I will definitely check that out. Let's see here. DL podcast at ParamountTactical.com. You can also DM us, both Marcus and I, on Twitter. And while you're there, give us a follow. Have you seen the new Jesse on Fire video from this morning? If you haven't, go around the 10:10 in the video. Pretty sure you haven't seen this one. I definitely haven't seen it because I don't know who Jesse on Fire is. We'll actually pull that up. Take the reins for a minute there, Marcus.
Sure. Do I have the ability to bounce through super chats?
I don't think you do.
Okay. Let me. If you can keep my screen up, there's some other things I could cover potentially.
Okay. Yep.
Oh.
Let me get rid of this.
Yeah. To expand on this theory, I don't want to say it's my proposal early on in the stream completely debunks this because it's predicated on the variable that you're going with a 2,500 feet per second, a variable for the velocity, where this person was using the speed of sound as the variable, the velocity variable, and then plug it into the equation that way. And so that's how we got to smaller circles. And so just goes to show, when you're dealing with a small amount of variables, but with ballistics and things like that, you got to be very precise. Changing one variable will give you a very drastic outcome downstream, downrange, and then here in the analytics, while we're trying to analyze these things in post, it's going to give you way different results. So I'm just giving what I believe is a counter perspective to what I feel this theory needs to have so that it's balanced. Because when I saw this, I was like, you're making an assumption that the round's going the speed of sound, and it's probably not. I mean, we all heard that crack. That wasn't going the speed of sound. So why are you saying
they're making the assumption that it's subsonic?
Yes, but they're using, that's the thing that I don't understand is it's crack to bang, but the crack is breaking the sound barrier, but they're using the velocity variable as the speed of sound.
Yeah, you don't get a crack without a supersonic.
Going over. So that's why I'm throwing out this. I just wanted to throw out my analysis and hopefully this reaches this, because this thread is quite huge. It's got millions of hits on Twitter. Credit to Smartski. He's the one who put that together. 2.4 million hits, and I've seen this all around. So I just want to give a counter, a counter information.
Sure.
And yeah.
I think your 2,500 feet per second was good.
It's kind of a median. I mean,
yeah. I think that's a good number to go with. I mean, if you're going to be guesstimating velocity,
Yeah.
The thing is, the faster, the more their theory falls apart. So I'm trying to be on the conservative end.
Yeah. You're not trying to be ridiculous, and it's probably, look, if it's 30-06, probably 2,700 feet per second at that distance would probably be closer to what. If you ask me, I'm probably like 2,750, 2,700 at that distance. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, like he said, I didn't pick an assumed location, caliber rifle. Where did he say? I'm using. Oh, this person asks, are you using the speed of sound as the bullet speed? And he says, no, I'm using the speed of sound silly. So yes, it just seems like I just didn't understand why I didn't answer clearly. But we could go into it more, but some of the other sources are questionable. Like, you really don't hear a distinct crack to bang in all the phone sources. So the less what's the word, fidelity, or the less kind of information you have, the more margin for error you're now bringing into it.
Yeah.
So I'm basically playing devil's advocate. I want to find something that's wrong with the official story. I'm trying to give everything as much credit as possible and it's fair, impartial view. Right now, that person asks a while back in the super chat, all of this is so confusing. What is the most likely case scenario? And to me, the most believable story that requires me personally to do the least amount of mental gymnastics is the official story. A second shooter is more hard for me to understand, or requires me to basically abandon logic more than the official story.
Yeah, it requires you to fill in more gaps with unknown information.
Yes.
Who is this guy that posted that sound analysis?
Smartski. Can you see that? At his handle is @2Smartski.
I'll after this I'll message him. I'd love him to come on and explain where he's getting this stuff and friendly chat.
I think if he's using the speed of sound, just out of my mind, I don't know if he understands ballistics or not, but just thinking like, hey, if going over the speed of sound equals the crack, right? If I use a constant, right? Hey, just over the speed of sound, maybe that's where his theory went to, right?
The problem is that I don't think it's clear, so we could be completely misinterpreting what he's saying.
Right. But in my mind, I kind of felt, I was like, well,
nobody wants to be in your mind, Jay.
That's true. Yeah, step out, please. You don't want to be in there.
That's a dirty place.
Hey, he's clearly a sharp guy. I would love if you could reach out to him, and if he's willing to talk to you, I'd love to hear it. Yeah,
real quick. So Johnny Dement, the last super chat, asked us to play this, and I found this video real quick. I'll play this video, Johnny, just so that so I'm going to pull this out. There you go. We'll add this to stage, and then I haven't watched this, so I have no idea what we're dealing with here. So let's play this and see what he says. He said at 10:10. We're at 10:08. I'll back this up just a couple of seconds so we'll go to 10 seconds flat.
And you see the way that his body reacts. Boom. Right? It gets hit right there, and then there you go. The shiver goes up. To me, this appears to indicate that he was shot from the front. Now,
yeah, I mean, I mean, how do you come to any other sort of analysis with that. I don't know how you say that what we're seeing there, the physics involved indicate
It's him, and you can see right there.
from the side. I mean, that's a pretty tough. And I don't even need this necessarily, because again, I do find it suspect that we're seeing this clear of a footage. You have to at least approach it with some caution, that we're seeing this same footage that we've all seen 1,000 times. It's much more pixelated. Now we're seeing a much clearer version of it. I don't know. I don't even know, like, is there something we can run some things through and make sure that it's not AI? I don't even have a good answer for you there, but that was basically the footage that Marcus, you showed earlier. So
Yep. I'm glad we're getting it. I'll take all the new information I can get. I'm just more skeptical now, as like you said later on. I haven't seen so much footage being manipulated. I believe people are like inserting digital artifacts, like little flashes, like little streams of dots flying by. I don't know. There's an incentive to do it. If somebody can create that and make it convincing, they're gonna go viral right now. And so I'm just skeptical, but I'm open to everything. Sure. I want to remain impartial as possible.
How is KP going to spend it if the information he continues to release keeps being proven wrong? It seems inaccurate at best. Who's KP?
I don't
know. Hey, Gary, welcome back, Marcus.
Let's probably talk about Cash Patel.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
You're welcome.
I was
nice.
You're 100% right. That's so obvious
wait,
now.
What? You guys serious?
That's so obvious now. That's why we brought you on, Jay.
Yeah, we're welcome. My sense for the night.
Let's see here. Video shot from behind showing Charlie's earpiece. Marcus, great job.
Thank you, baby. That's my wife.
That got weird for just a second. Like, what the fuck?
I was like, whoa, okay, cool.
I almost had to stop, drop, and roll to get the gay off me. Just joking.
Gotta have some spice in there.
Real quick, going back. So we keep hearing video shot from behind shows Charlie's earpiece. I got to believe that we're talking about that footage that we just looked at. Will you pull that up again and zoom in as close as you can, see if there's any indication of an earpiece? I know I have some additional footage that I think is pretty clear that there's no earpiece. I just don't know if I have it in a platform where I can. Yeah, here I got
it.
Here. So let me see. I definitely have some pictures of Charlie Kirk that are good fidelity, and it is moments before he is shot, and I've looked for an earpiece time and time again, and I can't see it. Anything that looks anything like an earpiece. Oh yeah, here's a great photo. All right. I got one, and I don't know if you have it up. Oh, you're waiting on me, aren't you? My bad. I'm sorry.
Are we trying to confirm earpiece or not?
Yeah.
Here's a little clip from my last video where I was kind of analyzing. You can see the bodyguard's earpiece, which he's using that Invisalign kind of a popular one. I was speculating, okay, same team. They probably using something similar if he is, but if you zoom in.
They call those surveillance kits.
Yeah.
Now here, hold on. I have a problem with this. So I don't think this is good, because when he's throwing out hats and things like that, he doesn't have his mic and stuff on. So clearly at some point he does put that on. So
true. But here's the best.
Yep. A great shot.
You're right. There is a chance he could have put it on when he sat down. But then we have this one where he's sitting down, and you can see the necklace, which is already there. So that necklace is already there. Appears to be no earpiece. always want to be careful about using definitive language. But to me, appears to have no earpiece, appears to be the necklace. And the necklace is that one thing that to me explains everything. The shirt movement, the wire, the blood splatter. It just explains it all. And, you know, Occam's razor, most simplest explanation, is often the right one. So, yeah. I don't know. If you have a better shot, that's the best shot I have right now.
You got the right ear. And then right here, let me go ahead and share this. This thing is so goofy. All right, so we're going to add this to screen. Oh, God, that's not what I meant. But anyways, let's see what we can do here. Mirror Pro. All right. I can't see what you guys are seeing. Is that showing the view right now?
It's showing our dashboard for StreamYard.
Okay, that's not what I want. Big old dummy. Remove that.
Maybe I'm throwing it off. Let me close mine.
Oh, it's me.
Okay, I closed mine off.
It's me. Sharing at least on my screen. You know what? Let me try this. Let me try putting it up here. No, that doesn't allow me to do that either. Mm-hmm. All right, now it should let me do it. But we clearly see his right ear as well. So if the idea is, well, maybe it was on his right ear.
You know what? I've got. Oh, here. If you could share my screen again, I got the right ear.
Okay.
1 second. Okay, there. This is one of the best shots.
Yeah. So I mean, zoom in some more. Zoom in some more.
Yeah. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, like he clearly doesn't have an earpiece. I think, hopefully, we can put that to bed, because I think it's very clear at this point. Anybody who thinks he was shot in the back had no ballistic knowledge at all. Also, anybody who thinks 50-yard shot is hard has absolutely zero right to be influencing people on the situation. I sent you a link to your IG MKU weapons. Okay. I understand the limitations of security, but can we please criticize them? So Tyler literally ran off the rooftop. Yeah, no, look, I think the security is warranted. The criticism to security is warranted. I just so here's what I'll say is that Charlie was, number one, he is not a man without means. I hope all of us can agree with that. Charlie is responsible for his own security. He's the one that makes the risk analysis before he goes out there and determines what level of security that he needs. And then I don't know if he if there was any sort of coordination with his security team and campus security, because there should have been, right? And what I see up there, I think that is a campus security issue. Do I think that even small PSD teams like we're talking about with Charlie Kirk in the future will have 2 or 3 drone operators operating these types of environments the whole time while everything else is going on? I do. I think that needs to just becomes SOP. I think Marcus is going to start a drone security company tomorrow, and I think he would stay pretty damn busy, right? So yeah. No, I think there is plenty of criticism. What I can tell you is that prior to this event, that has not been the standard operating procedure for most personal security details. It just isn't. I don't care if you look at, you can look at all these people, these celebrities walking on, down the road or whatever else. They got 4 or 5 guys walking around them. They're not prepared to handle a sniper shot from a window, 100 yards away. That's just not. Even in these venues, you take somebody that's a prominent singer, Taylor Swift or whatever else. You know what? I bet there's plenty of places that if somebody really wanted to have, they had the means and the capabilities. In some of these places, security wasn't to the point where it couldn't be done if somebody wanted to. So, yeah, there's definitely criticism. I think we're looking at it as a lessons learned moment, and going forward, I think we'll see some changes.
If I could throw something in there, is I go through life with the mantra of wanting to be a hard target and knowing that if somebody wants me dead, there's nothing I can really do. If they're determined, at the end of the day, if somebody with the right skills and knowledge and patience and resources wants me dead, I know I'm going to die. My goal is to make it as hard as freaking possible for that person to get their job done. And as a security team, I think that should be your mindset is they're human beings. They're going to make mistakes, but at least let my subject, my client, not die from a direct line of sight rooftop corner, easy shot. At least make them work. And that's where my criticism would be is there's that corner. If you just stood where your subject's going to be and you look at the rooftops, that was the corner. And it was the same way with Matthew Crooks, whereas like if
Thomas
it was Thomas Crooks, my bad. It was like that rooftop was the place, like the most obvious place, but it gets overlooked. And that was my criticism back then. It's my criticism here is don't overlook the easy targets. Otherwise, complacency will kill you.
Like the other thing I want you guys to realize too, like if you were really going to lock down a facility like that without going on site and doing a PDSS and doing a security survey, like just off the top of my head, you're talking about 25 to 30 people in a security detail if you really want to lock that place down and have actual security, and not just enough security as a deterrent, and not just have enough security for that personal security ring where people just can't get to you, because really that's what his detail was built for. Video second shooter on crime scene to courtroom. Channel includes audio of police scanner. Police were initially looking for man in tactical gear with black face mask, anti-footwear, tactical gear too. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of bad descriptions of suspects gets relayed in the initial moments after those things. We've seen that time and time again. We've seen where, some of these shootings initially they say there's 2 or 3 shooters, come to find out there's only one. And like, I'm not talking about something like Butler where people think there is, or they believe there's evidence. Like we definitively know in some of these school shootings where it's initially thought there's more than one shooter, and come to find out there is indeed only one. It's just a fact. So we know that people get confused in these types of events. I'm not saying that discounts that. I'm just saying that is a possibility. Was there someone in tactical gear? I don't know. There was a report, I guess, like supposedly at one point, someone that was in law enforcement was up on the roof or something like that. I did hear. I didn't get a chance to really investigate that thoroughly.
Me neither.
Grew up hunting in PA and West Virginia with Remington 30-06. Over 40 deer and 2 black bears, all with full pass-throughs. A lot of commenters have never went hunting. Thought on PCC being the weapon used. I mean, with what we know, we can't rule it out. I mean, it's definitely not ideal. Whether we're talking about again, I'm going to go back to, hey, the evidence points to a shooter at least at his 12 o'clock. So I'm trying to think of, can you shoot and kill someone 140 yards with a PCC? And for those of people that don't know, it's a pistol caliber carbine, right? So it's basically like an AR style rifle, but it's in like 9mm or 40 cal or even 45. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Yeah. Glad you had someone who could teach you about acoustic analysis. Glad you had someone on who could teach you about acoustic analysis. Cool. There's a video, Salamundran, titled "This is How They Shot Charlie Kirk," which seems to be getting heavily censored. It suggests a concealable 9mm cell phone pistol at close range, worth a look. Okay. I can point you to one of my videos that has not only been censored, but it's been demonetized, and it's been deemed, I keep forgetting this stupid word, restricted. So it's restricted. It's like the highest level of censorship you can get. So I don't know what that means. There's lots of reasons why YouTube will censor a video. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's because YouTube hates me, but whatever. Has anyone
guns and truth?
Custom armor like you talked about with MDAs and the bullet hitting the rear plate and redirecting the bullet down the spine? So I'll just tell you, man. Like I got another video, a picture yesterday. That here's the thing, and I'll just be completely honest with you. With as much of all the evidence that I see, I still think there's body armor. Now I know there's a narrative out there that says he wasn't wearing body armor, and I'm not going to win. Like it's a battle not even worth fighting. I'm not going to even push it. It doesn't change anything. So it's a lose thing for me. I'm not going to sit there and push it. I'm not going to be like, oh, I definitely think there's, I still think that there's a lot of evidence that says that he was wearing body armor, exactly like I talked about. And I got a video today where, again, if you look at it, it looks like he's wearing some sort of at least soft vest. And then what the pictures that we just looked like, the video that we saw like that sure looks like a soft vest to me. We have conflicting information from Megan Kelly talking to Mike McCoy, which is his chief of staff, and she says right there in front of him, this is days after the event, and says, I didn't realize it had gotten so bad to where he was wearing body armor. And then we get a counter narrative later on from his wife saying that he wouldn't wear body armor. And then I have other people close to him early on saying he is definitely wearing body armor, that he was wearing a stealth body armor. So we got all these conflicting narratives, and I don't know why. And like at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit there and say, because I'm not emotionally attached to it. What I am attached to is what I see there, and I see some really weird things from the front, and now I'm seeing it from the back. I didn't even see this footage before, and it does look like that we have an exit wound being trapped and avoiding, or we have a round that is being stopped from exiting because of body armor of some sort. So, take that for what it is. That's kind of where I'm at on it. It's not a fight worth fighting. And if you're explaining, you're losing. So I'm just being honest with you guys. Candace Owen mentioned on her podcast she knew the person who took the SD card from camera behind Charlie Kirk, and he allowed her to view the footage. She did not see any blood. Thoughts? I don't think so. Suddenly, Candace Owens, whether it's on body armor, whether it's on a necklace, like me and Marcus and many other people have been saying this is a necklace for a while now. People say, no, it's not a necklace. And now people will say, oh, well, Candace Owen said. I like Candace Owen. I don't think she's a reliable source of information. No matter what, the information that she's getting is hearsay at best. So that's where I stand. Like Candace Owen, whatever she says to me is not gospel. I don't take it as I take it into consideration. I don't take it in as evidence or proof of anything. I mean, it's.
By the way, Candace, big fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect her. It just feels she's a little emotionally charged.
I get it.
I mean, it really does. Like 1 minute, I'm like, yeah, Candace, you're great, man. I love what you're saying. And the next minute, I'm like, yeah, that's weird. That's a little weird. That's a little out there. It's like 1 minute, the most logical person on earth. The next minute, like clearly saying some things that is just purely sensational that I know have really good instincts that she has no proof. She may believe it, but she has no proof on it. So she jumps back and forth with 1 foot in the realm of logic and the 1 foot of sensationalism. And I don't have a good explanation for you, because it does seem like everything she talks, like everything seems different about her from a personality standpoint than she was like 6 months ago. So I don't know how I feel about that. Where was Robinson for 6 hours? There has to be CCT footage.
After or before 6 hours? Well,
Probably is.
Is after.
after. Well, he drove away, came back supposedly.
Yeah.
Wanted
You're right. There's definitely CCTV footage. And again, there's gaps of information the FBI is not releasing clearly. So I don't have a good answer for it. He ends up at Wendy's or McDonald's at some point.
yeah.
Canopy frame bullet strike theory from last stream. Zoom in on the footage you recently showed. You see the blue canopy and the straight line across. Bullet impacts. You can see an anomaly in the canopy just under the letter O.
That'd be. I haven't really investigated that. I should. maybe it's worth taking a look at.
Sure.
I'll investigate that more.
I'm a longtime hunter, and I have 2 anecdotal stories that I think are relevant here. Can't share them here due to length restrictions. Can I email? Sure. Email this to us. This has been debunked already, and this is Diard. I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
Gray Hughes debunked the Bushman today. It's really a bush that was already there 3 months before, and it's still like, I wanted to bring that up. Like, you can see it on Google Earth. You can see it clear as day on Google Earth.
Well, imagine being the ghillie suit guy that had to stand there and take the shot, and then you just still stand there and pretend to be a tree the whole time.
To get in a ghillie to be the bush, that's like a something from SNL or something.
It's like the Bushman prank, where he's like,
yeah,
set up in the bush. He's like,
He's blending into himself. He's like,
Tyler and
They'll never-
guys took rifle in pieces. Maybe, but we don't see any footage of that. Like, all we see is one person coming off the roof. And again, there's, I think it's obvious to me that same footage, or that same camera that can see him jumping off the roof, would actually see him in position, out of position, and everything in between. And I don't know why. Like, why does the FBI give us the least incriminating and least clear footage for us to sit there and argue over? Gary, you said last night I could definitely manufacture a 30-06 round that would not go through a human neck bone. Can you expand? Seems like simple explanation of what we see. Thank you for this work. Yeah. So, I mean, again, we can definitely hand load.
Mhm.
We can definitely hand load around. We can pick a projectile that is a lightweight projectile, and we can make sure that we only put enough propellant in that to get to a certain muzzle velocity, fairly low muzzle velocity. And then ultimately what we end up with is a round that has as much or less energy, even though it's 30-06 and a 30 caliber round, that has as much or less energy than even 5.56, 223, 243, all of those things. So that can happen. Just, there's a lot of things that can happen. I mean, once you start opening the can of reloading, I think if you're saying that he reloaded and this wasn't box ammunition, and of course there's other things we can consider, like if he was using really old ammunition, there are some, as propellant ages, and especially if it's exposed to moisture, just the elements in general, you can definitely get a propellant that has less energy capabilities than something that has been protected or newer propellant. 19 Delta SDM here. It's a scout, Cav Scout. I'd let it go when I see proof of 100% rifle on roof. Thank you for what you're doing, bro. You're welcome. Can't be body armor because then everything would make perfect sense. Like, there's some weird things about the body armor, and we keep seeing narratives change early on. And the only thing I can conclude is that they're protecting the company if he had body armor on. Yeah. Gary, can you touch on Thomas' video? Is there a problem with the way it is put together? Has it been discussed and I missed it? I talked to Thomas the other day, and I was planning on having him on tonight. Tomorrow. That's probably going to be put on hold for a minute. I'll just leave it like that. Amen. We all have the same goal.
Amen.
People should start using Samsung Galaxy 25 phone at these events. Way more details than zooming. Yeah, but then your text show up blue, and we all know that you're a peasant. Okay, that's the problem with that. All right, nobody wants to be typing on their peasant phone.
Gary's quick with it, man.
We ruined
Green, not
everything
blue.
in the chat. You freaking
the green
people,
bubbles. Yeah.
the green whatever. The people that ruin it. I don't even see color. All I see is the content of your crappy text message. New video showed Jesse on fire, shows new angle. Seen it. We just showed that. People are going off the deep end with this shooting from behind the bush. The man. Jesse on fire YouTube channel yesterday video. Mind-blowing new footage on my FPG. So slow motion from side with major bulge in the back when shot is real. Is this a real or doctor video? We've talked about that. Yeah, it's hard to say for sure.
Marcus question, if someone shot Charlie from behind, wouldn't the crack bang be louder? Also, due to the building layout, it could have amplified echo. If shot from behind, wouldn't the crack bang be louder? I mean, louder. It depends where you're sitting, and then the people saying that he shot from behind, they're saying he shot through windows. It would have been a more sophisticated setup with the silencer and things like that. If you're saying he shot with an old, Grandpa's 30-06 with no suppressor, it's going to be loud wherever, the closer you're standing to it. As far as crack to bang, if you're talking about specifically, that's a distance thing. I mean, the closer you are to the barrel, the shorter he is to the subject, the less time the barrel has to get away from the speed of sound. And that's kind of what you're estimating is when you're using that formula, on the fly, like in the field, or here in the rear analyzing detailed the actual audio source. You're trying to gauge the distance, and the further the distance, the further separation that you're going to get from crack to bang. So it's a difficult question to answer. I hope that helped.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. The crack being, guys, it's the sound of the bullet breaking the sound barrier in flight, right? So that's what subsonic ammo tries to defeat, right? Because anything else will break the sound barrier. You'll get that crack. So, when they're using this information, they're picking up, and Marcus, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're picking up audio that receives the sound from the crack. So they're picking that up in relation to that. So it has to be the bullet in flight already. I don't know how much louder you can get like that.
The interesting phenomenon with the Doppler effect is the crack is continually happening at all times,
right?
Wherever that object is passing the speed of sound, there's just a perpetual crack going on, and wherever you're standing in relation to that, you'll experience a different version of that.
That is what I was trying to say, and it didn't come out that way.
Don't cover your tracks now, Jay. Don't cover your tracks now. No.
But one thing that you're asking about, the amplified echo, and just to be clear, I mean, the snap of a rifle, the crack of a rifle in an urban environment where you've got lots of reflection, depending on where you're sitting, sound is a phenomenon in and of itself. It compounds and amplifies. It builds on top of itself, depending on the location in the corners. There can be certain urban setups where the sound compounds on itself to appear louder or softer. So you have to be really careful, and that's why I always try to get multiple sources, multiple witnesses, because you want to go with the majority. There's always going to be one-off people, one-off recordings that get a different picture of what happened.
Yeah. Thank you, Savannah. That was very nice of you. Take this one, KJ. Take this one, Marcus. It's labeled you.
Marcus, love everything you're putting out. Why are you okay with SD cards removed? Crime scene compromised of likely future POTUS. Why are you okay with this? I'm just a realist. I have a lot of, people do weird things in really chaotic situations, high adrenaline. You kind of snap to old habits and things. And I know that's what we're trained to do is basically sometimes your response to a traumatic event can be vastly different from person to person. Some people lose their vision. Some people lose their hearing. Some people are super calm. Some people are flailing. This person was going through the motions. He's a media guy. And I'm telling you what, as a media guy myself, media is everything. I mean, that getting copy as soon as possible it doesn't hurt anything, because a copy of digitally, you can always replicate it. You can pass it off. I could keep it for myself. I think it's what I would have done. I'm not.
I don't look at it as compromising a crime scene. I look at it as securing evidence, because if you look at what was going on, a couple things, just to piggyback off of what you're saying, like there's people running up and stealing hats and everything else as this is going on. And then those two guys are standing there. Those two guys are standing there, and you can tell, like, they're making phone calls. They're like, I don't know what to do, man. And like, there's no cops there giving them any sort of direction. They don't know how long any sort of investigation. And I don't even know if that was what they're, like, if you saw your friend just shot and I don't know that they even had a mindset of what was going on. Apparently, I think was it Alex Jones? No, somebody. It was Andrew Covelt. He said he asked that cameraman specifically, hey, why did you take that film out? And he said, the guy looked at him and said, because people are evil. And that's why he grabbed the camera, he secured the camera, and went. So, I mean, I think it's a fairly reasonable. I don't know.
I don't blame him. I don't look at him as some criminal or something like that. If there's no one there to tell you no, if there's no law enforcement right in front of your face saying, hey, don't go there, don't do that, then I'm going to be an independent thinker. I'm going to take matters in my own hand. I'm going to protect my friend. I'm going to protect my job. I'm going to protect my responsibilities. And until someone tells me no, I'm an independent thinker. I'm just going to do what I think is best. And so that's what I would personally do. So I can't be mad. I'm not going to judge that person.
Now, let's play devil's advocate for a minute. Let's say he just walked off, and then later on that film was taken because it's not secured, or whatever you think should have happened, right? Just waited there. I think there would be criticism no matter what he did, and I would have done the same thing. I'll just put it like that. I would look at it as, hey, I'm securing evidence as opposed to compromising. Like, you're already standing there. Like, they were already there.
They had nothing to do, and
like,
it's not a huge red flag to me.
Drone options. I don't know what you mean, Mike. There are plenty of drone options. Obviously,
I'm not sure what he means either.
Yeah, I mean, they should have had drones. I mean, hindsight being 2020, we should have had drones there. We should have had the roof secured. I don't know. I think Marcus talked about it. Like, probably should have had some sort of glass up to at least, give a perception of deterrence, whether it was bulletproof or not. In hindsight, there's lots of things that we could have and should have done. Jay, you take this one.
Watching from the UK, thank both of you for your hard work on these. Am I supposed to do this in English language? In English?
Yes.
Can I ask what the climate is there regarding Charlie?
Oh, that's an accent, not a language.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Do your friends and family, etc., doubt the official narrative? God bless.
Friends and family of Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, that's
no. I think they're asking us directly. Do your friends and family doubt the narrative?
I know I've been asked a lot of questions being a professional on, like, hey, what do I think? But honestly, I think the narrative is jiving so far, personally.
Yeah, I really hate that. I hate that thing. I hate the undertone of that. Do you accept the official narrative?
Yeah, me too.
Like, it's a loaded BS question. And then what comes is like, okay, here's what I see the evidence. If it's happening I don't pay attention to narratives. I see the evidence and I kind of come to conclusions based on that. If it happens to jive with the official narrative, okay, well then, you know what, I'm with the official narrative. I don't know what to tell you. And then the next thing you tell me is like, oh, you're a government agent. Like, that's the equivalent of, like, that's when I'm talking to a liberal and I say, you know what, X, Y, and Z, and then they call me a racist, they call me a Nazi or Hitler or whatever else. It's the same lazy nonsense, and all it is trying to undermine a person without having the intellect to actually undermine their actual argument. It's dumb, it's childish, and it's like, oh, you disagree with me? Now I'm painting you as a bad person. Like, just stop. Like, I'm like, the whole no matter what I say, I'm an agent. I'm done with. Like, keep it coming. I'm an agent. All right. Like, I have a whole body of work that has nothing to do with any of this stuff. I never got involved publicly, but I've been on podcasts talking about my politics, talking about what I believe. Like, you're gonna have a real hard time trying to make all that make sense. If I am I'm an agent, or Marcus is an agent, we're pretty bad at it.
I've seen a lot more evidence refuting a lot of theories out there than I have the official narrative.
Yeah. And again, what I'm not calling you is a bad person if you believe something other than I do. So just stop. Like, I hate that whole thing. And I'll be honest with you, I am sensitive to it. I am. Like, I have a defense mechanism against it. I'll be quite frank with you, because it really ticks me off. I try not to be emotional. I'm much better at it now than I was in Butler. That was the thing that would get me going. But it is what it is.
You're also sensitive to daylight.
Now you're just making fun of
old daywalker over here.
I just don't have a soul. Will we ever know the truth? Will the autopsy ever be released? Why won't they say where he is buried? I want justice for Charlie. I agree with all those sentiments. I don't know. I don't know if we'll never know the truth. I think we have the best chance of getting the truth because we at least have the accused person still alive, unlike what we had with Thomas Crooks, unlike what we had with Paddock, unlike what we had with a lot of these other shooters, that somewhere in the investigation, any sort of motive is just like, oh, we don't know what happened. We don't have a clue. We can't find any freaking footprint online. They didn't even own a device. Like, they had a rotary phone. They don't even have an email. Like, just like, stop. Have footage on my X account showing bullet come in from right side and impact tent, sending debris flying into the air. Also have footage of shooter standing from prone and sprinting at time of shot.
Let's see it. I mean, send it to me, Ryan. Can you send it to me?
I would love to see it. I just like at how do we see footage? You know what? We'll see it. I just don't know how we see footage that almost creates a completely narrative that we haven't seen before. But maybe they do. Looking at the new footage, if he has armor on his back, could the bullet have gone through his neck and did actually exit his back? But the armor on his back either stopped the bullet from exiting the shirt or deflecting the bullet downward. Yes.
Yeah.
It would make that would make more sense, and that would solve everything.
That is the most plausible scenario that ever freaking existed. Like,
I wish it was that simple.
Yeah. Go ahead, start taking some questions. I'm gonna look up some footage. I'm gonna share this.
You got it. I don't have control over the ability to pull them up, but I'll read them.
Okay, yeah. Here, I'll do that too.
So for all the theories have obvious flaws. All pros don't agree. What if it wasn't a bullet? It's 2025, chasing our own tail at this point. What ifs? I mean, that's the game we're playing. We're literally here asking all the questions. So I'm open to everything. If anybody has a footage or pictures that paint a different picture, please send it to me. I mean, I'll watch and look at everything.
Yeah. I still hear things about other dude on the rooftop with massive fatigues. Anything on that? I haven't seen. I've heard the initial reports, and I know that initial report went out. But what happens is, I've seen this where like the same thing that comes out initially that kind of like, no, that seemed like it was confusing, or it was sent out in confusion and it wasn't a good, clear description. Which, folks, the average person walking out there, I could, and like, these are exercises that we used to do, teaching people surveillance and counter surveillance and all the other things. Like, we would actually have people like get a quick glimpse of somebody, then move them away. And these are people that were mentally prepared for it, much less out in the open. Like, people's ability to recall details, height, weight, age, other descriptive features, the clothing they're wearing, like, it is all over the place.
I tell you, just to share a perspective on that. I mean, as a Force Recon Marine, we're trained, like, our whole job is reconnaissance and surveillance, and our basic reconnaissance course teaches you how to be a trained observer. And still, we're never allowed to say the word definitively. We have to put appears to be and then whatever we think, because no matter what you think, you never know. You have to be skeptical, and so even for myself as a trained observer, no matter what, you'll never hear me say I found proof definitively. I know 100%. I always say appears to be, because you just never know. You're gonna look silly.
Yeah. Yes, we're both operatives. All of us are operatives.
That's the FBI trying to get him off us.
Anyone that disagrees with you is an operative. From the new footage, I'm assuming the woman is covering her eyes from horror as she's witnessing. Would that debunk right side entry in the new footage? I guess it's in that footage that you played earlier. I guess there's someone in the right side of that.
I'm assuming the woman is crossing her. Yeah. Could you be more specific, Savannah? And then you can message me on X. I'll take a look at the timestamp.
The roof he jumped from. It's the. You know what? Let's talk about this for just a second. There's nothing that Marcus and I have said. All right. There's nothing that Marcus and I have said that we haven't shown evidence for. Like, nothing. So, I mean, I'm sure there was a little bit of speculation somewhere here and there, but everything that we were saying, the big picture here is like we've shown you evidence for. What would your theory be on why they haven't released the video from CCT of the actual shot, referring to CCT footage of him jumping off the building? Yeah, I don't know.
It's just it's under investigation, so they're not going to release a lot of footage that they have.
I mean, I think it's a crap answer.
Yeah,
because they've already given out footage that gives us some sort of idea what's going on. But like any footage that is really important, like they're not showing. So I don't know.
Right, but the more they put out there, I'm sure the defense has more things to go off of. Like, hey, jury.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all that stuff.
I understand the reason
there,
given. I'm not buying it. Like nothing.
Yeah, me too. I want, to me, a strong leader always brings clarity, and we have, our leadership doesn't do that to a standard that I think is what I should expect from the head of an FBI. I mean, FBI is an important, integral organization to our country's law enforcement, and I just think we should have somebody who brings clarity. And I don't know. I don't want to judge. I don't know what it's like to do that job. I'm sure it's difficult, but it's sure as hell not. There's so much confusion that I have a hard time believing that's the best they can do.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much. There are a few gun clubs in Utah that give tactical training to specifically Antifa and trans. George
really?
Webb has good reporting on it. Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Wow, that's awful.
Possibly BS, but have you seen the video by Salamandrin suggesting the cell phone gun seems to be getting heavily censored? Worth a look. The cell phone gun is not new. The cell phone gun was coming out day one, and it was floating around. I just think it's very highly, like, if you've shot a firearm, and now we're going to use this gun, barely aim it, I guess. Like any small gun like that is good for close proximity only, and I'm talking like within arm's reach, 3 to 5 yards. Close proximity, CQB distances. When we're talking about 30, 40 feet, that gets really tough.
If you let me, Gary, share my screen real quick so I can at least on this live stream show this.
Yep. Boom.
So if this is the guy that you're talking about, I just want to show that when you slow it down, it really makes no sense, because here
that's the guy that they're talking about. The cell phone gun person is off to his right.
Okay. Well, for those who are suspicious of this guy, I hope this is clear enough that Charlie's already moving and he hasn't even, activated his shoulder, pocket gun or whatever yet. So, just wanted to show that for this stream for anybody who hasn't seen that.
Could it have been an air rifle at close range? Like, how do you get an air rifle? Like, where is this person? We go back to, like, how do you pull out an air rifle and shoot him without being seen by others?
Not to mention to do that sort of damage from an air rifle.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's air rifles out there that will do that, but they're not small.
No,
they're not a small, like, they have 50 cal air rifles that are freaking monstrous. They're not, they're not the equivalent of an actual 50 BMG, but they will kill a person easily. Like, I think it's no. I'm just gonna say no. I don't think that's plausible, guys. I heard that he wore his chain with no body armor, and the chain jumping from likely being stricken by a round. Is that what looked up the shirt?
Mm-hmm. That's what I believe at this point. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. So where that's being, for what it's worth, I believe he had a chain on too. But what I don't do is if, Candace, that's coming from Candace Owens. All right. And I see this going around Twitter, confirmed by Candace Owens. All right. Candace Owens isn't a person that has access to the ability to confirm or deny really anything. She has the ability to hear something secondhand and then provide hearsay. So I just don't take that one way or the other. And I think that's just a good policy. Thank you both for the service to your country. God bless you both. First of all, thank you both for your service. If possible to lessen the amount of powder that would decrease its effectiveness. Yes, it is possible to do that.
Or old ammunition.
or that old ammunition, or there's probably
poorly
about
stored ammunition.
there's probably about 10 other things that that could be part of it. Have you seen John Cohen and Crowdsource the Truth video? No, I won't watch anything that they put out. Hey guys, military and forensic anthropology background here. I've reached out to you and Marcus Insta. I have insight you should consider. We'll check that out.
Sergeant Will.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll make a note.
Video play 28 minutes in is the one I emailed on the 22nd. Got it off some video upload site. Glad someone else sent it. Good.
Patriotic Aussie.
Yep. She's moving to America. We already had a discussion. America. She's coming to America. Jason's going to sponsor you. Said. Yeah. There was a second shooter dressed in black. Okay. Show me photos. I'm down with it. Separate actions and actors. One shooter, many distractions, then roof runner, ginger, cheerleader, roof runner. Only needed to run, jump, and head towards DP.
Drop point.
I get it. The problem, I will say, the George Zinn thing is, I don't know what to make of it. I'll just be honest with you. George Zinn and his ability to like just spontaneously, right as that shot was taking place, I think we need some more explanation on it. I think it definitely may. Look, I think it's a very real, and I think it's a more likely possibility that we're not talking about just Tyler Robinson. I think his gay, furry boyfriend or whatever we got going on there is involved in it. I think he knew about it, and I think there's definitely people probably within chats that knew about it, and there may be other people that he's in communication with, and or even someone like George Zinn that was involved in all this. I think those are very real possibilities. So, as a matter of fact, I think it's not only a possibility, I think it's likely from what we know. I think this was really planned out. I think those messages were pre-staged, ready to go. I think there was some planning involved here, and I think it's likely that other people were involved for sure. Are you a FFL or accessories dealer? Optics, rails, dots, got a LaRue tack upper on Stag 5.56. Need a few things like support vets. Yes, sir. If you go to ParamountTactical.com, you can go check that out. That's the extent of what I can say on YouTube, because YouTube is just so constitutional right friendly. Everyone just assumes, but no evidence of Antifa slogans on the casings. All previous cases, FBI released that ASAP to prove narrative. Weird, right? It would also confirm round and grain. Yeah, it definitely would confirm the round in the cartridge. If they didn't release that, I think all of us would have problems with it. Yeah. So yeah. I'm glad they released it. I don't know. Look, I do think I have a problem with what it seems like the FBI is cherry picking to release and to not release. I agree with whatever the inference is there. There's a problem with that. Could what we see from Rearby hair agree on biologicals not being expelled, but have seen hair cut on impact? No. It's like, it looks like, look, I will say this. From what I can see, I would deduce that it's either a wire or it's a chain. I think it's pretty clear now that it's a chain. We see it on his neck and it's gone. Now, the problem with that is we again have conflicting statements on that. We have Frank Turek saying that it fell off of him in the vehicle. That's weird, because clearly if that's the chain, then that's not correct. And then we have Erica Kirk actually say that the surgeons or the people trying to save his life at the hospital pulled it off his neck. Now, I don't know. I don't like what could have happened is somebody saw it on the ground as they're scooping him up and everything else, and grabbed his chain and then put it on top of him or threw it in a pocket, or like these are the things you do. Like when you're doing, if you're actually taking care of someone with a trauma wound, that's what we do. It's like we grab all their stuff, we'll throw it in their pockets. All right, we're doing an initial assessment. We're covering massive hemorrhaging, MA, airway. Then we're going to respirations, and then we're going to circulation. Then we're trying to keep them from becoming hypothermic because of blood loss. So like the initial assessment, like we're looking to see what wound is. We're trying to stop any sort of massive bleeding. We're looking to see if there's additional wounds that we're not aware of. And then if stuff is falling off their body or we see things, like a lot of times you will like just pack that in their shirts or grab it, throw it in their pocket. I don't know what happened. So maybe that's not deception. I don't necessarily think it is, but it's clearly that the narrative is confused because we do have conflicting stories with that. Can you measure from video taken from Charlie's 2 o'clock what distance calculated from audio analysis and live stream earlier to second shooter location? So I can measure the distance. Do you have Google Earth up? If not, I do.
I can get it up, but if you have it up, I would go for it.
Yeah.
I would go for yours.
Right. We got Google Earth right here. All right, just so that I understand the question, and let's see. Add that stage. Let me pull that down so everybody can see. Can you measure the video taken from Charlie Kirk 2 o'clock with distance calculated from audio analysis?
It may be easier for me to do this because I got that information. So I'm going to get Google Earth up right now.
Fine. Do it then. Here we go. And just
Google Earth.
Frank T's hand holding his phone. One, can we compare that to new video with puffed t-shirt? Thought of the furry lover roommate going missing.
That's for their protection.
Yeah. Ricocheted up because of body armor flex. I tend to think that, but then that also, like, again, if it ricocheted upward, which I do think a lot of things indicate, but it's hard to see. But then we also see if that footage is legit that we just watched. We see it enter that entry point, and then once again, it looks like he's running into body armor. So there's clearly, I don't know. There's conflicting information when it comes to the body armor. Use bulletproof glass to protect the speaker. Agreed. No, just wanted to say thank you both. I've watched all your videos. My mind is at ease. Before I found you guys, my mind was racing with all these stories, but I believe both you that it came from the front. Thanks for these videos. You're welcome, Theodore. Thank you both for sifting through all the misinformation. All the theories are insane, and I've never realized the hundreds of ballistic experts on TV. It is amazing how many of them come out of the woodwork.
They should have been around for the butler.
Yeah. He knew it was coming. Look at the security guys. Look at the security guy. Closes his eyes. Probably was told, either him or his family. Too many people knew the countdown signal.
I mean, blinking is not an anomaly.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, this is what this is about. We're going to share you guys' comments, even if we disagree with them, and everybody can read them, and they can take into account. That's what this is about. I read it's 308 instead. What would the penetration difference be? Thanks, guys. 160th Night Stalkers. Nice. I was at the 101st before I went SF. I was at Rakassan's. I don't know if we had the 160th there, but love my Army and Marine Corps. God bless, from East Tennessee. Yeah, so I guarantee you're right there at Fort Campbell, my boy. Anyways, the difference between 308 and 30-06 is not much. 30-06 is more powerful than 308. Now, there's a spectrum, right? So you can have 30-06 rounds that are less powerful than some 308 rounds. And if I'm hand loading, I can definitely get 308 to be very close to the ballistics involved and or the energy being produced by 30-06.
Yeah, they're all essentially 30 caliber rounds. So it's just going to be what's behind it.
Go look at Valhalla VFT video today. 953 thinks it's an earpiece, but I think it's Charlie's necklace. Welcome, Marcus. Have you seen the John Cullen and CS? No, I haven't, and I won't. Could you pull up Insights Training Networks video 630, 830 Mark? And it's the forest in on his channel. Did you find that footage, or Marcus? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the last question was, she was just curious about how the distances that we discovered from doing our own audio analysis of where that maps out to. And I don't know how to, I think you need to have Google Earth Advanced to do like a circle perimeter, like a radius distance. But the distance we came to was, it was 88 meters, 288 feet using 2,500 feet per second. And so, I mean, if we go in any other distance, like Charlie here, this is half the distance, 45 meters. Over here, where the proposed second shooter theory, most people are centered in on this location. For those who are siding with the second shooter theory, that's at 50 meters. But the actual official location maps out to be almost dead on to what we found, within the margin of error. So hope that answers your question.
All right, Insight Training LLC Network. I am trying to pull up this video. Let me queue another question up for Marcus and Jay to take while we're doing that.
Sure.
There you go.
Sent you an interview with Charlie's private photographer that day, confirmed he was not wearing body armor and shot from the front. Okay. Well, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that information. The more people, and like, it would be nice to do a survey, like across all these different sources, and then gauge the majority, who's claiming one versus the other. But just doing a mental kind of tally, which is general. Yeah, I've definitely heard more people confirm that he's not than is.
100%. There's been more people confirmed that he's not. I'll give anybody that. But my eyes tell me something else. Insight perspective. Let me go back to this original Insight Training Network's video.
Could you pull up Insight?
I don't know which video, Mark. It's
this. I think it's the second one down.
It's the forest on his channel. Take that one, Marcus.
Did our overreaction to FBI's early mistakes cause them to go into full lockdown mode on communication until they can answer all the questions? It's a good point. I wish I knew and had somebody within the FBI that could give me a kind of a rundown on the protocols and standard operating procedures, because to me it just seems god awful that we have this much confusion, knowing that they're causing this much confusion. And if it could be alleviated in any way, which we all agree, simple CCTV footage from certain angles that they clearly got stills from, so they clearly have it, or just confirmation on things like the round, the bullet casing, it would expose a level of transparency that I want to see, and I just don't see it. So to answer your question, maybe they're answering to someone else other than the public, who is telling them hold off or give out as little as possible. And we could talk about like who's incentivized to do that. I mean, it'd be an interesting conversation, but I don't know.
All right, so here's this video, 6:30 to 8:30. We'll watch this.
Large caliber bullets, and you are not going to see excitement. You're not going to see this idea that there's going to be this explosion of pink mist all over the back of the thing. No, it's not. Does not work that way. If you don't hit a bone, if you don't have the bullet in the soft tissue long enough to get through what's called the neck of the wound profile, you have a hole the size of the bullet, but you don't have impressive wounding. An exit wound that is in the neck of the wound profile will look almost just like an entrance wound. They are not impressive. So these guys showing videos of ballistic gelatin, I didn't realize this had become a big deal. These people trying to make ballistic gelatin heads and stuff like that. This is completely moronic. Ballistic gelatin, designed by Dr. Martin Fackler, is a simulant that is calibrated for depth of penetration. That is it. It tests depth of penetration. There is nothing about cavitation that is calibrated. It's Jello. Has anyone ever taken a spoon
All right, so, and this is something
and spooned into Jello?
This is exactly what I covered yesterday. That, again, we did order some ballistic dummies. We are going to do some testing on them. But the first thing I said was, hey, you know what? It is not a good analog for humans. And I said exactly this, that it is ballistic gel is good for getting an approximation of penetration. All those things are correct. Here's the problem that I have with the rest of his analysis, or at least the beginning of it. I agree with him that there are times when you're not going to see this big, huge explanation of all this stuff. I disagree that the round on the exit is going to be exactly like the entrance. I disagree with that. But there are times we can get directly through soft tissue, depending on the round, if it's a FMJ or even like something like a green tip, right? But the problem is we know what the bullet went through, and the bullet went through some major vessels. And when we have a bullet that's going to go through some major vessels like that, that's the difference here. And it is going to we would see explanation of a lot of fluid and a lot of material, because it's going through the carotid and possibly even one or the other, either the carotid artery or the jugular vein, or both. So that's what we know, and that's what we would expect to see. But the point there is, it's a moot point, because I think there's clear evidence at this point that there is no exit wound. So the idea, what I can also tell you is, given if the argument is that, hey, this is an exit wound up in the front, all right, I think that's a nonsensical argument. We belabored that to death yesterday, because again, if it was going through another point of entry and it comes out near the jugular, we are going to see everything that he says you're not going to see. We are going to see fluid. We are going to see mass. We are going to see deformation protruding in the direction of the bullets going as well, away from the body. So, yeah, that's how I stand on that. And that's like, number one, seeing real wounds, doing live tissue training, like not just sitting in my truck pontificating. On the way to McDonald's, TPUSA said he had no earpiece for body armor. Armor company stopped supplying it recently. Like, what does that mean? They stopped supplying it recently?
Yeah, it's not a daily thing.
Like, oh, that one was worn out, and we can't give you another one. Like, see, this is where shit gets strange for me on this armor narrative thing. Like, oh, they stopped. Like, what does that mean? Like they stopped supplying toothpaste. Like, I don't know what that means. Like, they stopped supplying toilet paper. Like, you go through it. How much evidentiary weight does energy transfer carry for Gary? I think it carries a lot. For me, I mean, we see physics. Like, we see an impact to the front, and then we see what looks like a shock wave go through the body. It's very directional. It's very clear. I don't know. Like, I mean, it weighs a lot for me. Marcus, how do you answer that? What's your thoughts?
I mean, it's really one of the main things. I mean, that's the thing I can see in physics. Physics don't lie, and then the camera's all showing the same thing, same movements. Transfer of energy is something you cannot fake. So it weighs a lot. I mean, it's one of the biggest things to me, telling me that it's shot from the front. And then in that case, I'm looking for theories that align with the front shot. Nobody has a theory about a front shot other than the official story. And that's why I'm tearing apart the official story, trying to find a hole in it. That's kind of what I'm doing right now.
And presenting all the other theories with it. And here's the thing, like, depending on your viewing angle, like whether it's, I don't care what you think it is, whether it's, a necklace or an earpiece, whatever, right? Depending on how you view that and what angle you're looking at that, based on perspective and parallax, right? It's hard to see. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to see or determine, hey, is it going this way or is it going this way or whatever else? What is consistent in all those videos, regardless of angle, is that he goes back in his chair. Like, That is indisputable. He goes back in his chair. He comes back forward. All right. Like that is the same, is consistent. That evidence exists no matter what angle you look at it or anything else. And I do understand that some people interpret it differently than that, but I have a hard time understanding how you interpret differently than that. So it has a lot of thank you, Mike Morell. Charlie's body is compressed down, not shirt coming up. Check his chair, a lot of force down. Guy used it to take the camera down at the back. Look closely.
I
mean,
it's a bold statement.
I mean, we just looked at the video.
I just don't see that.
Yeah, I actually don't see him go down very much at all. I see him go back. I mean, he probably does get compressed down a little bit, but the majority of the direction of movement is clearly back. And at that angle, we would expect to see some downward compression.
And his head goes down, if that's what you're talking about, because it's basically a hit here, and then this goes down. So if you're talking about that elevation change, it's explained by, to me, a neck bend.
Yeah. I should just freaking text. The next question is, I just pulled it up. There we go. At Valhalla Video, I should just text Nate and tell him to jump on the stream with us and he can play that video. But what we will do is we will go to VFT. Let's take it, since we're looking at all these things different. I'd like to see what he's showing. And
if you want to let me share my screen, and while you're finding that, I can show some transfer of energy examples.
You want me to share your screen? You got to send me a super chat, bro. Go ahead. Share your screen.
Okay, done. Let's go.
There you go. Boom. I will. 9:31.
So transfer of energy. See the first movement. Look, I mean, I don't know how you could interpret that as anything other than a transfer of energy coming from the front. Obviously, this is a profile. Like you can't tell exactly from this shot, but considering all the other angles we've seen of this, we know which way that's going. And then the very next frame is, if you're talking about compression, that last question is his head's starting to go down. If I can go frame by frame. It's starting to go down, but that compression is from his neck bending. That's what it appears to look like to me.
Okay. All right. So I got Nate's video pulled up, but I see what he's. I didn't mean to cut you off, Marcus. Sorry, I was looking at the other video.
I'm finished.
Are you good?
Yes.
All right. So I will throw this video up. Let's see what Nate sees here. Let me turn on his volume. And
very clearly, not blood and an earpiece. So I'm still framing this so you guys can see this. This is right as Charlie Kirk is hit. What I want you to notice is, and we'll play it in slow motion here, this is what comes off of Charlie. This is what we see from that range day video from behind. What he said is that blood splatter. Problems with that is the color of Charlie's hair. Okay, so this is not a great high fidelity camera, so this wouldn't be picking up blood. Charlie's blood is.
All right, so I mean, we showed. I think we see enough here. This is the same picture that we showed. We're saying that it's a earpiece. I mean, we're saying that it's a necklace, not an earpiece. We showed that Charlie clearly had no earpiece prior to being shot. So, I mean, I think
Nate goes further and just explains that security guy in the beginning, like he shows what an earpiece looks like, just to show that that's not an earpiece.
No, he says it is an earpiece.
No. He's saying that is not an earpiece, and then he goes and tells you that. Hey,
I don't know what happened to your listening comprehension. Watch what he says here.
Could it also be a front shot? Absolutely. We're trying to figure that out. But the next really important part of this is what we can see from behind now. And that is what is very clearly not blood and an earpiece. So I'm still framing this so you guys can see this. This is right as Charlie Kirk is hit. What I want you to notice is, and we'll play it in slow motion here.
Yeah. Oh, he's saying that he brought he showed the security guy down below. Like he's like, that's an earpiece. But
he was using it as confirmation to say that Charlie was also using
I
earpiece.
understand. I thought when I watched the video, I thought he was saying that it's not an earpiece. Look at what an earpiece looks like. So,
Gotcha. And we showed plenty of videos showing that he was not wearing an earpiece. I'm not a fan of all these crazy things. They're solving this from their cell phones. This is not the Obama Biden FBI. Wait for the actual reports. I don't care who's in the White House. I don't trust the FBI. If I was in the White House, I would be here double checking their work. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, me too.
Like don't
Trust but verify.
Yeah.
And that's a military motto. I just always check.
So here's the reason that guys like me and Marcus are here, and Jason, and everybody else in the sphere, is because we don't have a media that does their job anymore, right? Like
for sure.
We don't have a media that goes out there and investigates. They investigate what they want. It almost always has some sort of political spin on it, and they're not going to give you. They're going to withhold information if it doesn't support their politics. And this is both sides. I don't care if it's some sort of conservative news. It's true on all fronts. So what it takes is like people like us that are going out there and doing the job of the media, because we don't trust the media in the same way that we don't trust the FBI. So we're not going to let corrupt. We're not going to leave it to that. We're not going to leave it to organizations that have proven they're corrupt to report on other organizations that have been proven to be corrupt. Like, that doesn't make sense. So guess what? And this is our job as citizens, by the way. This is our duty and responsibility as American citizens to make sure that we hold our government accountable. And right now, this is the best way that we can do that. So that's how I feel about that.
I agree.
Sound came from anywhere else. All the heads in the crowd would look a different direction. Great job. Keep up the awesome work. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, Gene. So Gene Stevens. He came by the shop yesterday. Got to meet him in person. He picked up something he wanted in a giveaway. Amphitheaters work where the sound amplifies out from the stage.
Yep.
Okay. But those same things amplify sounds back to the stage. Let's not forget, he admitted to his father he killed Charlie, and his father turned him in, and he was not standing behind Charlie.
The amphitheater thing, he might have been referencing that question earlier about making things louder.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that we have a bowl made of concrete,
right?
And everything's going to reverberate off of that, and it works both ways, actually. Take that one, Marcus.
Wait till they need that pickup. 60th Night Stalker in the house from Savannah to up in Washington State. LOL, we get it done. 308 to 30-aught. What's the difference? I guess that's your question. Gary is more familiar with round differences than I am. Could you take that?
6 was, I think it was developed in like 1910, early 1900s.
1906.
1906. There you go. 06. There you go. And again, a 308 is much more modern cartridge. It's a better ballistically in a lot of different ways. It is a lesser. It's not as powerful. There's not as much powder volume in there. But the 308 is basically what replaced the 30-06.
And again, they're both 30 calibers, guys.
Yeah.
308, 30-aught, right? That's 30 caliber, right? That's 0.30 in inches diameter.
Matter of fact, they take the exact same bullets,
right?
Folks. It's the same exact projectile. The case is different. That's what you need to understand. Drone option weapons. I don't believe the idea that drones are firing upon Charlie is a step too far. And I've been to drone operator school.
Yeah.
I had a drone license on the civilian side. I spent a lot of time dealing with drones. Like, drones don't just hide in plain sight. And I like, you would see a drone if it was close enough to shoot, unless we're talking about something super, super sophisticated, like a predator drone.
Freaking laser
beams.
Freaking laser beams.
Like, if you're that sophisticated that you can use drones that will fire, and I've heard some of the theories that 2 drones hovering fired at once. If you're that sophisticated, there's much better ways to get the job done that are going to cause you less liability and you're not also compromising your sophisticated technology, because it would be compromised. It would be seen.
Good point.
It also has a radar signature. I mean, have we thought about that? Like, suddenly this drone that we have, those drones can be seen both on radar and with the naked eyeball. I mentioned the lower velocity hand loads, but if he and his family are shooters, he could have gotten them elsewhere. Did you discuss that? Or yeah, like the fact is we don't know his level of proficiency when it comes to firearms. I mean, he could have been reloading like my son right over there is my reloading table. Got a whole freaking 12 feet of reloading stuff.
I will say his family looks more like hunters than competition. So I like, just me personally thinking, I don't know if they were.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of hunters reload though. I mean, it's not outside. Like, I don't think we can look at them and say, I mean, just realistically speaking, I don't know if we can look at them and say, you're not the reloading type.
Yeah, most hunters just buy the ammo that they need, though,
yeah.
Right? So that's what I mean. Unless you're going out to like Midwest shooting super long range, something like that, because it's just not worth the money, that you're going to pay for all that stuff. Then you just buy a box at wherever.
Look, it's possible. We don't know. We don't know is the point to this question. Yeah. We don't know. It is possible. Like, here's the problem with that, though. And I said this yesterday. The problem with their loading rounds, like, you wouldn't go in the direction of less powerful. If you're trying to, unalive somebody at distance, I'm going with a little bit more propellant. I want a higher muzzle velocity, because velocity is what kills. And then I'm going to go with a heavier grain bullet. All right. So that we are delivering more energy to that target. I wouldn't go with less powder and a lower grain bullet. That just doesn't make sense. Unless they were hunting varmints or something like that, and they already had loads loaded with that. I mean, that's a thing. Or they even bought loads. Look, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to test a bunch of different 30-06 loads, commercial loads. I doubt I'll get into doing any hand loads, but again, there's plenty of options commercially available. But even that, there's a little bit of variability with that. Maybe he was using older ammo that's not available anymore. Maybe, like, the options are actually endless on that.
I can't wait till you get to one of these super chats I just saw come up.
Now I'm scared. I know one guy, Frank Turk, maybe I missed it, but the guy in the white t-shirt pulls something out and seems to make a gesture almost time he's shooting.
My understanding is the white t-shirt guy is Frank.
Yeah. I think they're talking about someone in the background. I kind of know who he's talking about. Marcus, I joined late. I think what they're referring to is the cell phone gun guy. Everybody's saying he's using a cell phone. So it's from basically Charlie's front/left view, where you can see Charlie and then Frank Turek, and then you see somebody in the background. They do make some weird hand gesture. I don't know. I know the one guy. Oh, yeah. So that was that one. Marcus, I joined late, but do we still think it was a necklace flying to the back of his neck? I've heard others say they believe it was blood, and he was shot from the front. I think my current
stance is it's a necklace. It's the thing that explains everything, and it's verifiable. We can see a necklace in other pictures. We can't see earpieces in other pictures. We can't see what looks like blood in other pictures, but in every angle that we can find, it always looks like the necklace. So it to me is the simplest explanation that matches and does explain things.
Take it, Marcus.
Let Marcus debunk the shot from the right, please. I've done that. Please watch my last YouTube video if you're talking about the flash. If you're talking about the audio analysis and distances using crack to bang, I debunked that earlier in the stream. At least for one of the phone angles where you have a really clear crack and bang, and so I would suggest you to watch my last video on YouTube or go back earlier in the stream.
Yep. What do you guys think of the lag between apparent point of impact is evidenced by his head movement and the appearance of the wound on anterior aspect of the left neck? Thank you for your analysis.
That goes with what Gary talks about, is the entrance wounds are usually hard to see. So as blood starts coming out, it looks like a bigger wound, but I think it punched a hole and then severed the carotid artery, and then as that blood started hemorrhaging, the wound got exponentially bigger, but over a couple frames or a couple milliseconds.
Well, I don't. I mean, I think the problem is we don't even see it. The problem is like between the motion blur that we have going on and then the shirt flying up. It's clearly the entrance wound is actually concealed almost through that entire portion of the video. I mean, what would be great is instead of 30 frames or 60 frames, we had something like 1,000 frames a second. Then we could actually see what's going on. Of course, but we don't have that. We have some cell phone footage that's running at probably 30 frames a second, and we get it can only capture so much in that amount of time. I've seen a video of a person they spotted Sniper Tyler on the roof. Was it before or after the shot? So take that because that's a great question. It is.
The only video I've seen is before. You have the two young kids on the white walking path. What would that be? I don't want to make a mistake on the cardinal direction. Oh, here I got it. We have, yeah. Anyway, it was before, and because you can clearly hear the kid say he just ran from here, from his right to left. Now he's in the prone position, and they're basically saying something along the lines of, isn't he a little late? And to me, that suggests that they're maybe trying to speculate. Well, maybe it's a security guy, but wouldn't he already be set up? If Charlie's already talking, seems a little late, seems a little odd, and they're suspicious, and rightfully so. But that's the video I saw.
Yeah. So, and just so we're clear, where we're talking about that taking place, and I will go ahead and big screen this so everybody can see what's going on here. That is from this spot, like right here, somewhere in here, because they see his silhouette right up here. So, and I think when they're filming, you can see the stairs in front of them. So they're probably somewhere around in here. And, again, his position was right here on this edge. So, and you could clearly see his silhouette. Yeah. So.
Nice. Good visual.
Yeah. It's the only kind of visual that I provide.
Smooth. Iceman.
There's footage out there what looks like someone in the prone. Could be a lump on the roof. No, I think that's him. It's funny that both of those came back to back. What are your opinions on all the conspiracy theory going on with Jewish people and the assassination? It seems far-fetched to me. Oh my God, you definitely.
How long we got? Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, I am a sniper. I am a grunt. I am a door kicker. I'm a breacher. That's what I'm here to kind of partly, like, here's the thing is if I can find evidence that this is a professional hit and they're using a patsy, then that opens the floodgate to figure out for me, okay, now who's back in that pro? And that's kind of, I'm trying to look for that way in. Because at this point, it's just so indirect, the influence of foreign nations and media and Netanyahu and what he's saying and denying things so weirdly. To me, I think it's all chaos. I think it's all intentional deception games of basically fog of war. The more they can keep us fighting each other, the more they can scheme in the background their next big move without us seeing. And I know that's something that's been done since the beginning of history, so I'm fine to say that. And I'm sure they're playing that game now, and I want to catch them.
Yeah. Darren Brooks, great job, brothers. Food for thought, Remington accelerator ammunition. So I got a bunch of different ammunition coming. 30-06. Remington accelerator is definitely among them. Sprinkle Mom. Marcus. I'm the guy who asked the last question. Very suspicious.
There's so many suspicious things.
Tell us what you think about Darren Bunk.
That Jody Northcutt right there. You remember they're on MySpace, Tom, right? That's what this photo reminds me of.
Yeah. Marcus. Yeah. There you go. This spoke to the person who took the video of the shooter laying on the roof, his background XP, and says the shooter was wearing black tack gear.
I do not trust the one person account, especially a young college student who was clearly very far away, who saw a silhouette. It looked all black. Like, you cannot trust one single source. If there was multiple people saying that, now I'm paying attention. But if you're just saying one kid saw that, because you have to also remember, he in his own recording, he says, like, I think it's a security guy, but why isn't he in place already? It's kind of late to be showing up. He's already basically disposed himself to the idea that it is a security person. So now his perception is going to be warped to start seeing tactical gear, and humans do that all the time. So it doesn't shock me that he would assume certain things. If your mind doesn't see things, your perception will fill in gaps. And so I'm suspicious of that account. I would need more sources for me to start taking it seriously.
Yeah. Sprinkle mom, shirt pulls to the left ear and movement across the front and back of shirt. Possible bullet hit necklace and broken impact. Force through it out of shirt, both ends. A broken chain causing movement in shirt. I don't think that the bullet hit the necklace. I don't think it would have changed anything. Even where, like, so two things. Number one, if it did deflect off body armor, all right, that's still like the chain is not there, most likely. All right, or it hit a direct neck shot, chain is not there, most likely. So something else had to act on that. And again, I do think it's the rapid acceleration of the back of his neck that is pulling on that chain and flinging that up really quick. I think we don't understand that. We're probably, I don't know, somebody out there we have an estimate of, let's go with 2,500 feet per second. Let's say it's 2,200 feet per second by the time it hit him. We can go with a mid-range grain, 140 grain bullet. And then somebody can calculate the G's that take place on all of that, right? So I think that's probably what it is. Do you have a theory on what moves that chain like that, Marcus?
For me, I heard someone say in a comment in one of my videos that maybe the necklace has a magnetic connection. And it aligns with Charlie's other fidget things. Like he has this ring that he fidgets with that rolls from finger to finger. It kind of has a magnetic latch or something like that. So I don't know. I'm trying to find something to as some kind of piece of evidence to suggest one thing or the other. And if it was a magnetic connection, it could explain why it popped off so easily. Or so it's a point that I think is worth throwing out there. But all this is speculation, guys.
Yeah. Too many things are happening too fast. The SD cards only meant it makes everything on there inadmissible in court because chain of custody, if it shows different kill shot from the back, which I don't believe, too bad, it's no longer admissible. That's not true. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to do a forensic analysis, electronic analysis on that. They're going to be able to tell whether or not, with a pretty high level of certainty, whether or not that footage is manipulated. Like there isn't a chain of custody for a lot of things that's going to use, that they're going to use for evidence, right? So like,
yeah, that guy would just be subpoenaed, and
they'll be able to digitally examine that card to see if it was possibly manipulated or not. Like from the time things happen to the time they get the CCTV footage, like there's not a chain of custody, that's not secured. Like anybody that with an access card or access to that stuff, it could be manipulated. So again, they're gonna get that stuff, and then they're going to take a look at it and analyze it, right? So the fact is like the other option is that the camera could have got stolen and we wouldn't have that footage at all. So I think that's the other option. Let's see if we can find this white t-shirt guy.
I'll get on it. Let me see.
I have some. I don't know if I have that pulled up or not. I don't think I do at that angle.
While you're doing
Okay.
that,
I've got a good one. I'll pull it up.
What'd you say, Jay?
while you're doing that, going back to that chain of custody thing, honestly, I think it would be worse chain of custody wise if they didn't grab it, because then it just fell into the hands of whoever, and now they're getting it off of TMZ or something like that. So I think it actually is better that someone that from the media that for Charlie actually grabbed that.
Yeah. I don't know. The judge, the attorneys, and the FBI is basically going to be in that decision-making process of whether or not that footage is admissible or not. We'll see how it turns out. Callie, call me crazy. I actually feel like the boyfriend looks more like the security footage of the shooter. The mouth and skin complexion, now he is MIA. I don't think he's MIA. I mean, he may be MIA from the public, but trust me, the FBI knows exactly where he's at. I haven't seen any clear enough footage of his face,
Right.
to make a determination of what he actually looks like. Now, there was a bunch of footage going around with his facial features, quote unquote, and come to find out that was 100% AI created. So be careful about what you guys are seeing. I haven't seen enough of the footage to make that determination. I don't know if somebody else is seeing other footage that I'm not aware of from the CCTV footage of him walking inside.
I've kind of just side by sided it to some of the other footage that's come out with him, and it does look like him. I mean, the build, the walk, to me it does look like him from comparing it to other footage. And even that there's a police cam of him getting in a wreck like in 2001, and he's got the same build frame, and it does match. So in my opinion, it does match.
Yeah. It seems to me the biggest piece of questionable info that we have to this debate is the bullet type. Do we really believe the 30-06 round would enter the trajectory and stop with no exit? I mean, that is the most perplexing of all of this, and nothing really explains it all that well, to be honest with you.
I think what everyone has to get through their mind is that when a bullet strikes an object, whatever that object may be, or a median, let's call it, you can never tell what it's going to do. You might have an educated guess, but you really don't know. No one can ever tell you exactly what a bullet's going to do when it hits an object.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely some unknowns there. Looks like it entered under the right earlobe and might have hit a bone, exit smaller caliber. Everybody keeps telling me this, and I see footage where I want to find an entry wound under the right earlobe. I don't see anything. I zoom in. I don't know what you guys see. Like, people have sent me like circles in the area that we have a circle. Like, within that circle, I could move that circle to the right, down, or whatever else, and it'd look the exact same. I don't see any sort of anomaly there, or any sort of defect that would indicate an entrance wound so far. So I don't know what. Take that one, Marcus.
Channel Life is Driving video called Raw Footage. Lots of videos showing different tent rooftops.
Yeah.
Able to rule out the right side shooter. I'll check it out. Let me make a note. Life is Driving.
We had him on a live cast just a few days ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that is the guy that shot that original footage. Hold on. I'll pull up. I forgot his name. Content, my lives. That was that was right before then.
If you want to share my screen, I think I got a picture of the white t-shirt guy.
Okay. There you go.
Is this the guy everyone's talking about?
No, it's behind him.
I thought that was the guy.
No, that's Frank Turek. There is another. Yeah, it's back. That's the guy right there.
That's
the guy.
The fist.
That's the cell phone. That's the iPhone.
Oh, okay.
Guy.
Here they're saying this is he's shooting something is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I covered this. I spent a lot of time in it because this is footage from my last video. So encourage you guys to go check out my last video. I covered that in depth.
Yeah. Adam, Life is Driving. That's Adam Bartholomew. We had him live on here. He kind of went through his footage. What date was that? That was September 20th. So you can go check out that live with Adam Bartholomew. It's worth noting the only video the FBI has released is video that doesn't show the shot being taken or Charlie Kirk being shot out of respect. No, that's not the only footage they have released. Matter of fact, other than the CCT footage, I'm not aware of any footage they've released. Are you? All the other footage is cell phone footage.
Or screen shots.
Yeah, and all of that cell phone footage didn't come from the FBI. It came from people leaving that event and uploading it right away.
The only footage I know from the FBI is the rooftop escape or exfil shot where it takes place. It starts after he's taken the shot, and the screenshots from him in the stairwell, which are just stills.
Yeah. Did you find the bullet whistle footage? No, I didn't find. I went through all the footage that I have. I didn't find anything where I hear a whistle go by that. And I was going through a lot of footage today. Has anyone seen the trans boyfriend in real life hoax? There's definitely pictures of him. I don't know that if we've seen them.
Oh, there was a TikTok. It's taken down now, but some people have. If you search X, somebody screen recorded like this guy's had a TikTok profile and he's recording himself doing silly videos. I mean, that's pretty real life to me. If you want to check that out, it's somewhere on X.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any videos of them together. If that's the burden of proof that you're asking for, I still believe that he was wearing a plate. The projectile deformed, possibly tumbled, and caused a larger injury than you would normally see. Yeah, you know, Mississippi, I'm with you, man. I know. Again, we have a growing number of people saying that he wasn't wearing body armor, but we also had an initial. Quite a few prominent folks also say at the beginning that he was wearing body armor. I think Megyn Kelly being the most prevalent and the most clear about it. And then there was other statements being said that, hey, we had a reporter like the day after say, hey, you know, what I heard from a special agent, from a federal agent is what he said, is that the bullet hit his vest and then deflected upward. And that's what they're investigating right now. That's what was initially put out. So there's conflicting statements. We now have definitely many more statements, all statements, none of it proof, saying that, you know, he doesn't have body armor. So you guys have the same information that we have. You guys have the same footage that we can look at. Take it. I'm definitely sure after all your videos, they either had body armor in the front or back only. That thing, it's the only thing that makes sense. Thank you, Gary and Marcus. Truth. Is that your last name? Is that your middle name? Truth. Marcus Truth Allen.
That'd be cool.
Jason, take this one.
Oh man,
You're back to sleep.
good lord, past my bedtime.
Keeps you on your toes.
Yeah. Could the crack bang be off from a shot if taken by laying on the top of an SUV?
I like how that you just like DJ'd and actually read what that says as opposed to what it actually reads to say.
Oh yeah, my brain input stuff. Lay on top of the SUV or something that was parked against the wall close to tent on his right side by like a 22 if hit from behind the chain. I had to read that again.
All right. Could the crack to bang be off from a shot that was taken laying on the SUV or something that was part? Basically what he's saying, hey, could it be off because somebody used a 22 if hit from behind by chance?
And yeah,
No, a 22. Well,
basically, hold on. So what we definitely have is we have crack to bang in front of Charlie.
yeah.
So we have videos. Okay, so we understand this, folks. If we are getting crack to bang information on a cell phone that's in front of Charlie, then we would not have any sort of crack to bang from a bullet coming from Charlie's rear. That bang has to come from some spot, and the crack has to be near that cell phone. So, for instance, if
It has to pass by.
if Jay's right in front of me over there, right, and he was shot, I was videoing it right now, I would never get the crack to bang. That wouldn't happen.
You might get the bang, but
I
you
would
won't
get the bang.
crack.
That's right. Give me the bang. No crack. All right. There's a video on Charlie's left side. No giggling either. There's a video on Charlie's left side. If you slow it down, you can see a projectile heading towards Charlie's right side. Immediately see it hit. I'm tired of covering this, Marcus. You cover the idea that we're capturing a projectile midair.
If you slow it down, there's absolutely no way on the standard phone settings in a standard camera you can capture a bullet. And even if you could, within a reasonable shutter frame or shutter speed rather, the bullet would be 30, 60, 100 feet long streak through the frame. You'd have to have your shutter cranked up to like 1 in 8,000, which in that case you need a big sensor on like a DSLR or a full frame camera to get enough light in, because when the shutter's going so fast, light's not coming in. So on a cell phone, that you have these tiny, tiny little sensors that need a lot of light, so the shutter's got to be higher. it's not going to capture a bullet in flight. And even if it does, it will not be a dot. It'll be a long streak.
Yeah. Well said. Could the chain have flown up and back without being broken or coming off? No, because we see, well, if we're assuming what we're seeing is the chain is clearly cleared his neck. I think there's some small possibility that it could have flipped over his head and not be broken. I think that's unlikely, but I think that is possible. It's about 1,000 times more possible than catching a bullet midair with a camera with a cell phone.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't really care what it does after. I just need to explain the moments of impact because I just need to understand about this entrance and exit wound, and then where the necklace goes after that. I don't personally really care.
Once Gary watches age-restricted UVU review video, I'll be back. We do have footage taken from Charlie Kirk's right at UVU review. Will change Gary's analysis. Will be worth tuning in. Then thanks, Gary, for hard work. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm assuming that's Logan, Mr. or Mrs. Logan. I'm willing. Well, you know what? I'll go try to find that. I will. The decorative posture is a mid-brain trauma period. Don't let anyone tell you what you see is a mirage. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Basically, what they're referring to is that the bullet went upward. And fragments it could do both, right? Even if the trajectory was here, we could have bullets fracturing and or just a hydrostatic shock wave end up damaging the brain itself. That is possible. 100% possible. Even could have bought hand loads. That's true. Stephen Miller, Pee Wee German. Okay. Jesse on Fire's video is really pretty convincing. If real, it's pretty convincing. I agree.
Jesse on Fire. I'll check it out.
We already played it. That was the one we played earlier. That showed the same video that we played.
Roger that.
The bone density argument for chess is one I've heard. Definitely not impossible, but have y'all looked at the possible of necklace deflection? I don't think there's.
I don't see it.
I don't think there's any chance that we would see a deflection.
Not from a necklace. No, I mean, I've shot up so many vehicles, right? And I mean, you'll get deflection there, right? But even still, like, it'll just punch through car doors or hoods of.
Well, and the problem is
cars. It's going to punch right through that necklace. It's not going to get deflected like of the angle of trajectory. Complete change.
Yeah,
and it's
it hitting anything. All right, think about this. If we have a bullet stationary and then we throw the cross at it, let's say that we threw the cross at it 2,500 feet. Like, ultimately, the energy is the same, right? It's fairly similar. It's kind of the same thing. But the problem is that when the bullet's traveling this way, it hits the cross at 2,500, 2,200, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. We're just kind of guessing at the actual velocity. If I was just holding it, we would see some deflection, but we were not going to see it within this amount of time frame. Like, there's forces that now have acted on the bullet that if we look down range, if it hadn't hit that small little item, it would have landed in one spot, and then 100 yards down range, if it did hit that item, it would land in a different spot, because it would have caused some sort of slight damage at a minimum to the bullet. So now we've changed the BC, but what it's not going to do is hit the cross and go doing. Like, there's not enough mass there. Like, there's not, and we just need to realize that there's not enough ballistic resistance to change the flight, the path of the bullet.
I brought up to you that one time about possible security table, right? It deflecting off of if they had a security table in front of them, like a metal table.
Yeah.
But even still, at a 10-degree, I was thinking about even at a 10-degree slope, I still don't think if it hit the table could deflect upwards at such a harsh angle off of that. I don't know. It could have broken up in two, after hitting that. I don't know.
Please look up info about the cerebrate versus decorticate posturing. I don't know that it matters. Like, forget about the posturing. He was killed, and I understand that we're getting into minutia. I just don't know whether it was one or the other or neither. And maybe I'm missing something where that's more important than I'm just, I don't mean to dismiss it, and maybe it's more.
It could give some information as to how the round, we don't know where it exited. So now the official story is it went downward, but if it was a brain trauma, then that's counter. So maybe we're talking about fragmentation, but so I'm just pointing out how it could be possibly relevant.
Well, what I will say is I've seen multiple neurosurgeons and things like that reference it as decorticate posturing. You can see that online. There's like, hey, I'm a certified neurosurgeon. I've been doing this a long time.
I saw those.
So I have seen like actual doctors say it was decorticate posturing. So and again, there could be multiple people that interpret what's happening there slightly different. I'm not asserting anything, just curious. How plausible is it the microphone with an IED detonator to keep up the great work? I don't see anything that would indicate an explosion like that. And I'm not even sure how that theory plays out. Are we saying that the microphone goes up to his neck and explodes there? Or are we saying that the microphone explodes somewhere else and then creates the wound here? I don't even understand how that theory plays out. I mean, if it was an explosion, a small amount of, even if it was a shaped charge or whatever else, like there's a clear difference between a gunshot wound and an explosion. Marcus left us. Oh my God, Marcus didn't even tell us he was leaving.
I don't believe the microphone was up near his neck though when all happened. Was it?
Yeah. So there was definitely a mic underneath his shirt.
Oh, the mic underneath his shirt.
Yeah,
I thought
it was held together by it's held on by the magnet.
Yep,
Please explain the bulge in the back of the skull in Valhalla's video 7 supports the plate deflection upwards travel to me. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly.
The media is no longer funded by the people. No one is willing to pay the media. When was the last time y'all paid for a newspaper? I don't even know if the newspaper is considered media anymore, to be honest with you. It was, no, all joking aside, I agree with you. People aren't paying for media. Report was Tyler had a World War I rifle making 80-second airborne moves. I was puzzled thinking, so a Arasaka type 99 with anti-aircraft sights and bayonets, so Napoleon Bonaparte did it just for laughs. Got it. On the inside, I'm laughing. Texas Chrome. No. We need a little levity in all this, right?
Yeah.
From front is the absolute only answer. Setting competent people buy into anything otherwise. Unfortunately, nothing makes sense. Crazy thing is, Charlie being Wolverine is most plausible right now. From the right angle, CK is jerking back before the neck wound appears. How can that be? Well, it hits his neck. And that's the thing that hides the wound. If I move my microphone for a second, whether it hit him in the chest first or the neck, I think we would see a very similar movement. And it, again, to me, it still looks like it's hitting here, bouncing up. But regardless, even if it hit him here, we have this force that hinges his neck. And we see that very clearly. And then by the time he lifts his neck, and as he's lifting his neck, his shirt's coming up at the same time, hiding that spot that was hit. And then his shirt falls away, and then we see the wound. So I don't even find that really hard to explain, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that is, I think it just makes perfect sense. Did you go use the bathroom, Marcus? You didn't even tell me you were leaving. I have
no audio.
We lost your audio.
Nonverbal communication.
Gotcha. 1 minute you're there, next I have abandonment issues, Marcus. You gotta let me know.
All right.
No. I was talking about Nicholas claim they're going to muddy the water, and then no one will believe clear evidence. I agree with questioning. This is a great point. If I knew the exact clip, I was listening to Joe Rogan today while I was driving, and he was talking about this incident, and he's like, do you know how long, and this again just shows people don't know, he's like, they're saying that he put the gun together. It was like this some old antique that, like, if you put it together, it would take like 30 or 40 minutes, and like you'd have to have like these special gunsmithing tools, and all this is pretty much a direct quote, by the way. You know, and I love Joe Rogan. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to guns. But he's like, it takes like 20, 30 minutes. You need all these specialized gunsmithing tools, and there's just no way. And you know, you need 3 different wrenches, and you'd have to put the scope on there, and all this like. So again, he's a perfect example of based on incorrect information coming to even worse conclusions. You would need one type of driver. I don't know exactly what type of fasteners. Typically, matter of fact, I have. Hold on. Again. So I have 2 action screws right here for putting together. Oh, look, I have 2 action screws, and I have. You see that? That is a road mic. That's the magnet, right? That we see on his neck. That's that. But here's 2 action screws. And typically these are, you know, hex and or Allen, whatever you want to call them. But you would take these 2 bolts out to remove the barreled action from the rifle. This is all you would need right here. So that's it. 2 of those, the barreled action with the scope still attached, comes off. The buttstock comes off this way, and you have a much more concealable package at that point. This is true. Krogniak. Can't spell Gary without gay. I love it. Jason,
I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that one.
Krogniak is a little upset that we don't agree on the same thing, and that's fine. Smarsky used wrong model, correct physics with 2,700 feet per second. Muzzle velocity gave me 450 feet. I used front row. Video audio agrees with Marcus' analysis. Can we please close the case on a closer shooter?
Thanks for double checking me.
What I can bet you is that the case for a closer shooter will not be closed anytime soon. As soon as one is disproven, another one will pop up like a whack-a-mole if anything like Butler takes place. As soon as we get rid of one, we prove without a doubt this guy was not over here. Hey, no problem. I got you another one. Boom, right over here. And then, oh, that can't happen because the trajectory doesn't even make sense. Oh, boom, we got another one over here in this tree. So it's whack-a-mole, and we're going to see it, and that's just how these things play out. Yep, take that, Marcus.
I know we all kind of focus on Charlie Kirk, murderer. Let's look at the temperature of society today. Since CK shooting, the shootings have increased. Am I the only one seeing this? I mean, even before the shooting, the past week, it was an absolute horrible week with the train incident, and then a week before that, there was the church shooting. It is getting worse. I mean, that's why partially I'm called to get on camera and start, doing my part the best I can to start one, figuring out the truth, and 2, helping others maybe arrive at conclusions that are more based in reality, hopefully more accurate. I mean, I like to think that's what I'm trying to do. Time will tell, but we need to arm ourselves both with knowledge and then tactical skills. I mean, Gary, that's what he does. He teaches people how to fight back, and that's what I'm doing too. So we're trying. I mean, things are getting worse. So what do you think, Gary?
No, I mean, I think it's everybody's responsibility. Like the police aren't going to be there. And, we see that we live in a more volatile world. And I don't know what it takes for people to realize hey, you need to be responsible for your safety and your security, your family's safety and security. That is the ultimate message of this channel. And,
100%.
You need to realize that and pay attention. It's like when you get in a car, you realize, hey, you know what? Cars crash all the time, so I'm going to put on the safety belt. Well, we're in a society where bad things happen all the time, and when seconds count, police are minutes away, and it's not their fault. They just can't be everywhere at once. And the same thing with medical training. I can't stress that enough. Forget about it. If you don't like guns, that's fine. Don't like guns. You don't want to deal with it. What you should do, at least, and what is 10 times more likely to save your life, is taking a good medical course, whether it's from someone like us or somebody else. I don't care. Learn how to use, learn trauma response training, right? So it's more than just fixing boo-boos and, putting on Band-Aids or fixing a sprained ankle. It's so that you can get out there, and when there's a traumatic injury, which is the number one killer from the ages of 4 to 44, which is the healthiest among us. Traumatic injury is the number one cause of death. So you need to get out there. You need to realize that and understand that, like, you need to be able to use a tourniquet. You need to know how to pack wounds. You need to know how to use chest seals. You need to know how to
Clear the airway.
You need to clear airway. You need to understand how to treat hypothermia due to blood loss. You can die from hypothermia in 120 degrees because of blood loss. And all of those things, like, again, go get some training, take care of yourself, be responsible, be self-sufficient, self-reliant. That's what good Americans do. And not to say that you're a bad American if you don't do that. I'm just saying that's your responsibility to you, your family, and everybody else. Jesse Moore, thank you very much. Correction have increased lately. Yeah, I think we were tracking, buddy. Thank you guys for trying to keep the train on the tracks. I've learned so much from you both. You're welcome.
Cheers.
Small dot on Charlie's shirt, just below the red dot that appears on his neck, was the bullet hitting armor. Bullet split up through. For the same reason that we can't catch a bullet mid-flight with a cell phone, we definitely don't see a bullet breaking up in that same, like, we don't have enough frame rate. We don't have enough shutter speed. There's a lot of things going on there, and with such speed and velocity that it's hard to distinguish, and that's part of the problem that we're all having. Go ahead. You got to take like the next 10.
You got it. Okay. What about guy in front of Charlie wearing khaki? Oh, we covered this. The sleeve roll maneuver. It's pretty much debunked. Check out my last video or earlier in the stream.
Thank you, Gary.
Ballistic analysis worth considering. This one is new. John Aaron Bray did vector mapping of energy. Interesting. Device undershirt set by detonation. Energy patterns match. Take a look at his X. Grok in agreement. I'll take a look. Okay, so John Aaron Bray. Let me make a note. That's quite the theory. Hunter Kozak was asked fatal question, is part of a well-funded group. I see. Do you know who Hunter Kozak is?
Yeah, so he was the one that was actually asking the question. So I actually found him on X. So he was asking the question when Charlie was killed.
I see. I can send a link with his pic.
Yeah,
Or was it?
So I contacted him or attempted to message him on X because I wanted to hear what he had to say. I didn't get a response, but that's a hell of a coincidence.
That to me, I immediately, and again, this is just my personal speculation from just going back to that day when I heard the question, then the shot. I immediately said, "There's no way that's not part of it." But again, I don't know anything of that, if that's true or not.
Sure.
Have you noticed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you noticed the distortion of his scalp, top of his head? 100% supports travel, bullet entry, and traveling upwards, no exit. Well, there is no exit, so that's kind of a well-established fact. But going upward, the thing is, the images and video we have of the moment of the shot are so pixelated, it's hard to tell of, like, distortion of his scalp. I don't have enough fidelity in any of the angles that I could see that, but I think I get the point you're trying to make. So
you're saying the scalp versus motion blur, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what he's really saying is that Marcus disagrees with my theory, so clearly he's a Fed. That's what he meant to say.
I'm glad we could still laugh about something. For me, the one thing I have trouble with is the crowd's reaction to the sound of the boom. Standing in front of the muzzle, it would have rocked them. It did rock them. If you watch the video that Gary posted, I don't know which exact video it was, but he showed that with the high fidelity microphone, you could actually make out the the caliber a little bit better with the sound. And everyone in that video jumps when they hear it.
Yeah.
So it rocks people. It really did.
And look, I don't know exactly. I don't know what you mean exactly by rock, but people clearly, a guy jumps, like people notice it. As far as like rocking them, like it just being like this huge concussive force. Like I've had people shoot right above me, closer proximity, just above me.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, a lot of that concussive force being above is going to kind of radiate over a lot of the crowd. So, and it's not that like it's people clearly react in the crowd. So if that's what you're wanting, it's there. It's there to be seen.
Yeah. Operation Frostbite Thin Cooper Alloy Jacket. What? That's a mouthful. Jacket frozen liquid nitrogen inside jacket upon impact. Thin copper fragments. Man, this is a skill I got to get better at, is deciphering these, because I don't know, Gary, you read these and I'm like, you seem to understand what they're saying. I'm pretty lost. It's now no longer frozen.
For this.
Say that again.
It's the operation name for this operation. It's Operation Frostbite Thin Copper Alloy Jacket, frozen liquid nitrogen inside the jacket on impact. Thin copper fragments.
You have a gift. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Now no longer frozen, ripped into the neck, no extra wound, and only small copper alloy fragments left in skin. All done by a palm pistol that's shaped like an iPhone gun. He left those last parts out.
UVU known CIA/FBI recruitment through CNSS. Does anyone else find it odd a student with a 4.0 GPA and student grants dropped out after one semester? It is odd. There's so many odd coincidences. I mean, thanks for pointing that out. I haven't heard that one specifically, KD, but I know I have heard that he's got a good GPA.
That video I sent you earlier talks about that.
I think we can go right back to MKUltra. Write that down. Look, MKUltra made me hit that twice. New York Post, Erica confirmed necklace ripped off. Yeah, the problem is, again, we also have a first-hand account from Frank Turk saying that he found it in the vehicle, which that doesn't really make sense to me. So, like, which one of both of those can't be true. There you go.
Chain of custody guy. That is for the government to obey so they don't prosecute innocent people. See, you know exactly what he's saying. It takes me like 3 times reading these to understand what they're saying. Stop thinking.
You're a Marine. It's not written in crayon. It's not your fault.
Exactly. I need it. Barney style, baby.
Earlier, like the chain of custody wouldn't be affected by that guy grabbing the camera.
Yeah, the chain of custody requirement is for the government investigators. It's not for people on the ground. He makes a great point. So, and again, it's so that.
Oh, yeah. That's that kind of what I was saying is, until someone tells me to show up and tells me not to do something, I'm not breaking the law. It's just a moral decision of some people think that he shouldn't have, should have left it and waited, and he didn't. So I don't blame him for that. Nobody looked over to the right to look at the shooter. Although I do see what you're saying about the exit wound. I don't know what to believe. Some of these theories are ludicrous. Do you have something to say about that, Gary?
Well, their answer would be that's because there was a shot from the front. It just wasn't the shot. It was a coordinated shot for the patsy, and it was to cover the real shot. That's what their answer would be to that. So
nice.
You're gonna have to get tighter on your questions there, messenger of truth.
Why I asked about the sniper being spotted before the shot, it means society at large aren't perturbed or preventing situations.
Yeah, so what that's called, there's a technical term for that called normalcy bias.
Yep.
And what you do is you take weird things and then you turn them into like, I'm sure there's a good explanation until shit happens. And then when shit happens, then we turn every normal thing into weird things as we pixel peep through video. It's what we do. It's normal. It's going to happen. And it's good. It's good that people are out there looking at every piece of footage, looking at every possible angle. That's why we as a collective, even those of us that disagree with each other, it's good that we kind of come at this together so that no stone is left unturned. And even if you disagree with my theory and I disagree with yours, we're on the same team and we can sanity check one another and air it out in public and kind of get a consensus of what makes sense and what doesn't.
Do we need to do a FOIA request for an autopsy?
It won't matter.
Yep.
So if according to Utah law, the only one that can get the only one that can get in relinquished, of course, law enforcement can too. They can get it, but they don't have the authority to release it according to Utah law. Only the family is able to release the coroner or the medical examiner's report. You can file a FOIA request, but the way that works is that's only valid after 50 years. After 50 years, it becomes public knowledge, and then you can file a FOIA request, and then you can go ahead and get that received. So that's how it works apparently in Utah.
Nice one.
You misread what I was saying. Okay.
All right.
Super mugs. Hold on.
See if you can find that, Jay.
I can't find that.
No.
I haven't.
Never mind. Never mind. All right.
Let me see. I'll look. I'm on my phone.
It was very obvious that he did not have a vest. Okay. Well, we disagree. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of folks out there. I wasn't even aware of how many people were out there actually said the same thing I did. And even we had Steven Crowder on the other night. He was talking about it. It looked like he had a vest to him too. So I disagree with you on that, just quite frankly. That's fine. Okay. The other problem too is, like I said, the idea of what every time I talk to somebody about that, it's like they're referencing 2005 plates, technology. Like, we've come a long way. There's much better, regardless if this is true or not, like whether or not he was wearing it. Like, there's extremely good, even soft armor that is level 3 rated, that is very concealable, that I agree a level 3 is not going to stop 30-06, but it could deflect it for sure. Like, we see much, as a matter of fact, we just talked about, like I do when we're doing, we do demonstrations of how bullets act on vehicles when we're doing vehicle CQB courses, right? So fighting in and around vehicles. And one of the demonstrations that I do on a regular basis, I've done it with 30 cal, I've done it with 5.56, I do it with 9 mil, is we actually bounce rounds off the hood. Like, we will, at the angle, thin sheet metal, that round will hit the hood, it'll bounce into a windshield. Like, we do that on a regular basis. There's nothing, I'm sure you can find plenty of ballistic shoots on YouTube where they do it as well. So the idea that you need something that's level 4, which, by the way, level 3 plus will stop 7.62. So that's not even a point. You need level 4 is going to stop AP rounds, armor piercing rounds. So level 3 will stop green tip, which is also a AP round. So it's level 3 up to, it will stop up to green tip 5.56, but it will also stop 7.62. So anyways, like a lot of people's, they're operating on a data set of what they think body armor looks like, and they're operating on what body armor looks like 15, 20 years ago. It's advanced dramatically, and that's stuff that we know about. So that's fine. Black Scout survivor shows second man on roof around the 514 mark. Black Scout survivor. You want to look that up real quick, Marcus, while I nug through some of these other ones? Black Scout survivor at the 514 mark.
Great work, guys.
514.
Step up. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
Great work, guys. It's not easy to investigate in a way that is both compassionate and grounded in truth.
Get it, Jay.
I was saying that the FBI did not release that video of the shot being taken or Charlie being shot out of respect for the family.
Oh, I got you.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. I got you. I hear you. I don't know if that's true. Like, they could actually show him, so they could release footage, for instance, of him being shown laying in a prone without showing. I mean, I don't know. Like, if it was my son that was in Charlie Kirk's shoes, right? I would want to see. I want confirmation, and obviously, the CCT footage that shows him jumping off the roof would have a view of his final firing position. And I would want to see that. So I don't know if that's out of respect for the family or not. I just don't think they're releasing it.
Obviously they're going to have respect to the family because obviously his wife was friends with many of them. But in reality, it's all for the investigation and everything with it. That's why they're not releasing almost everything.
Sure. I think it's more. I think it's more out of a concern to preserve evidence and information for the prosecution.
Correct.
Sake.
You're going for a death penalty case, so
Yeah.
it's going to be, that you want as much evidence as you can to you instead of leaving it out there.
Agreed. Thanks for doing this show. You guys are doing a good thing by clearing up a lot of these conspiracy theories that are out there. Much appreciated. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Get that one, Jay. Are you ready? You got it?
I'm ready.
Oh, sounds good. Let me. I'll read this. It's already up there. Is there any possibility at all the spinal column stopped the bullet and redirected, as the doctor is claiming? In my opinion, that's impossible. Meaning it's 30 out. It's not impossible. It's just on the super low end of probability. Let's put it like that.
One of the most.
No, I was just going to say, like, we don't know the projectile. We don't know the muzzle velocity. There's a lot of things we don't know that would help us if we did know. It would either confirm or deny
A lot of unknowns.
the percentage of possibility of that taking place, I guess. Go ahead.
Okay. It's 5'9".
Most shocking things that I realized, because I always thought snipers took shots from 700 yards, 1,000, 2,000, 500, all this crazy crap, okay? It doesn't work like that, generally speaking, and I'm going to get into the specifics of why this would be an extremely hard shot, because we're not even accounting for a cold bore shot, okay? So if anybody disagrees with me and this awesome guy right here, this SEAL that just said that, they haven't taken this shot in real life. They haven't been under the pressures in the reality of
Are we
heat waves.
talking about this shot? This 140-yard shot?
Yeah, cold bore, 140-yard shot.
Like,
Yeah. That's where I would disagree.
we
with them.
regularly take 500, 600, 700-yard cold bore shots, and we make first round impacts.
Right.
I don't
The
know.
ma-
I just want to make sure that we're not taking this out of context and that we're indeed
Here.
talking about the same thing.
I've watched this earlier today, and what they're kind of going off of is I forget this gentleman's name, old retired SEAL sniper. He talks about how this would be a difficult shot even for him.
Oh,
Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Right? There's a
Right on
lot
me.
that goes. So I guess how difficult, if you saw that, how difficult is this shot? They tell us it's 200 yards away, descending angle.
Very difficult from my perspective, and I can tell you right here that I probably wouldn't be able to make that shot.
Right
You'd
now,
have-
or
you'd have to be-
at the
no,
height
right
of your
now.
training?
No, right now. I mean, not all SEALs are snipers,
Okay.
I mean,
right? In fact,
all right, just get rid.
Pause.
I don't know what else to say about this.
A
Like, I don't like.
150-yard cold bore shot. You can't make that.
I don't.
Well,
understand, I'd understand if this was Michael J. Fox talking, but that's not what we're saying.
I'll just play devil's advocate and kind of, I've watched this, and the main thing that they're saying that from my understanding is that they're talking about the psychology, the stress of it being the difficult part, not the technical shot itself, but the fact that it's live, it's a human, there's people watching, you got to get into position, you're shaking, there's stress, there's adrenaline, and all those things combined, they're saying that makes it hard.
So
Not for a psychopath.
yeah, like you're projecting your own sensibilities on someone that is clearly, like, we talked about this yesterday. The fact that, like, he shoved a barrel down the back of his pants, walked around with a limp, and gave 0 Fs about getting caught. Like, I would be in, and I gave this analogy yesterday. Like, for those of you that conceal carry out there, when you first start conceal carrying, you're like, oh my God, everybody sees my gun. Oh my God, everybody sees it. Oh, is my gun printing? You're worried about that, right? And then not only does he walk around like that, he goes all over campus. He climbs right up the stairs. I mean, the guy has balls. Like, and I'm not saying that in a complimentary way. I'm saying clearly there is a different psychology taking place between that dude's ears than what we're used to. Than what because I would probably be like, oh my God, I'm about to kill someone and I'm about to do this and I'm about to do that. Yeah. Because I have a normal brain, or at least somewhat normal, right? But with that being said, like, some of the things that Marcus and I talked about yesterday, and Jason would agree, like that's why we go through the training that we go through. We desensitize ourselves to where we can operate successfully under stress. But I will tell you right now, there are folks out there, they just don't get nervous, man. It's weird. Like even like fairly normal people that aren't psychotic or a sociopath or anything like that, there's people who just don't get nervous. Like they don't care if they win, lose, fail, whatever else. Clearly there's something else going on. I mean, first of all, anybody, you're dating a furry, you're going to go kill someone because you don't like their ideology, right? That you don't like their ideology. Like all kinds of weird things going on with this guy. Like to pretend that say like, hey, this is hard for him because it'd be hard for me emotionally when I'm not a murderer and he is. Like that doesn't even make sense.
I mean, also the kid grew up hunting, right? So he's also got that not also right psychopath, but at the same time, like grew up hunting, right? He's gotten over that buck fever, I'm sure, where like that prize buck gets in his sights and he gets all nervous because doesn't want to miss the shot and get it. He's probably been able to calm himself over times throughout hunting, so can cope with that maybe a little bit better.
Take that, Marcus.
Isn't the direction of Charlie falling back to the left an indication of where the shot came from? If he fell forward, it would have came from behind. Well, the thing is, he gets hit, he settles, and then he's already kind of got a posture that's leaning that way, and he just his body, he's dead, guys. The body's not being held up by anything anymore, and it's got to fall one way. So it's not an indication because a round just zips through you. I mean, so it's not like getting hit with something of like a heavy mass. It's like a needle going through you.
Well, with him, it was like a heavy mass. So like it wasn't a through and through shot. So I mean, and that's why we see so much energy transfer. But that's the thing is like he does go rearward, and then he hits the back of his chair, and then he goes forward, like, and you're at that point you're limp, like he can't fall the rear because he has the back of the chair. Like where do you want him to fall?
He's going to go one way or the other, and
he has three options. He has a 270-degree angled that he could potentially fall. He can't fall this way and flip over the back of his chair. Like I don't know why that's hard to wrap our head around on that. Like he's gonna fall. This is where he has to fall. All right. I got a back of my chair. I can't fall anywhere else. It just happened to be that's where his center of gravity rested, and then he ends up going that way. Yeah. Could he have placed on and have gone through the front plate and stopped at the back plate and the jacket or something along those lines?
We talked about that.
The problem with that is like we have the wound up here. Like I mean, again, we're dealing with ballistics. Like that's the problem. It's like, and that's clearly an entrance wound. So it either deflects off the front or it goes directly into the neck. We clearly see a bulge take place in the back of his neck. So I don't know what else to say on that. Prior comment footage is adjacent building, the applied engineering, not alleged shot location, UVU Development Center, Google Earth for location. Prior comment footage is adjacent building, the applied engineering, not the alleged shot location at UVU Development Center. Do you understand what this person's saying, Marcus?
I was reading super chats from my channel, so
Oh my God.
So okay, prior.
Go ahead.
Prior comment footage is adjacent building, applied engineering. What do they mean by applied engineering?
That's the building is the applied engineering. This person is
trying to tell us where the location. I think they want us to look on Google Earth. I'm not sure.
Adjacent buildings. I got to figure out where the applied engineering building is, unless you guys know. I'll write it down. Applied engineering. Just watched the last video you made. Yeah. Looks like hand signal was between the security guard by Charlie and security. Oh, what happened?
Oh, sorry. I accidentally clicked that off.
That's okay. It's talking about the signals between the security guard and which we've covered a lot. No conspiracy. Yep. Oh, okay. So it looks like our super chats are combined, so they all are
Yep.
they are getting answered. So cool. You see Charlie get lifted and pushed back into his chair, and his chair moves back. So clearly shot from the front. Even on an entry wound in the neck would definitely be messy.
Absolutely.
Rip Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm so excited that I discovered this channel. Excited to have you here, Lisa.
No one is more excited that you discovered us than us. All right. No, seriously, we welcome everybody. We're really glad that we really appreciate your views. We appreciate getting to talk through all this stuff with all of you, and that's what these lives are all about.
Agreed.
Jason,
Have you?
Have you guys seen the video on Cobra Commanders 85 from the front left side of the stage? It shows the hit, but very up close. The clip is 5 seconds.
Cobra Commander.
Cobra
Okay.
Commanders 85.
All right. I'm making a note.
Is that on YouTube or is that another channel?
That's a good question. I'm going to assume X, so I'm going to look it up on X right now.
Have you run
any
any
of this
through
through
AI? But AI said, I mean, no, I wouldn't run this through AI. I think there's too many complexities here that we would get any sort of good information back from AI. AI is not a real good arbiter of facts, truth, or anything else. It has good research value, but Jason.
My niece was murdered, death penalty case. They wouldn't give us any info to compromise the case. We knew he killed her, but with death penalty case, they're more extreme. We were patient. He's now on death row. That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's it. Jennifer, number one, condolences. Can't imagine what that is like.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, but that is, again, even things I'm like, why aren't they sharing this information? And now we have, a good, reasonable explanation for that. And this things that's definitely an area that I don't know. Like, I want more information. We all do.
Yes.
Could the shot have been so intentional to go through the front and be caught by the armor in the rear on exit? We talked about that earlier. If he had armor on, then that definitely could be the case.
Yeah. Me and Gary do have a little bit different views there. I mean, like neither one of us are attached to it, but I don't think there's any body armor, but it would explain a lot more. But if it wouldn't have stopped a 30-06, I think he would have been wearing something really stealth, meant for like knife attacks and maybe hand pistols. And a 30-06 would have gone right through it. Potentially, the back could have stopped it, but I don't think he was wearing body armor. Is my problem.
First few frames after he got shot, the wound has not appeared yet. If it takes a few frames, which highly indicates deflection.
Look, as someone that believes that we see deflection, I'm not sure that that's the case. Like, again, the problem is as soon as something happens, his chin goes downward and covers the ability to view that. And then as his chin goes downward, that shirt goes up and also conceals that area as well. So I'm with you. I think there's some deflection potentially. I don't think at the end of the day it's even material at this point. I think on what matters, Marcus and I are in complete agreement. So I think that's what
they make armor out of spider silk. I think he could have been wearing something like that.
Look, there are a bunch of technologies out there that are available that are very thin, that are even soft armor that's level 3, that just people aren't aware of. So there's all kinds of potentials for that, and there's that. I can't believe I'm asking this, but thoughts on the video of Charlie being carried out in the lack of blood on the concrete. Peace and love, dudes. I covered this the other day. I think before he was moved, his heart had stopped beating. So we had, even if my heart stopped beating right now, there's pressure. Our circulatory system is a pressurized system. So even if my heart stopped beating right now and then I was cut, we would have, or shot, we would have some expulsion, just like we saw, especially in the larger, higher pressure areas of arteries and veins. But if his heart stopped beating on the ground, and I do think because of brain trauma, potentially spinal cord trauma, all the above, one or the other, everybody can go with it. By the time he got in the ground, his heart had stopped bleeding, and he'd already expelled a lot, so almost completely getting rid of any pressure that would cause him to bleed more. So while they're moving him, not only am I not surprised that we don't see additional blood, that's exactly what I would expect to see. Yeah, any thoughts or additions or arguments on that?
And I'm sure his team is holding that wound tightly wrapped with something. There's a bunch of people around him, so if that would be the first thing, if someone didn't have that job, it'd be stop the bleeding and wrap a towel, hold it really tight. Plus, combined with what Gary's saying, it doesn't shock me. It's not like a huge thing where I'm like, whoa.
A neck wound like that, the correct way to treat it, I don't know how skilled and what equipment they have there, but the proper way to treat that would they would be packing that wound, and then they would be holding pressure on top of that. Even if I seal off the blood flow over here, I can still get blood flow over here. So I know people are like, oh, well, now he can't get blood to his brain. That's not exactly true. And that is the correct way to treat that. Have you
just
seen
buying seconds
range day bro video?
We covered it.
We've covered it. Let's get it.
How come we
sorry go on the ground of the evacuation past the SUV and all the videos? We just talked about that. Yeah.
Marcus,
watch UVU review. Is there a channel, something that that is this UVU official location where these videos being posted?
I don't even know that it necessarily is. I mean, somebody probably came up with. It could be a channel that is not associated with UVU. Just that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I remember when I was first doing my research, trying to investigate where like the official footage was being dropped. There was a channel. I thought it was hosted by the FBI, may have been UVU, where they were posting some things, but you had to find like an unlisted link. And I think that's what they're talking about. But let me just read this and try to figure it out. Video 33-second, age restricted, posted day of, I'm assuming right after the shooting. Robinson was caught 33 hours later. It's just weird. Random stay down just as Charlie gets shot. Okay, he's just pointing out different coincidences, especially with the 33 thing, the Freemasonry symbol. It is weird. I want to learn more about Freemasonry. That stuff is pretty interesting to me. So, what's your take?
No, I don't.
Is it complete? Is there nothing to it? Is your opinion that it's fruitless?
Like I have. There are so many other things that interest me more, like everything from the pyramids to Machu Picchu to
aliens,
UFOs, UAPs, all that stuff interests me so much more than Freemasonry. That I have no time left, and then I have this thing called a job, and I've got to feed my family and all those stuff. So
it was an open rifle. What if it keyholes? We talked about. Oh, you guys talked about the keyholing yesterday.
Yep.
Pretty extensively, right?
Yeah. We did.
Essentially, at 150 yards, if it's keyholing, meaning that it's leaving the bore unstabilized, to go straight onto target at 150 yards is very unlikely.
Yeah.
Extremely unlikely to the point of that it. I don't even know how to explain it. It won't happen.
Maybe it does.
But
Gary, don't disregard the link if you want to know what Americans are up against. I didn't disregard that. Marcus did.
Which can you tell me where the link is?
I don't know.
That link.
Send it to me. Send it to me on X, please. I'll look at it.
Look, I'm Crusade. I apologize that he disregarded your link. I'll make sure that he does.
Send me the link. Crusade. Gary's got 5,000 emails. I'm fresh. Send me the link.
There's a video showing one guard handing another one something when Charlie Kirk went down. Could that be CK necklace on the ground or the round that was fired?
I don't think it was a round that was fired.
I don't think it was the round. Yeah,
it could have been a med kit or something. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. So I'm just kind of throwing out assumptions. I know it was interdimensional demonic elves. We're finally closer to the truth.
Yep.
May God bless, protect, and guide you all and get into the truth of this crime. Appreciate your service too. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah.
God bless.
Shooter from the back right theory. CK's hair flattens out, roughs up, similar to the shooting. Deer fur at the bullet entry location flattens out, and you can see the skin.
I just don't know how you could tell all that with the quality of footage we have.
So hold on. So we now have that clear footage that shows the bulge in the back.
We can look.
Let's take a look.
I've got it pulled up.
Clear footage. Maybe we can kind of address this, confirm or deny this in real time, because that is if we have any sort of deformation coming from the back right anywhere, it's going to show up in this footage. It's by far the best. So let's see what we got. Let's analyze this in real time and see what we got happening here.
Hair deformation. I mean, everything is pixels, but I mean,
can you move that downward a little bit and blow it up more around the ear? There we go. Let me try to make that as big as possible.
Again, we're putting a lot of emphasis on what the video's capturing and what type of camera it is, right?
Well, this is the same footage that people are referencing, saying that there is a bullet hole, but this is the best version of that. So there's guys saying that there's a bullet hole around his, like I hear it, below his ear. And folks, look how much. Hold on, I just want to show. Look how much, because of the bulge in the back, that his back of his hairline moves upward. And all of that is indicative of that front round going in. We have a very extreme hydrostatic shock wave going through his body. We see what looks like almost penetration, possibly restrained by a bulletproof vest. It sure looks like that to me. Like I don't know what to say about that. I did want to. I'm just going to go ahead and present this. Actually, I'm not. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing anything that would indicate a shot or an entry wound in or around the ear. Does anybody disagree with that? At least here?
I don't. I just don't see it.
And do we see a lot of evidence of what we'd expect to see?
Yeah,
of a frontal entry.
The only evidence I see is from a frontal entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I don't know what to say, guys.
The left ideology has infected almost every school in USA. I live in rural Arizona, and it's Tier 2. Talk to your youth. Try to get involved. I'm a grandpa. Kind of hard for me. Keep the Discord going like Charlie did, but try.
I think that's super good advice.
Mm-hmm.
Super good advice. Chances this guy unalives himself. Let me get us. We're done with that footage, right?
Yes.
Chances this guy unalives himself. Is anyone going to buy that again? Candace Owen, eyewitness, who first video the roof as the shooter in tactical gear. Okay.
Just one eyewitness is not enough.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, fine. Well, let's see this eyewitness interviewed. What is not enough for sure is an anonymous, no one's heard from anybody except for nobody's heard this account other than Candace Owens. Control Alt Delete. Stephen Gardner video titled "Walk to Charlie Kirk Crime Scene shows how easy it is for Tyler Robinson to get to the roof. Never had to go into the building. The way the UVU is set up, he walks the route on campus. Worth a watch." Yep, I've seen it. 100% true. Which, again, a lot of these rumors started off at the beginning like, hey, they was able to get access to a roof. It was all locked, all this stuff, and none of that's true. Gary, you by chance at Fob Cobra Iraq 0405. I was at Fob Caldwell. Not in, wait, hold on. 0405. No, I left Iraq. I was with the initial push into Iraq. I was 101st, Rakistan. We started up. We went up through Al-Halal, hit Baghdad. Then we took Mosul and Tal Afar.
I can't remember that stuff.
Because you got a little baby brain.
Someone asked me the other day something. I was like, man, I can't remember.
Forget that 30-06, same environment, bullet, 300 Win Mag, full velocity will penetrate less than in 300 AAC full velocity. It could just be a failed jacket fragmentation. There are definitely some things that could explain what we're seeing. And, you know, what do you think, Range Day Bro video of the shooting? I don't think it holds any merit. I think that's his...
because the premise of his whole argument was that the necklace was blood splatter. It all falls apart.
He's saying that it's actually brain matter. I think that's what he's saying, and it's clearly not.
I'll have to re-watch it. I think I thought I heard him say blood, but you could be right.
Yeah. Without body armor, how can we explain it looking like he got kicked in the chest by a horse, and then 2 frames later you see entry? I agree with that. And again, I know what Marcus is going to say, and I agree with him. Like, it's because we see so much going on so fast and such a violent action that it is hard to explain it. And can you play that, Marcus?
Yeah, there's this video I just literally downloaded it. It's the first time I'm seeing this, so I was kind of watching it to kind of check it before I show it to you guys. But this is just popping up on Twitter just now. I've never seen this angle.
I've never seen this either. Zoom that in if you can.
That looks like the necklace is literally pulling it up.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that much detail before.
Can you go back a frame?
Yes.
Just one frame? Dude, that looks like a chest hit, man. That looks like he's hit right there at the top, exactly where I showed the.
Yeah.
Look. We already look on his shirt.
Yep.
Look at the top right, just below the collar of his shirt. We already see a black mark where the bullet hit, and now it's bouncing upward.
It might have hit his collarbone, and as his neck is forward, it goes upwards.
No,
Possibly.
if you go back to the beginning.
One second.
I'm sticking with body armor. That's my final answer. Got body armor on. That's my final answer. Look
at that.
It is in the freaking chest. He is not hit in the neck. This is the clearest. I don't care what Erica says. I don't care what everybody else says.
See, right there is the only spot right there that makes me like, is there body armor? Because the last frame, I'm like, oh yeah.
Go back. Go back.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Move forward one frame at a time, if you don't mind, Marcus.
Okay.
Right to the point where, all right, so that's where he's hit. That's where he's hit.
There's a lot of frames in between. I'm clicking. Now the next frame is here.
Now click another one forward, and we're going to see that black mark that I pointed out in my first video.
Yep.
Just above the O. Just above the O. Go forward.
Another frame?
Yep, one more frame forward.
It's going. Okay, here we are. Still pretty messy.
Yep, keep going.
Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going, and there it is.
All right, so stop right there. Right there. Look above the O. Right above the O.
Yep.
Right there. There is that. You know what that looks like to me? When you shoot paper.
Mm-hmm.
When you shoot paper and you're zeroing a gun, you have that black dot. And what is happening here is it basically goes right through the t-shirt. It compresses the body armor. There's a space between the body armor and the shirt. It's going upward and it's hitting him in the neck. It's to me that is freaking clear as day.
The thing is, and you have to explain all these pictures beforehand where you can see his nipples.
See,
here's a problem with that. When hold on, I want to show you one thing that
I think the bullet is hitting his collarbone and necklace.
It does look like that. I mean,
the necklace is breaking apart, which is causing the shirt to
I
fly
also
up.
want us to look at this. You tell me why, where the F is gone now, it clearly looks like it's folded underneath something right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then in other pictures, you see where the bottom folds under. It could be a level 3 soft armor. Absolutely. it deflects off of that. Like, it looks like it's folded underneath something that is more rigid than what we normally see.
I don't disagree with you.
Well,
I wonder if it just get right.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. You got the mic here, and that's gonna, that momentum of it, how it moves is gonna create some creases.
Yeah.
Well, how do we know that's not creased already, resting on a soft plate or some sort of soft armor?
Right.
Well, if you see, so you see here, there's a wrinkle that's outward, and then when he gets hit, the mic goes inward and creates it basically folds the shirt.
Yep.
So now the mic is disappearing, but it's because it's.
But again, explain to me that gray spot above the O, just below the edge of his collar.
I think that's the hit.
Yeah.
Right.
I do
And
too.
it hits the necklace and collarbone, and when he goes forward, right, it acts as almost going in line, right? But then when when right here, it starts coming back apart. The bow's traveling upwards.
Hold on. He's not in motion until after he's hit. So do me a favor real quick, Marcus. Go back right before he's hit. And let's look at where, because there we are. All right, just stop right there.
Okay.
Boom. Like, he's not in motion. Right now, wherever he's hit, so if he was hit right at the neck where we say in the entrance wound is, right? That is a clear shot. There shouldn't be anything else going on there. Dude, he is hit in something that it's not just his freaking neck. Like, I just don't think it is.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna play devil's advocate. I think. See how his whole upper cavity, from his lung down, is doing the temporal cavity kind of expansion.
Yeah. Would we not see that if? Hold on. Look at this. It looks like now we have like the soft armor even pushing up underneath the shirt.
Hmm. I mean, yeah.
Because here, I want to show you guys this real quick.
I keep going either way on it. I really can't. I can't.
I mean, yeah. I think we'll eventually get to it.
Yeah.
We're both looking at it from different angles. The thing is, Gary, with the deflection, is with a soft armor or a body armor that is this minimal, it's obviously not made of metal, right? That's clear enough?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
So any kind of Kevlar or soft armor is not going to deflect. Rather, it's going to absorb and then.
Hold on. No.
You got something?
Yeah, I can show you level 3 soft armor. Soft armor, not level 3A, level 3. Level 3 soft armor that is absolutely available that will deflect.
I would love to see it.
We didn't defeat the round. Like, that's for sure. So it wasn't effective. And I don't know that even if it was a plate right there, like, right? So that's what we're saying.
Well, are you saying there's a possibility? Because I'm saying like, I think the possibility of a plate is basically off the table.
Well, again,
are you saying that it's not?
I think I don't think there are semi-rigid level 3 plates, but there are also soft body armor that matter of fact, hold on, let me pull up.
I'll let you pull that up.
Yeah, go ahead. Do whatever you can look at it.
I will wait for that, and I mean, this is new footage, so I'm kind of just wiping my brain kind of clean from any expectation. I'm just trying to view it from a first perspective.
Sure.
I'm kind of going away from that I don't see body armor. It looked like it, and then I see the mic flipped over, and I'm kind of like, okay, and I think it's all hitting necklace bone and going in.
And if I go to some other footage, I mean, that's the shot that really perplexed us all in the beginning. It does look like there's the creases there are peculiar.
Right.
But then we have shots like this where you can see the inner part of his chest, even more inward from his nipple, that it's kind of concaving, like where I think if there was some even a light stealth armor, it would flatten that out, his chest kind of pec.
I hear you.
And then we have shots like this where, that you can make the argument that maybe those two indentions are like, where's that soft armor picture I have? Oh, here. Maybe that those are like these indentions. But then that flatness, it doesn't make sense to me with when you look at this image, and you can see how it's concaving from, you can see the contour of his chest. You're ready, Gary?
Sort of. Let me see where we're at on this.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready, and then I'll close this. But
I'm trying to.
So that's where I'm really struggling.
All right. Now this is level 3A. All right. So again, let me just show you this.
Okay,
and I would even argue that something like level 3A, it's not going to stop it. It's not, and just like I told her, just like we were talking about earlier, is the fact that, like again, we skip rounds off of car hoods all the time. Like all it has to do is freaking deflect. It doesn't have to stop.
Hey Gary, could you, if you still need a minute, could you bring my screen back up so I can show the audience something at least?
Sure.
Right now, it's just they're looking at a black screen.
Yep.
Okay. I can't believe we're back to the body armor thing, but the thing is, I mean, you could be right, Gary. I mean, you could absolutely.
I could be wrong, and I'm fine with that. I don't care. Like that's why we're sitting here talking through this, right? Because when you look at those pieces, now here's what I also want to show you. I agree what we see there. Like it doesn't look like there's body armor there. Like I agree. But here's what I will also tell you. Hold on, let me pull this off first. Is there a spot where he's leaning up against? Because there are times when he's leaning back in other pictures where it looks like there's something on the back.
I mean, we got this shot, which is one of the best quality shots we have, and it just looks completely flat.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I agree.
These are the counterpoints
100%
to contend with.
Yep. Hold on. Let me share a screen here. Window. I don't know why I can't ever get Premiere Pro to initially pull up. I actually had this loaded early and I was going to show this. But then I decided not to. Oh, I guess I have to freaking. I don't know why to do that. All right. Let me add this to the stage real quick. I'm going to pull you off for just a second.
Go for it.
Yeah, add this to the stage. All right. So when we look at it right here, and this
that's a good angle
picture. Let me pull this down. Look at what we have right there. All right. To me, there's like a deformation over it. Like this doesn't look just like his back. This doesn't look like the picture that we were looking at just a second ago.
True. Could you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah.
It's really subtle.
This looks like there's a soft armor underneath there, or some type of armor. And look how it like sculpts over his shoulders. Like it gets rid of all the definition that we see in his shoulders earlier. And then it was almost like a slight hunch right here, not just from his back, but like almost like there's padding there.
I'm not completely sold on this one.
I hear you. I'm not completely sold.
From this angle. Just speaking my mind.
Yeah, fair enough.
But Gary, did you say you have an image of the type of soft armor, like the product?
I don't have an image of the type of soft armor exactly that I think that he's wearing, but here's something very similar to what he could be wearing. Hold on, I will share that. Let me remove that. And Nope, that's not it.
If you want, you could put my screen back up so I could show the audience something. They're just looking at black right now.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, I got it now. I'm just
Okay, do your thing.
sorry. All right. So again, we have a light armor. Now, admittedly, this is level 3. Now, this guy is actually wearing the armor underneath his t-shirt right there as we're speaking.
Gotcha.
Materials, getting every single type of armor material that's in, figuring out how we could layer them, and just spent together firing materials in a very, very, very unique manufacturing process that leads to what it says. This armor is how thin and lightweight this is. This is a very compliant, 100% USA made, safe life defense exclusive. Hyperline comes in at under 0.19 inches. That's well under a quarter of an inch, and is so thin you can actually wear it under a t-shirt. Keep shooting at it. Do it. Do it. That's less than a quarter of an inch there. Come on. Come on. That's
Anyways.
unbelievable.
It's amazing. It is amazing. But then you'd have to explain how he has a custom tailor one that somehow, for some reason, leaves his nipples showing.
Well, I don't think that I don't have a good explanation for that. I'll just tell you that right now. I don't. And what you could have going back to a compression shirt, you can go back to a compression shirt, which I've shown this before, where you could have thin plates similar to this material, a thin plate right here, and again, it would be outside the nipples. And it, just like I said, what I got all the armor over here.
No, I believe you.
Yeah, again,
this mystery of the body armor it shouldn't, like, my thing is, it shouldn't be this hard to confirm something like this. Usually, like, when I find myself digging for something that should be obvious, it usually amounts to the simplest explanation being
if he's wearing a compression shirt with a plate that is 8x10, which is exactly the size of the plate that we would expect if you're trying to go low profile. This is the smallest plate. This is something similar to this, not even necessarily the size, the shape, but again, it's something very similar to the size of that. And again, my nipple is over here. If I have it centered, my nipple's over here. My nipple's over here. Like, it's and
Yes.
they make this is cardboard. We're talking about a level 3 material that is more flexible than this cardboard, and it is level 3 rated. So it is not outside the realm of the possibility that he has something that thin on that we could still see his nipples, and then on the back, like, how do you explain such deformation at the rear and no exit wound? Like, I think body armor sure does make a really good explanation for that.
I completely agree with you on that those do exist, just super vital organs, basically, not trying to make him, cover all of his bases, but just the heart and the center of the lungs is just being something that maybe make his wife happy. I know his wife wanted him to wear body armor. That could make sense to me, but this image, if you want to share my screen again, I just can't see it. Is that the contour in the center? I believe we would see something flat here. The way it wraps around his chest is the part where I'm stuck.
I don't disagree with that.
That's this is one of the one images that it doesn't jive with.
I don't disagree with that. And right there, I going back, if you go back to where he's sitting, you can see him off to the side. It doesn't look like he has body armor there.
Yeah. When, comparing this to the second to last angle that you were trying to show, the deformation on the top, this image is way better quality, and I don't see that anything wrong, because this was the siding question that you were pointing at, but I have way better way better fidelity here, definition, and I don't see. Let me center it better. 1 second.
I don't disagree with that. What I will say too, though, is when he does get shot, there's time when you can see the back of the chair.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I am not saying that this isn't strange to reconcile, without a doubt. And again, it may be a.
Oh, you know what?
Maybe an illusion, and I'm fine with that. But man, that sure does look like he's hitting the chest. Going back to that footage.
Where is it here? I think I'm trying to point out. Here's the moment of impact. I think I don't want to show everything. It just stops.
Sure. You stop right there.
Kind of purposely stopped it so I don't accidentally show it here. But I remember. I think I remember you talking about one time the way there's kind of a weird bulge over the chair that looked not natural. Mm-hmm. Maybe this isn't that exact angle, but it's still. I mean, it's pixelated as hell, but it does show a lot. So.
I don't know.
Oh, we're back at square one.
I don't know. I really don't.
This new shot is interesting. I don't know. To me, the easiest explanation is still, and I like the idea. I like that we can go back and forth and that we're pushing each other. I think you're making me dig way more than I would on my own if I just was going with my own theory. But to me, the simplest explanation is still the necklace. Well, it does look like he gets slapped in the chest, which would explain the movement of the necklace, because a direct hit to the neck, to me, still doesn't explain this really bizarre movement of the T-shirt and the necklace.
Can you zoom in just a little bit right there?
Yes.
There you go.
But to your credit, it does look like he's getting hit in the chest. But if we go off not the official, obviously there's no official autopsy report, but the medical examiner's explanation that the round basically went downward, shattered 13 vertebrae is what I've heard. And so it did lots of damage going down. The swelling here does, to me, represent like a temporal cavity or cavitation. That could make sense. And then all that pressure kind of bouncing back after the temporal cavity closes, slapping the necklace up into his face. It balls up here. Where's my mouse?
Well, the problem is based on what we see. Like there's viable explanations that you can project that will confirm or deny whatever we're seeing, because it's the problem is what we don't see. It's the gaps in information here that doesn't really delineate one way or the other.
Yeah. No, I mean, for people watching, I'm kind of back at my initial analysis and in real time with this new image. I'm trying to see if anything doesn't jive or does with either Gary's perspective or mine, and nothing is clear. Nothing is crystal clear for sure.
Click one frame forward or whatever.
Okay.
I know it's more than one because it's slow motion, but it's like 10 frames.
Man, that necklace moves so fast within a one frame. It's gone. So it just we're analyzing something that is happening so fast that there's going to be weird deformations and bizarre physics going on with the shirt and creases here and there. Keep that in mind. That's something I'm just talking to kind of out loud, thinking out loud rather.
Let's send me that footage that you got. Let's both do some more analysis and let's rip through these super chats and get to answers. I'm curious to see people's reactions to both of our takes on this.
Roger that.
Let's see here. We got way down here.
The one thing that is clear is it looks like a frontal shot, not a shot from the right.
Yeah. That we can 100% agree on.
That we're on a complete agreement on, which helps, I think, bring some clarity, at least to this live stream and what we're trying to do here. Because you go to someone else's channel, they're convinced it's from the right. Nothing's going to change their mind.
Yeah. Gary, no. Forget it's 30-06, same environment. We covered that one. Sorry. Trying to figure out where we left off. What do y'all think? Range day, bro. We covered that. All right, here we go. The amount of outrage clickbait on X really presents a false sense of reality that drools into real life. How do y'all maintain balance with this? It's tough. I was talking a little bit to Marcus before, like, I wasn't prepared for all this stuff when I covered Butler. I definitely am approaching this a little bit differently and understand what I'm more getting into, and hopefully I was able to talk to Marcus about what to expect, because here's the deal, folks. During Butler, we had people threatening our lives. We had people coming to our shop that I wasn't at. They were coming there to confront me because they disagree with me on something, and confront me, and then my wife's at the shop. They were constantly calling our business. Like, it got crazy. It got real crazy. Well, here we go. How significant is that the kid allegedly confesses through text and Discord chats and turns himself in, is refusing to talk to police now? Yeah, I don't know. Harry, you take one. I didn't get your audio. I got this one. Do you think today's events is a copycat writing on bullets, shooter on roof, or an influence event? Do you think possible is related to group? I haven't seen today's event. I heard about it. I haven't looked at any details. Have you, Marcus?
Today's event.
Yeah, there was another shooting apparently.
I don't think it's related or connected, but I think it is. I think there is, a rise in. It's an ideology, like things in a cultural thing. There's something going on that in the past we were talking about is there's this rise in violent behavior. I think it's tied indirectly, basically, is my answer.
Ball bearing fire with compressed air could create the entrance wound that appears to be the exit wound with potential to create cervical damage. I think at least with Marcus and I disagree with that. Conspiracy wise, we have to ask, does Tyler wear prescription glasses? We know he's right dominant, non-athletic or tactical possible second shooter. I don't know how we come to some of those. I don't know how athletic he is or how much tactical knowledge he has. And I don't know how anyone would come to that. This one's yours, Marcus.
I hunt and have heard shots in 1,500 acre lease and had to text my husband and son to find out who shot, because directions, that's open area, walls, it reflects sound. So how can you explain that? I think I understand. I'm getting better at this. So yes, the open areas, actually, do I know what this person's asking? I've heard shots, text my husband.
Basically, I think what's being stated here is she believes that in open areas, it's harder to determine where the shot comes from, but in closed areas, like we see, that it's easier to be able to tell, and it's actually not.
No, that's completely false.
Yeah. It's actually easier to tell in open areas where a shot came from versus...
The human ear is amazing at detecting the sensitivity of sound pressures from one direction, one-dimensional. But as soon as you add more dimensions, that's where your ears and the human mind gets thrown for a loop.
Yep. That and... whoever said the FBI is keeping the footage for court is correct. They released a few things while trying to catch him and stopped after they got him.
The FBI only released what they needed to until Tyler was apprehended. Still photos from tunnel and stairwell video cams and rooftop video, no more. Well, but the thing is, it's what they determined was needed, but they should be more attentive to what the public is saying and how confused we are, and then the needs should change based on that, in my opinion.
Salute Gary, Jason, Marcus, great live. In my opinion, Tyler's the shooter. Is a big conspiracy involving many pieces, top level thinking, pick sniper.
That's what we're trying to figure out, man.
Yeah.
Do you feel the text messages are legitimate or doctored evidence? Why does a kid trying to hide evidence text every relevant detail and leave a note? This is not, I mean, we cannot give this guy that much credit. I mean, he's got a good GPA, but again, there is a great video done by another YouTuber. I wish I could remember the name. Something explains. he gives a great perspective on this and why someone at his age and in his mindset would reveal so much. Basically, to encapsulate what the summary, as I understood it, is people do have, there is this actual kind of like a knee-jerk reaction need to tell somebody about what you just did. Yeah. And there's lots of criminal cases where the perpetrators actually rat on themselves just because they can't get over this need to just tell someone they know closely what they've done.
Yeah. I think those were contrived. I think those were pre-planned. I think those were to prove or attempt to prove the innocence of or the lack of knowledge to the roommate. That's what I think. It sucks because we now know that he was gone when they ran to the SUV, but his shirt rides up below his chest and his skin, no armor, still no clue. I think what we see in that, if he had armor on and he was wearing some sort of semi-rigid or even soft armor and or a very thin level 3 plate, I don't think we would see that with the shirt. Period. Like with the way they have him, that plate to be up around his, or the armor. Let's call it armor. I'm gonna get away from the word plate, but the armor could be up around his neck, and so I don't think that's conclusive one way or the other.
Have you guys looked into Destiny was live streaming after the shot? Got a phone call from the CEO of Unscrew America. She says to Destiny's, "We are effed," and Destiny shuts her down. Sound like they're on the Discord. I know exactly who you're talking about, and frankly, I don't really respect and care what that guy has to say.
You're not following his content?
No, I think we are not in the same universe of rational thinking.
Agreed. Let's talk about the fact the camera showing him run and jump off the building should have caught him taking the actual shot, or am I overthinking it? No, I agree with you. I think that camera did catch him taking the actual shot.
I had the wrong link on Black Scout Survival. Title is "They Lied About the Shooter." Here's the proof. Mark. Oh, okay. I'll go back and find that.
Allison Zidane, thank you very much. Also, Allison Zidane, September 14th, Dan Hinton, a journalist, reported that the sheriff of Utah confirmed Kirk was not wearing body armor. I hear you. The same day, I think it was actually the same day or the following day, we also had federal agents. Like, why would I don't know that the sheriff would even know. Like, I don't even know. Like, he could assume, but then we also have, and I played it the other day, we have where investigators, a reporter saying, hey, a special agent, a federal agent told him he was wearing body armor. And then we also have Megyn Kelly saying, hey, I didn't know it had gotten so bad to where he's wearing body armor right in front of Mike McCoy. Like, there is no doubt there's conflicting reports on the body armor. I've said that at the beginning. I grant you that there's conflicting reports on the necklace. There's conflicting reports on lots of different things. Go ahead.
Odd Tyler says he had the opportunity to shoot Charlie. Sounds like he was waiting for go ahead. It is weird that he said that. Again, I found the channel Dr. G Explains. I really liked this video. He breaks down the messages, and I know Gary's position is that it's completely all fabricated. My position is that it could be real. As a millennial and as a little younger than Gary, I can understand Dr. G's explanation, and I recommend you guys go check out that video. It's pretty good.
Wrong one. Marcus, what's the name of your YouTube channel so I can explain it? Free me stuff, folks. If you haven't done so already, go follow Marcus. He's down in all his links to all his socials are down in the description. Please go follow him.
And if you want to explain something to me, probably X is better, or IG.
It's Marcus J. Allen is your channel name, right?
Yep.
Same thing as your Twitter.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Do we see shirt damage from the bullet? I covered that in the first video. I think we do. I think we see a shot through the collar of the shirt, and I think Marcus disagrees with me. That's fine.
I just don't have a position because I think all the footage we have is too pixelated to tell anything.
Fair enough there. Yeah. How do they expect us to believe the 30-06 was obviously a short action rifle they found? I don't know that I don't know that that's true.
Yeah, me neither. I think you're going off false assumptions.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm from Australia. Why don't you negative image it to see if anything stands out? Interesting. What would be the benefit of that? I mean, just seeing a different perspective.
Yeah, no, I definitely have seen where you can negative image some things that it shows details that the positive image doesn't, just like the Shroud of Turin, right?
I'll check. I'll make a note of it.
I don't necessarily know how to do that.
I can figure it out.
Because you deserve some dollars too, P&L dudes. I think he's talking to you. Film Snake Eyes Nick Cage plays Charles Kirkland, assassinated in front of thousands, shot in the neck by Tyler on September 10th, filmed at Trump's Taj Mahal Casino. More
No way.
I think that's something we should confirm or deny by the
Holy
next,
crap!
by the next
I'm gonna.
month.
I'll look into that. I took a screenshot of your comment, so I'll check it out.
All the super chats that are on his page are going to go to Marcus, and if you're not on his page, go get on it. I told everybody last night. I hope everybody goes to his page and gives him the super chats. We want to support him. We want to promote him. He's obviously just a wonderful dude. So I couldn't think of anything better.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. It looks like a detonation. The thing is, things look weird. The fact that we're, like we've said many times, we're trying to hyper fixate and extrapolate a single moment in time that's happening over the span of a fraction of a second, and things will always look weird. So it does look weird. But you have to keep that in mind, is that we're looking at fractions of a second play out, and we're hyper fixated on that.
So this is something I covered the other day. I do think that if a company was providing you body armor, and going back to, okay, there's statements saying that Charlie Kirk never wore body armor, and then we have official statements saying that, oh, he wasn't wearing body armor because the company stopped supplying it. I don't even know what that means. So clearly we have a relationship with a company that was supplying it. And I think that, I will tell you this, like if I was doing business with a company that I liked, maybe had a good relationship with, and then something that happened that wasn't their fault, but could damage their company reputation. For instance, I don't think that whether Charlie Kirk had body armor or not, that shot would have been survivable. But what I do know for a fact is if whether they have an NDA or not, they have a relationship with that company. And if they said, hey, you know what, he was using X, Y, and Z's body armor, but he died anyway, that would have a negative impact on that company. And if it was a higher end body armor where they did make it custom for him, you better believe there'd be NDAs on it. So, I mean, all that stuff is plausible, but we go from, oh, he's never wearing body armor, to Megyn Kelly saying he's wearing body armor, to where we hear an investigator or a reporter saying that he spoke to a federal agent saying that that the round hit his body armor, deflected upward. That was a direct quote, supposedly from an agent. Again, but part of this is hearsay. But then after it's all said and done, no, he wasn't wearing body armor because the company that was supplying it quit supplying it. Like, I have a hard time reconciling all of that. I can't imagine Charlie not wearing body armor, the amount of death threats, and he wouldn't disrespect Erica. She insisted he wear it. Maybe.
Why does the front of the shirt move up if shot is coming from a higher angle moving downward? That's the thing, is we don't think it's coming. Well, you're not talking about from the right, is he? He's not trying to assume that. It's not that high of an angle.
Yeah, it's 10 degrees. It's actually probably more like 9. So it's not that steep of an angle. I'll DM link to you guys on the IG video that I'm referring to. Sounds good. This one's yours.
Gary is in denial. LOL. There's an in-depth video by Outside the Overton. Gary had him on this live stream, showing in detail how the folds in the shirt are caused by his mic cord.
Yeah, and there's a detailed video lots of videos saying that, you know, a shot came from the rear, and we're just going to disagree on some of those things. I think what I will look, I don't think there's anything open to interpretation of whether or not that shot came from the front or the back. I 100% agree that what's happening here in such a dynamic situation, it is open to some interpretation one way or the other. Boys, I'm from Australia. Please, please, please. You guys are professional. There's no body armor. Do a couple of different angles and negative image and see if you can see something. Oh, we'll see. The mark on the shirt's from the shirt popping up, hitting the entry. The mark appears only after the shirt touches the neck directly. So can we agree that the shirt is in a high level of dynamic motion, Marcus?
Definitely that I can stretch and say yes to that.
So the idea here is that we have what looks to me like a fairly circular print of whatever it is, and it looks great to me, by the way. If it was just because we came in contact with the entry wound that we see what I'm saying looks like a hole, that would be linear in shape. It would not be just a perfect little circle. That's my point. And I want to, I'll actually pull up where I highlight that hole, or what I think is a hole. And let me see if I can get to it. Anyways, I'll find that in just a second and kind of show that. But,
yeah. I just see a couple of black pixels, to be honest. Your guess is...
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Go ahead.
Could be. I don't know if y'all have it, but I have a straight on camera view. You can see him clearly get knocked back, and then there are 2-3 frames later, you see an entry. You can send it to me on IG or X. If you think it's a new angle, I'd love to see it. Thank you.
All right, so I do have you know what? I'm going to screenshot this because in this video I actually show the wound, so that's the problem with that. All right, I'll come back to that. Thank you, Specialist Garza. What are the odds that the round would deflect up when shot from the rooftop to downward angle? I think it's if again, if he's sitting here and we have some curvature going to the body armor, and we would, like, it could absolutely do that. Like, there's nothing crazy about that whatsoever.
But even with soft armor, Gary?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially on the edge. Because again,
like that flimsy soft armor you were showing me, I had a really hard time believing that.
It's like for instance, and again, I'm gonna get some body armor. We're gonna test this, and regardless if he was wearing it or not, I think there's some things that we can prove or discount, right? So if we have something that's ballistic resistant, right, even if it is soft, all right, and it hits the top edge of something right here, like what we have, can we agree that the bullet's going to go to the direction of least resistance?
Yes, but the steepness of the angle depends on the hardness of the material.
No, I disagree. So because if it's soft, it's going to sink into. So if that bullet is soft, I mean, if the armor is soft, and I don't have a good thing to actually show here. Well, I'll just grab this. All right. And I'm still not convinced that we don't have some sort of semi-rigid plate, which 100% exists. So again, even if it's coming at a slight angle, we both agree that we're not talking about like some super severe angle. If this is angled backwards towards me, and I know this is gray, and the bullet hits here, like the direction of least resistance is upward because it is hitting here, and it's going to slide upward. I
think the bullet's moving so fast with a soft armor that's not rated for 30-06. I think the 30-06 would just completely almost ignore it and blast through it. That's my at this point that would be my stance. If I was to be honest.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, what I can say is that we can shoot softer materials that is not ballistically rated at all to stop any rounds. and we can skip them off of materials like car hoods, like things like that.
But
So
metal, the Kevlar soft armor is made of like basically fiberglass interwoven, and it bends. It doesn't. It's not deflected and hard. It's only bending upward because of his chest, but it's going to mold because it's not a hard plate.
I agree. So look, if I'm pushing on my shirt right here, right, and my shirt, and I'm right on the edge of something, and my shirt gives way, this is starting to give way, and it's still sliding upward. Like if it's on the edge, I do think that we will see deflection.
But would you agree at a certain feet per second, once an object's moving fast enough, it never the physics change as the friction of two surfaces meet. Like something that's moving so fast will pierce rather than slide up. Like if it's moving slow, like a finger, yes, but at 250 or 2,500 feet per second, I think it would just pencil through it.
I think no, I don't actually. I think those fibers would stretch, and then we'd have less material at the top, so it would deflect that. And everything depends on the angle. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like we can agree that we can take a fairly thin material, we can skip rounds off of that. That is a fact. We do it all the time. And
I believe we could, like if you did a test when you have, like when you get the ballistic dummies, and I know you're going to make a video on this.
Yeah.
I know you could no doubt skip around at a subtle angle and then, hit something 50 yards away. But in this situation, going from here to here, it's almost 90 degrees. That to me, of soft armor is unbelievable.
Well, what's more ballistically resistant, bones or soft armor?
Soft armor.
Yeah. So what we're saying is that it goes in his neck and it goes straight down, and somehow that's believable. But we can't hit something that is actually made to resist bullets, and that slightly go at a less steep angle. So like,
that's fair. That's a good point.
Like which one are we going to believe there? And again, I think this is a thought exercise until we do some testing. And even then, I'm not even sure I'm not even sure then that we get to any super conclusive results out of that. But I don't know.
That's a good point.
Yeah. That's what they came here for us to see us debate and argue, right?
That's what I would want to see.
Just keeps getting weirder.
Yeah. Sure goes up in the direction of.
Hold on, I skipped one. I literally, it's completely on accident. Okay.
We got someone else with abandonment issues here.
This thing's moving, and like when I'm not looking, like it moves on me. So I'm gonna miss them, and I don't mean to. I'm genuinely, like, we're here 4 hours deep, 5 hours deep.
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to skip any of your stuff, guys.
If there's any YouTuber who doesn't want to miss a super chat, it is Gary.
Yeah, like I don't want to be that guy, and not because I care about the super chat. I don't want you're spending money to talk to us. We're gonna try to get it done.
Yeah, it's super respectful.
Bullet deflection. If it were hard armor, you would have heard a thud. Not necessarily, and there you kind of do hear thuds. And again, folks, what I'm telling you is there's like look up. Oh God, what is it? Graphene armor. There's graphene armor. There's other composite armor. Go look up Defender armor level 3 plates. It's super thin. It's less, like a quarter of an inch. Level 3 will stop 100%. It will stop. Not 3A. Level 3 will stop many 308 rounds. Let's see. I'll let know Stephen Crowder under the category what we know didn't mention the fact that Charlie has pointies. Stephen, what else are you hiding? Get that one.
Jesse on Fire has higher res version of back bulge vid. Jesse on Fire. Oh, we watched that one. That's potentially what we covered earlier on.
Yep. Energy from spine influence neck and shirt. Shirt mark occurs after tissue expansion. Disc can absorb much energy and transfer it. Pilots have lost 3 inches in height because they had to eject. Sure. Can we all agree the small round dot that appears is where he was shot? not in the neck? If so, it had to fragment and go upward. I don't think that Marcus agrees with that.
No, I don't agree. We saw a bullet on camera.
No. We're talking about the dot that I'm talking about.
Oh,
the black
small dot appears is where he was shot. To be honest, I do not have a stance. I'm going to say I don't know. I'm just going to be comfortable there until I see more.
Here's what I'll say. Don't pull it up, but because again, it shows the wound, and we'll get freaking hammered for it. But on Charlie Kirk, what really happened? Did body armor contribute? My video. You go to that at like 7:08. 7:08, you see a grayish dot circle right below the rim of the collar, right above the O, and yeah.
What's the name of the title? What really happened?
Yeah, what really happened? Definitely body armor impact. Gary, your first impression was spot on. It's too much energy transfer to not be absorbed by something. Bulging back would be from back face deflection. The thing is like, given what we see, I think both theories are plausible. Look up Charlie Kirk arrives UVU. There are a few videos of him showing up, taking the photos with the students, tossing out hats. Does not. I agree. Here's the problem with that. Also, when he's throwing out hats in some of these other videos, he also does not have a mic or anything on either. So there was definitely time. Now, I'm also telling Marcus that I agree with him. There are times where he does have a mic on, and it doesn't look like he has body armor. Just being honest with you guys, I have a hard time reconciling those things. So, Gary Fizzit makes your theory the most sense to me. Thank you for your hard work and for the open discussion. The shirt jumping up on the front view could be retracting broken collarbone, the side. I mean, without a doubt, his entire chest and everything else is compressed heavily, and that rebounds as well. Like this entire thing is it's absorbing a lot of impact with or without the body armor impact. That one's yours, Marcus.
The necklace went flying due to muscle contraction. See, I do think basically the bullet goes in and you have an expansion and contraction really fast, and that kind of momentum coming backwards flicks his necklace up, and that cross bundles up in right here, and then whether it breaks off, I don't know. But I'm just explaining that shirt movement. To me, that makes the most sense.
Who can you contact to get the truth on whether CK was or was not wearing body armor? TPUSA spokesman or someone else? Seems like someone can factually put this to rest. Again, if they are under an NDA or they just are doing it out of a favor to the company, they're not going to put that to rest. And quite frankly, why would they care? Why would they care to confirm or deny that? I don't think they would, and they don't have any obligation to. And I think that's where some of this gets a little convoluted, because I think it may have been talked about at first, and then they kind of realized what the implications were, and then they kind of went into cleanup mode. But the other possibility is I'm just wrong, and he didn't have body armor on. It doesn't change everything else that I think is really super important. I think this is an interesting fact, and we would like to know, but it doesn't change the most important aspects of this investigation and what happened. Gary, you need to see the footage of this channel footage in different colors and saturation. Just trying to help. Channel God's Dogs DJ Docs. God's Dogs DJ Docs. I'll try to remember it. God's Dog DJ Docs. Matter of fact, I'll just write that down somewhere. I have a pen somewhere.
You can click the next one. I'll take it.
Sounds good. Oh God. Freaking! I hit the scroll button and it went way up.
Is Jay still there? Or is he gone?
He's gone.
Oh, gotcha.
Erica Kirk. Oh, go. You take that.
Erica Kirk has stated already that he was not wearing body armor. Could you tell me, Ashley, on X or IG, where I'll write your name down. So if you message me, I'll remember. Where did you see her say that?
It was reported that she did say that.
Reported by who is the question. I
It's a
guess
great
I could look it up, but I just want to know
There might
what's
have been
the
an
source.
interview where she's. I do think it was reported that she said it. I don't think she actually said it. Again, the problem is that Megyn Kelly said it in front of his chief of staff that he was wearing body armor and he didn't correct him. Also, we also hear now that the body armor company that was supplying his armor stopped supplying his armor. Like, why would they stop supplying his armor? Did things get cheaper?
What's the credibility? That was just a comment, right? Have you heard that from multiple sources?
Because
that could just that's just some random person on the internet. I don't want to.
No, I don't think I first saw that from a random person on the internet.
Gotcha. Okay. Just checking you.
But that's. Let me double check that.
The first time I heard it was here on the stream in that super chat.
Mm.
You can click the next one, Gary. I can take it.
Yeah.
While you're searching.
As it gets later, I get my ability to multitask less and less.
I completely understand.
And by the way, I didn't sleep all last night. That was fun. There you go. Take that one.
You were up super late. I mean, you were texting me like 4 a.m. or something. What if the shirt was custom made? If you look under the arms, you can see it's not an average T-shirt. What do you mean by that? There are seams under the shirt, maybe armor if it's there was extra shirt. I don't know if under the arms. I would love to see a screenshot of exactly what you're talking about, Dad. This guy's name's Dad.
Yeah, so like that's funny. Everybody.
Yeah, as I said that, I was like,
Daddy, okay. Daddy. So, for instance, like that video, that there are times when, like, when you can see through the shirt, it's so clear and easy to see through the shirt. Like, it's just obvious, right? But then there are times like that picture that I showed you that, like, you're like, that looks different. I mean, it looks different. There seems to be a more. Well, if you put a thin layer of something under that shirt, suddenly that's what it looks like. That's kind of where I'm going with that. Any chance the bullet was stopped by the armor, but we're seeing necklace struck his neck and caused fatal bleeding. I don't think that the necklace struck his neck and caused anything. Yeah, like, and on top of that, even if the necklace struck his neck, what we wouldn't see is what clearly looks like a hydrostatic shock wave inside of his neck and head. Like, you can't explain that by just the necklace flying up and, potentially stabbing him in the carotid. Can we talk about explosive like those pagers? We can. I don't think there's nothing in there. There's nothing there that even looks like a high explosive to me. What about you?
No. Marcus, pull up Wild Chaos at 4344. Okay.
There's a lot of people confirm. Candace Owen confirmed. Nobody else. I do want to see what we're saying. I don't know that. I've seen almost all the stuff that supposedly confirms that there's no body armor. It's fine. At what point?
Okay. Wild Chaos.
I understand conflicting reports. It's sus. Could Kirk have worn a back brace for posture as he did sit for long hours? But there's definitely parts of that it's clear that he doesn't have a back brace or anything else. And I think actually a back brace would be more obvious, just the way that they're made, than body armor. Great job, guys. Just saw a video showing CK getting pushed to the ground by security after the shot, not falling off the chair. The video is on the Joy Folding channel. Okay. I think both things are kind of happening simultaneously. I think that no autopsy was done at all. What do you think, guys, about that? No, I think there was an autopsy done, at least some sort of initial, usually with a murder. It may not have been that extensive, but I think an autopsy was almost certainly done. We just haven't received that information, and we may never receive that information. Take that one, Marcus.
Conspiracy-wise, if it was a real pro sniper, He was well camouflaged and concealed, and the available footage doesn't show all the surrounding areas. The thing is that from the day one, that's what I've been trying to confirm for myself, and to me, the most logical and theory that requires me to do the least mental gymnastics is the official story at this moment. So there's a second shooter theory is harder for me to wrap my head around than what we're doing now, which is figuring out how the 30-06 round did what it did. At least this is within the realm of like experience and what I've heard before and things that have played out before. But a second shooter doesn't make nearly as much sense.
The problem with the second shooter is based on everything that we've looked at. There's so much evidence against it, and there's so much evidence for a 12 o'clock shot. Like, and then the other thing is like every time someone points out some evidence for a second shooter, it's something that can't be real, like bullets being captured by camera phones. Like it's not
or neck. Oh yeah,
or entrance wounds that nobody else can see.
Yeah.
Love you both. Thank you for doing this. You're both American patriots. Thank you. And you're an American patriot too. You odorized rambler. You.
Spread the love. Have you seen the theory that the camera behind Charlie is actually a 3D projector? A Tupac hologram was 13 years ago. This is way more advanced. We just haven't gone this far yet with the tinfoil hats. I haven't. I'm not there yet. I'm not where you're at yet, Gossip Bay. I'm just not there yet.
Look, if there is some sort of 3D projector that could replicate what we saw, that is so advanced, why on God's name would they risk that being compromised for Charlie Kirk? If it was such a high-tech, advanced thing that we can fool nation states with and we can create incidents out of thin air, like, yeah, and then why would it be in the camera? Like,
and are you suggesting that Charlie Kirk is going to be in hiding for the rest of his life, and why? Why?
Perhaps as an entry wound, which is typically small when hitting his artery, the pressure from blood exit opening the hole, making it seem larger than it is. I disagree with that. Also, the soft body armor is tight against his clavicle. Wouldn't that help deflect? I agree. Like, it would have to be, if what we're seeing is body armor, it would have to be well formed. It would have to be tight against his body, all those things. And I like body armor like that does exist. Those are facts, folks. I mean, you can look, and there's definitely what's commercially available, and then there are much higher tech 3D scans. That's a thing. When I was in service 93-97, we wore female armor with breast gussets and angled plates over the breast. Yikes, they still use those? Question mark. At least we could learn something to improve body armor design. Body armor's come a long way since 93 to 97.
Really a long way. We really know nothing and may never know at all. Well, we know some things. It conveniently helps the Trump administration not to give us all the details and instead weaponize the situation politically. I hate extreme things like we know nothing, someone knows everything, someone's found proof 100%, or someone knows nothing 0%, because nothing in life is like that. It's always gray.
It's a little spectrum.
It's a spectrum.
Have you watched US Overwatch video? Yes, we have. I talked to that guy. Great video. Breaking down gun in seconds doesn't make sense. I don't think that he broke down the gun. Nobody. We've covered this earlier on. We don't think he broke down the gun.
I think he put it together, possibly.
I think Gary emailed a video from this live. Something under his shirt bulging out in his left shoulder is from a picture before he sat down in the tent. What is that? Your thoughts? I don't know what you're talking. Now we're pixel peeping Gary. I don't know what you're talking about. So weird. Look out, you are amazing. Keep it up. Thank you. This one's you.
If you view new angle video, could you be specific there? There is blood splatter behind the right ear. We think that's a necklace. I know you guys don't agree with that theory. If you're welcome to message me if there's a new video I haven't seen.
He's talking about the video that we saw where we see the necklace, the brand new.
I see.
That does actually appear to be a short action rifle. I could be wrong, but it does not appear to be long action. Yeah, we can take a closer look at that. I will say that I didn't analyze that too much, but it's also hard to see the scale of things in that crappy picture. But that is worth taking a look at. Sorry, the right name, the channel is All Music Video Movie Creator with the saturated and changed color. It's original video, but color changed. There's a black ring flying out the back. MB fragment. Okay.
I'm making a note.
Candace says she tracked down the guy with the original footage of the shooter on the roof. Turns out he's very gun literate. He told her it was not a 30-06 and he was wearing a tactical and mask. Oh, because Candace said. I don't know why. Why hasn't that guy given a statement to anybody other than Candace?
Yeah. Make a public video.
Yeah. Take it.
Based on the videos, would you guys say it was a subsonic round? If not, would any collarbone be strong enough to cause fragmentation based on the temp? Would cavity in CK's neck? I'm thinking 556. Thoughts? Thank you both. Based on the temp, wound cavity in
temporary wound.
Yes, there's no question there's a wound cavity. That's typical for all rounds, no matter the caliber. It's just a matter of the size. Subsonic, nothing. There's a shot that makes a crack and a boom that goes supersonic, so that's a fact. So if now you're getting into the second shooter thing, where some other shooter who was shooting subsonic rounds tried to basically time the shot, and I don't believe that.
Breaking news: Elvis is alive. Finally, we got some good news tonight. I'm going to go through and just hit a few of the lives real quick. Hopefully, and folks, if I missed one of your super chats, trust me, it's not. It's not intentional, folks. I promise you. It's moving as I go. I try to scroll back up and get to where I left off, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Here's one. The guy who asked the question when he was shot is a member of UNF. His name is Hunter Kozak. Oh yeah, we I think that was a super chat as well. There you go.
Oh, we covered this guy with the shirt.
He looks like he's scratching his arm.
He's just pulling his sleeve up or something. I've zoomed in really closely. It looks completely normal, and it doesn't align with the timing at all.
Round hit the necklace. Okay.
Maybe. I don't see that yet.
Yeah. Let's see. Need my Microsoft stock to go up more so I can sell it before they release those. I don't know what we're talking about. The sound reaches first. It has to be an airgun or subsonic. If entry second, there are devices like bullhorn, opposite suppressor sound engines. I don't think the sound reaches first. What do you think?
Me neither. No.
Because again, we do have crack to boom recordings. So we have a crack and then a boom. So you can't have those.
It's for sure there's an object moving at supersonic speeds, and it's coming at them head on. So that to me eliminates a lot of these theories.
Yeah. Frangible lightweight ammo hits his neck, enters the body. His bones travels downward, and the shirt expands outward from the bullet velocity, leaving the body. I couldn't see any printing or any type of armor.
Yeah.
Elvis was running out of personality to Elvis impersonators so they could live their dream on stage, and when the OD'd, Elvis didn't die.
There's absolutely no blood spurt coming from the right side.
Oh, you DJ'd in a word. There is absolutely a blood spurt.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to agree with you, man. I don't believe that's what we see. I think that is the necklace, and I think it's pretty clear. And now with more angles, the more angles that come out, and the more you look at it, the more it doesn't look like it. So I think that's a sign that what you're looking for is slowly being debunked.
Yeah.
Let's see if I could do some work.
Perhaps the next question should be a former prosecution law enforcement detective to explain the evidence collection, pretrial procedures, and why they wouldn't tell the public. That's actually not a bad idea. For sure. Sound can easily be sent through speakers. There's a, okay. All right. You're right. I guess they can be sent through. That small hole Gary is focused on isn't there when Charlie is first hit, according to the video. It appears after shirt pops up.
The thing is, I haven't seen one single video that's high def enough to be able to confirm it's actually a hole. So I don't like that we're assuming it's a hole. It could be blood. It could be a crease. I think the appropriate language is appears to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just my OCD.
Yeah. A tumbling projectile explains no exit wound and weird track down the spine. Don't you think that's a more plausible explanation? The problem is a rifle round starting to tumble in 10 inches. That's not typical, and it's really less than 10 inches. So no, I don't think a round tumbling is likely. Basically what we're saying, or what's being said, is that the round goes in his neck at a downward angle, hits bone, and then goes directly down and parallels his spine, and then that's atypical as well. All right, let me just double check and make sure. Oh, yep, got a couple more. The only question that needs to be asked: where was the bullet recovered or found? It wasn't. Then why not? If so, then where was it specifically recovered from, and what are the specifications on the round caliber used? So that is definitely a medical examiner question that or an answer from them, and we may or may not get that. Take this one, Marcus, and I think we're going to have to call it a day after that.
Sounds good. FBI video, Tyler, leaving rooftop. There's people casually walking next to the building, not running or looking as would be expected from being right next to the shot. Well, the thing is, it's so fast. It's just happened. All the chaos and commotion's happening inside the venue. It's pretty far separated from people walking on the street. And for all they know, people are going to suspect firework, something. I don't think it's that unfair to assume that people short after the thing happened that they're not fully aware of what's going on outside the venue.
Yeah,
that's kind of, we talked about it last night, and to me, it's not surprising.
Yeah, no, I mean it's basically it's like if a shot went off and someone was shot inside of a football stadium, and then everybody outside doesn't realize it. I mean, that's basically kind of the way that place is shaped. Good clarification. Tumbling in the air. We talked about this. If a bullet is unstabilized enough to start tumbling, that typically happens not long after it exits the barrel, and then we would not typically expect it to see it hit a target at 140 yards. I'm not saying that there aren't circumstances that could allow for that, but it seems unlikely. Well, all right, folks. Well, hopefully that was helpful. That was informative. I'm tired. I know Marcus is probably more tired than me.
I don't think so. You guys, Gary was up super late last night.
Yeah, I didn't sleep at all last night. That's okay. I had to get up, had work to do, and had to get things done, and then get ready to do this. All right, folks. Well, listen, we really appreciate everybody tuning in. I really appreciate everybody that was civil. I didn't see nearly as much crazy stuff tonight as we did last night, and I actually, I wasn't looking at the live. I either get a chance to look at the super chats or the live chats. I got to choose one or the other. So who knows what's going on there? But I think generally speaking, everybody came in with a good attitude and their heart and mind in the right place to look for truth. And we really appreciate you tuning in. Marcus, I can't say enough. Number one, how much I enjoy talking to you, and how much I enjoy working on this with you. So no, man, I really, really enjoy that. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your expertise, and
likewise, brother. Thank you for having
me. And you're a Fed. I still really appreciate you. Well, listen, folks, Appreciate you tuning in. Like, subscribe, all those things. But until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.